Chapter 51 Flanders helps his apprentice to be cut off for permanent treatment. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu took Bai Yu to find Flanders directly, filled with righteous indignation. Flanders! I tell you, you are not the local emperor here, and your apprentice is not the prince. You only confine a QJ criminal for 1 day, what do you mean? Ning Rongrong came up with a thunderous voice. She wanted to seek justice for Qiwa. Flender frowned, he didn't expect Ning Rongrong and the others to come directly to his door for this matter. But now that things have come to this, he can only smooth things over. Didn't Ma Hongjun succeed in QJ? You still hope that he will succeed in QJ? Ning Rongrong's face turned red with anger. Although she was used to being free and undisciplined, she still had a simple sense of justice in her bones, which was different from Tang San and the other hypocritical guys. Flender said. That's not what I meant. In fact, Ma Hongjun is a very good person, but he is a little impatient, a little greedy, a little lustful, and a little rude. In short, he has been beaten badly by Xiao Wu and has received the lesson he deserved. Ning Rongrong was angry, she pointed at Flender and cursed. Flender! That fat guy was beaten up by Xiao Wu because she asked for it. He clearly wanted to use force to take advantage of Xiao Wu, but he was beaten up because he was not as skilled as her. That is another matter and has nothing to do with the rape case. Flanders frowned and tried to scare Ning Rongrong away with the majesty of the dean. Ning Rongrong, I am the dean, I order you to leave, don't bring everyone here to make trouble. Ma Hongjun is your senior, don't say anything that is not conducive to the unity of the college, do you hear me? However, Ning Rongrong was not someone who could be frightened. Flanders, you are using the title of dean to scare me? My father is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If you don't deal with Ma Hongjun today, I will ask my father to come and administer justice in person. You are a little soul saint, and you dare to protect the rape criminal in front of me? Flender's veins jumped when he heard this. He was not afraid of Ning Rongrong, but he was afraid of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the two titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He looked past Ning Rongrong and looked at Bai Yu, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu behind her. The three pretended not to notice his sight and pretended to look around. It's great to have the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in front of you. You, Flender, can't beat her backers in terms of strength, and you can't compare with her in terms of background. Let's see what you can do. Just when Flender was embarrassed, Ma Hongjun limped out with his waist. One of his eyes was swollen, his face was bruised, his legs were lame, his waist was sprained, and he looked pitiful. He changed his greed when he first saw the three women, like a pig about to be slaughtered, and said with a bitter face. I have been beaten, are you still going to chase me? Are you satisfied only when I die? Ning Rongrong sneered. It would be good for society if a rapist like you died. You little girl. Ma Hongjun didn't expect that it was useless to play the victim, and he was furious. Yo! You dare to scold me? Flanders, look at the good apprentice you taught. Ning Rongrong put pressure on Flanders. Flanders pushed his glasses and looked at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun also looked at him and said to Flanders with his eyes. Teacher, this girl is too rampant. Even if she is from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, if no one protects her secretly, she will be killed by you. Otherwise, we will kill her, or give the three women to us and run away. You are a soul saint, you can get by wherever you go. Flanders probably understood it, his face twitched, and he wanted to scold Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun didn't know, but he knew that Tang Hao was watching in secret. He was a titled Douluo, and a strong one among the titled Douluo. If Flanders dared to kill to silence him, he would be the first to die. Plot, Flanders shielded Ma Hongjun and prepared to continue to fool Ning Rongrong. After watching the show for a long time, Bai Yu finally took action. He changed shield to castration. The next second, Ning Rongrong became impatient and urged. Flanders, Do you want to talk about life with Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian? She knew that with Flanders' strength, he must have heard of the names of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. As soon as she finished speaking, Flanders suddenly grabbed Ma Hongjun in front of him, and said in a deep voice in Ma Hongjun's horrified eyes. It is my Flanders who failed to discipline him. As the saying goes, a son is not taught well by his father. Once a teacher is a father for life, Ma Hongjun is my apprentice. I didn't discipline him well, and almost let an innocent girl be harmed by him. It is my responsibility. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu were stunned, not understanding why Flanders suddenly changed his face. Ning Rongrong sneered, Flanders was indeed a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ma Hongjun was horrified and shouted. Dean! Teacher! What are you going to do? Flanders held Ma Hongjun with one hand and said. To make up for my negligence, I will personally punish you, the traitor, today. Don't you want to rape others? I will destroy your tools. Speaking of this, Flanders' the other hand was raised high, the soul power was condensed, and then it grabbed it with a swish. Ah! A scream of pain pierced the soul, and then Ma Hongjun fainted, with blood all over his body. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu looked green, and Ning Rongrong almost vomited. Flanders said to Ning Rongrong. Okay, I have punished this traitor, are you satisfied? The three women were speechless. At this time, Bai Yu applauded. The dean castrated the disciple for the sake of justice, and he is extremely fair. He is really a good dean who sets an example, and a good senior who helps the right instead of the relatives. The three women quickly reacted and applauded. Flanders nodded with satisfaction and drove Bai Yu and the three women away. After the four people left, Flanders was suddenly stunned, looked down at the unconscious Ma Hongjun, knelt on the ground with a plop, and wailed. Disciple! My disciple! Master, Master didn't mean it. Master doesn't know why, just now I really wanted to castrate you, disciple, you are so miserable. Soon, Daimyo Bai, Oscar, and Tang San hurried over, saw the unconscious Ma Hongjun, saw the wailing Flanders, and were confused. They asked hurriedly. Dean, who beat the fat man like this? Flanders froze for a moment and couldn't speak. After their repeated questioning, Flanders coughed dryly to cover up his grief, and said in a vicissitudes of life. Ma Hongjun wanted to rape innocent women in broad daylight, and I have severely punished him. You should take this as a warning. Daimyo Bai and the other two were stunned. Isn't Flanders used to Ma Hongjun on weekdays? Ma Hongjun caused trouble outside, and Flanders would even acquiesce to Ma Hongjun using his name to bluff people. What happened today? Why did he act so cruelly? Tang San's heart moved, and he said to Daimyo Bai and Oscar. Hey, the dean may have offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was forced to castrate the fat guy. Tang San had met Ma Hongjun before, and he and Ma Hongjun had a good relationship, so he guessed something immediately. Otherwise, with the personalities of Ma Hongjun and Flanders, the master and apprentice, it would be impossible to make such a fuss. Daimyo Bai listened to Tang San's words, and his heart moved, and he asked back. Ning Rongrong. Tang San nodded. Well, she is from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In my opinion, she is very likely the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Chapter 52 Oscar Even dogs wouldn't eat stinky sausages. The princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Daimyo Bai and Oscar were shocked. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is one of the 7 major sects in Douluo continent, and it is one of the top 3 sects. If Ning Rongrong is really the princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, why would she come to our Shrek Academy? Tang San shook his head and said. I don't know, but I think it's 80% likely. Oscar suddenly remembered Ning Rongrong's beautiful face and graceful figure, thinking that she was actually the princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. No wonder she was so noble, so beautiful, so... Xiao Ao, Xiao Ao. Did you hear clearly what we said just now? Dai Mubai pushed Oscar, and Oscar came back from his fantasy and said blankly. No, I didn't hear clearly. Then I'll say it again, we want to avenge Fatty, but not now. We want to gain their trust, and when our strength grows, we will stab them in the back and turn them into Star Fury. Did you hear it? Oscar was shocked and a little scared. Dai Mubai licked his lips and said. When the time comes, Xiao Wu will be Xiao San's, Ning Rong Rong will be yours, and we will open the silver handkerchief together. Oscar glanced at the sinister Tang San, nodded anxiously, but his face was a little hesitant. The next morning, it was time for class. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Bai Yu, Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zuking, these 7 people are all the students of Shrek Academy now. Of course, we have to count Ma Hung Jun, he is lying in the hospital, so there are only 7 people who can come to class now. Today, Flanders came to teach everyone in person. After the incident of the righteous eunuch yesterday, Flanders' image was finally saved a little, but only a little. Flanders looked around and said in a deep voice. You are all great soul masters or even soul masters. You will inevitably fight with people in the wild when you go out in the future. So the first lesson I will teach you today is survival in the wild. As he said, Flanders pulled Oscar out and said. Your level is not high enough. You can't maintain your condition without eating for a long time, so how to find food in the wild is the key. More importantly, you don't have the courage to eat. For example, cockroaches, crickets, grasshoppers. Eat them and you can survive. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. What do you choose? So, in order to train your courage, Oscar, summon sausages. Everyone changed their faces instantly. Dean, don't. Oscar's sausages are too smelly. Flanders laughed and kicked Oscar. Oscar said with a stiff face. Don't worry, I have been secretly experimenting at night. My sausages are not completely smelly sausages. Sometimes the ones summoned are also good. Don't worry, look at mine, super invincible sausages. Bai Yu modified it again. The next second, a stinky sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. Fortunately, Bai Yu was prepared. He took out a mask and gave it to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuking, and Ning Rong Rong next to him. Dai Mubai and Tang San reached out to take it, but Bai Yu spread his hands and it was gone. Dai Mubai and Tang San were vomited by the smoke. Flanders was also prepared, wearing a mask, and taught them a lesson. You vomited? What if you go to the wild and encounter more disgusting food, and you will die if you don't eat it, then what will you do? Eat it all. Who's the first to come? At this time, Oscar used the spell I have a big sausage to summon a good sausage. Of course, this is purely because Bai Yu did not modify it, just like Oscar stayed up late at night to summon a sausage, and Bai Yu had no time to modify it. It's just that he didn't modify it this time because he had a plan. Oscar was overjoyed when he took the good sausage, and the scene of Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, and Zhu Zuking eating his sausage appeared in his mind. Seeing this, Flanders said, Ning Rong Rong, you eat it first. He took the opportunity to take revenge on Ning Rong Rong's abdication yesterday. Ning Rong Rong's face changed. Why? Flanders smiled. Because you are born in the most noble family, you are the most pampered. When you encounter a bad environment, you are the first to be unable to bear it, so you need to exercise more. Is this reason okay? Ning Rong Rong was speechless, but looking at the strange sausage in Oscar's hand, and thinking about Oscar's wretched appearance when he summoned the sausage, Ning Rong Rong suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach and retched. Oscar looked disappointed. Flanders took the opportunity to laugh. You dare not even eat Oscar's sausage. You are really used to being pampered. Once you go to the battlefield, you will be the one who drags your companions down. Ning Rong Rong was retching, unable to refute. But at this time, Bai Yu stood up and said, Dean, this can't be blamed on Ning Rongrong, right? Didn't you see Xiao San and Mu Bai vomited just by smelling the smell? They both couldn't stand it, how could Ning Rongrong stand it? Flanders' eyes were sharp. In his heart, Bai Yu had always been an honest backer. He didn't expect that he would come out and sing against him. Bai Yu, what you said is wrong. I have already said that there must be more disgusting food in the wild. If you can't survive without eating it, then you... Bai Yu interrupted, Dean, this is wrong. We are all soul masters, and we are not lone rangers. We rarely put ourselves in such a desperate situation. And once we encounter a desperate situation where we can't survive without eating disgusting food, eating food is no longer the key. What you said is just a low probability event, and the probability is very small. Isn't it unreasonable to teach everyone with this? Moreover, there are many soul beasts and even more wild beasts in the wild. With the strength of soul masters, it should not be a problem to catch one or two to eat. I don't think it will be as exaggerated as you said. What's more, what else in the wild is more smelly than Oscar's sausage? Everyone nodded when they heard it, and they agreed with it. That's right, Go Shi is not as smelly as Oscar's sausage. Flanders' face twitched, unable to think of a rebuttal. He could only order Bai Yu with the majesty of the Dean. Bai Yu, you contradicted the teacher, so you have to run. No soul power, run for me. Flanders originally only wanted Bai Yu to run 10 laps, but Bai Yu took the initiative to change it to 1,000 laps. Run 1,000 laps for me. Everyone was stunned. Bai Yu just expressed his opinion, and he was punished to run 1,000 laps, and he couldn't use soul power? Is this a teacher and a student? Is this a capitalist and a slave? Ning Rongrong raised her head, very dissatisfied. Dean, is it too late? Flanders didn't say anything, just looked at Bai Yu, meaning you don't run? Bai Yu's face turned slightly pale, but he still turned around and said to everyone. Everyone, I'll run, I'll run. As he said that, he ran outside. The expression of strength hidden in weakness and determination hidden in helplessness made Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu angry. They glanced at Flanders and said. Dean, Bai Yu is from the auxiliary department, you are trying to kill him. Flanders laughed. Then he can drop out. They gritted their teeth, caught up with Bai Yu, and said. You are standing up for us, you can't be the only one punished, we will run with you. Bai Yu frowned and scolded. Nonsense. Go back. The 3 women shook their heads and said firmly. No, we are companions, aren't we? Bai Yu was stunned, looked at the determined eyes of the 3 women, and nodded slowly. Seeing the backs of the 4 people running away, Dai Mubai and Oscar looked at Tang San. Should we run? Chapter 53 Bai Yu was punished, the 3 women stood up. Dai Mubai and Oscar were still hesitating, Tang San had already started. Xiao Yu, wait for me, we are companions. Tang San chased after them, mainly to show off in front of Xiao Wu, and also to get closer to the 3 women. Oscar and Dai Mubai looked at each other, then let's run too, once we gain their trust, it will be the day for us to backstab them. Seeing all the students running out of the village together, Flanders opened his mouth wide. God knows, he really didn't think of using this to unite them, he just wanted to take the opportunity to make things difficult for Ning Rongrong, but this group of guys united inexplicably. At this time, Zhao Wuji came over from that direction, and was very surprised to see everyone running together. He walked up to Flanders and smiled. Brother, you are worthy of it. You united these little bastards on the first day of class. Flanders put his hands behind his back, raised his chin and said. Of course. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps it's over. Without soul power, everyone is already panting. A narration appeared in front of Bai Yu. After 10 laps, your physical strength begins to decline. He changed decline to increase. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt very strong and had more physical strength than before the run. But he still pretended to be out of breath and turned back to encourage Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Dai Mubai and Tang San also followed. Seeing Bai Yu encouraging the three women, they cheered everyone up and encouraged everyone. That's right, let's cheer together. Yes, yes, we are companions, we have to keep the formation. Plot, seeing you encourage everyone, Dai Mubai and Tang San also want to show their presence, so Dai Mubai encouraged and Tang San encouraged. Bai Yu changed encourage to no energy and encouraged to side stitch, just 2 words. Dai Mubai and Tang San had just finished talking when suddenly, Dai Mubai's legs softened and he fell to the ground without any warning, his face directly into a mud pit, and he was covered in mud. When Tang San saw this, he suddenly couldn't help laughing. As soon as he opened his mouth, his laughter was blocked in his trachea. I got a stitch in the side. Tang San couldn't stand the pain of stitch in the side and sat down on the ground. As a result, he didn't notice that there was a scorpion under his butt. The scorpion was startled by him and clamped his butt. Ah! Tang San jumped up on the spot in pain, but because of the stitch in the side, he fell forward in pain and hit the ground with his head, making a loud bang. Everyone was stunned. Oscar quickly helped Dai Mubai and Tang San up. Both of them had mud on their faces, and they looked like 2 mud men. Puff! Xiao Wu almost got hurt, so Bai Yu walked up to the 2 of them and said with concern. Mubai, Xiao San, why don't you 2 take a break? I'm the one being punished, not you. Dai Mubai and Tang San looked at each other. They had already run this far, so why would they give up halfway? Wouldn't they be looked down upon by these women? No, Xiao Yu, we are companions, we have to run together. They said in unison. Bai Yu didn't stop them and continued to run, while Ning Rongrong laughed in a low voice. 2 grown men are holding us girls back, tut tut tut. Her voice was very low, but Dai Mubai heard the general idea, turned his head and glared at her. What did you say? However, because the mud on his face was not wiped clean, his glaring expression looked funny and funny. Ning Rongrong wanted to retort, but couldn't help laughing and followed Bai Yu's footsteps with a smile. Dai Mubai was very angry. At this time, Oscar walked up to him and asked. Boss Dai, do you want a sausage to recover? Get lost! Who wants to eat your stinky sausage? After cursing, Dai Mubai followed him with a curse, and Oscar followed him with a wronged look on his face, and everyone continued to run. 11 laps, 12 laps, 20 laps. As the lap speed increased, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu were all a little tired. Although Bai Yu had opened the cheat, his physical strength increased instead of decreased, but he still pretended to be exhausted. While panting, he said to the 3 women. You 3, stop running, take a rest. I am the one who is punished, not you. Don't hurt yourself. Xiao Wu held her knees and said intermittently. No, no. Xiao, Xiaowu, we are companions. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were too tired to speak. As for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, the 3 of them had already fallen down from exhaustion under Bai Yu's modification. Bai Yu and his 4 companions had already left them behind for several laps, so the 3 of them simply gave up, running symbolically, but actually taking a walk. Ning Rongrong glanced at their backs from a distance, panting and whispering to herself. 3 useless people. Bai Yu said seriously. Seriously, don't run anymore. If you are punished with me again, I won't consider you my companions. The 3 women showed a hesitant expression. Bai Yu took a step and continued to run, shouting without looking back. Go back to the academy and wait for me. Don't catch up, otherwise I won't recognize you as my companions. The 3 women didn't catch up in the end. They watched Bai Yu's back running farther and farther. After a short rest, the three women walked towards the academy. Dai Mubai and the other two also followed shamelessly. The six of them walked back to the academy and found that Flanders had moved a bench and sat under a parasol to drink tea. Ning Rongrong's anger rose immediately. She walked to Flanders in 2 or 3 steps. Just when she was about to call him by his name, she suddenly thought of Bai Yu, who was still running. She hesitated for a moment and changed her words. Dean, Bai Yu has already run more than 20 laps. It will be dark if he runs any more. Do you want him to keep running? Flanders took a sip of tea and said casually. If he wants to run, then let him run. He didn't target Bai Yu, but Bai Yu insisted on running, so he was happy to use Bai Yu as an example to scare the monkeys. When Bai Yu couldn't run anymore and fell down from exhaustion, and came to him to beg for mercy, he would naturally let Bai Yu go. But Bai Yu liked to be stubborn, so let him be stubborn. Flanders's appearance angered the three girls. Tang San was also a little angry. After all, Bai Yu was his good brother. He said, Dean, it's getting dark. Xiao Yu will be exhausted if he keeps running. Can you write it down first and punish him slowly later? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and nodded secretly. The guy finally said something sensible. Flanders took another sip of tea and said calmly. Isn't he tired yet? Let's talk about it when he is tired. The three women were so angry that they didn't even eat dinner. They just stood at the entrance of the village, watching Bai Yu passing by the entrance from time to time, running around and around. 30 laps. 40 laps. Dai Mubai and Oscar brought dinner, but in order to be angry with Flanders, the three women said they would not eat anything and would wait for Bai Yu to eat together, which made Dai Mubai and Oscar speechless and envious of Bai Yu. When Bai Yu ran 50 laps, it was completely dark. Flanders could no longer sit still. He also walked to the entrance of the village and murmured. This kid ran 50 laps without a minute's rest. Is he going to die? Ning Rongrong looked at Flanders and said angrily. Dean, let him stop. Chapter 54 Departure, Great Fighting Arena. Flanders coughed twice. Bai Yu happened to be running towards this side. He hurriedly shouted. Bai Yu, that's enough. Let's stop here today. Bai Yu ran to Flanders. When he was far away, everyone couldn't see him clearly. Now that he was close, everyone found that Bai Yu was pale and bloodless, and his breathing was like a bellows. It seemed that he would fall down in the next second. No. Dean, since you have punished me to run 1,000 laps, I will finish it. Flanders was also startled, wiped the non-existent sweat, and said. Okay, I punished you just to teach you a lesson, not to punish you on purpose. If you continue to run. What if something happens? Ning Rongrong turned her head to look at him. Then you let him run 1,000 laps. Flanders coughed dryly and said nothing. How could he know that Bai Yu was so stubborn? He ran as soon as he said he would, without any rest, and finished 50 laps. It was this stubbornness that made Flanders look up to him. However, the next second, Bai Yu suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone was startled. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu rushed to help him up before Tang San, and walked towards Bai Yu's room. Before leaving, Ning Rongrong glared at Flanders. It was all because of this old deng that Bai Yu fainted. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu took the room key from Bai Yu's pocket and opened the door. The dormitory conditions of Shrek Academy are average, but this simple room is well organized by Bai Yu, except for the desk. There are many books on the desk, some are spread out on the table, some are clipped with bookmarks, and some are covered upside down, looking messy. But everyone knows that this is called real reading. Can the guy who puts hardcover books on the bookshelf for decoration be called a reader? The books are all brand new, and they read shitty books. Xiao Wu murmured. So Xiao Yu is so hard-working. Ning Rongrong also saw the layout of Bai Yu's room, but now she is not anxious about this, but Bai Yu. She and Xiao Wu worked hard to carry Bai Yu to the bed, and then told Dai Mubai and others who followed. Go and get a basin of warm water. Dai Mubai and Tang San were stunned and did not respond. It was Zhu Zuqing who took the initiative to get water and soon got it. Xiao Wu took the towel, soaked it in warm water, wrung it out, and carefully wiped the sweat off Bai Yu's face. Tang San and Dai Mubai wanted to say several times, "Why don't we do it? It's a bit inconvenient for you girls to take care of Bai Yu." But seeing their serious looks, Tang San and Dai Mubai couldn't open their mouths. Soon, Bai Yu opened his eyes. He had to open his eyes, he was about to cough from the fragrance. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were surprised. "Xiao Yu, are you awake?" Bai Yu showed a blank expression. "I fainted." Xiao Wu nodded. "Well, you fainted while running, and Rongrong and I carried you back." Bai Yu looked at Ning Rongrong and said sincerely, "Thank you very much." Ning Rongrong showed a relieved smile. "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay." At this time, Flanders coughed outside the door. "Okay, let Bai Yu have a good rest." "Bai Yu, you have a day off tomorrow and have a good rest. Don't run anymore, do you hear me?" Hypocrisy. The three women cursed secretly in their hearts. "Now you know to let Bai Yu rest, then why didn't you know when you punished Bai Yu?" Soon, everyone left, and Bai Yu sensed through the jade pendant that no one was watching him, so he turned over comfortably. "Go to sleep." The next day after class, the three girls agreed to come and see Bai Yu. As a result, Dai Mubai and the other two followed like a tail. So the six of them came to Bai Yu's room together, but saw that Bai Yu's face was still a little pale, but he was still practicing secretly. "Xiao Yu, you were injured yesterday. You need to rest well. How can you practice?" Xiao Wu was very anxious. Ning Rongrong also echoed. Yes, you need to rest well now, otherwise it is easy to hurt your foundation." Bai Yu smiled weakly. "Thank you, I know." Then, Tang San took the lunch box from Zhu Zuqing, walked to Bai Yu, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yu, this is the dinner we brought for you." Bai Yu took the lunch box and opened it. He was a little hungry, but suddenly he was not hungry anymore. "Damn, dark cuisine!" Bai Yu said with a strange look on his face. "Is the cafeteria still busy?" Everyone was stunned. Dai Mubai said, "Not yet, what are you going to do?" 40 minutes later, everyone looked at the mapo tofu and braised eggplant on the table, tears streaming from the corners of their mouths. Bai Yu added a bowl of rice to himself. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he coughed twice and said, "Ahem, everyone, I don't like people staring at me when I eat." Look, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu gritted their teeth. "Bai Yu, your cooking smells so good, why didn't you tell us?" Bai Yu looked innocent. "You didn't ask." Under the coercion of the two girls, Bai Yu promised to cook for them when he had time, and everyone left with satisfaction. Dai Mubai and Tang San didn't stop him because they were also greedy. After dinner, Bai Yu went to bed early. The next morning, he was the first to come to the training ground. He soon saw Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others, and also saw Ma Heng-jun. Wait, Ma Heng-jun was discharged from the hospital? Bai Yu was a little surprised, and then he heard Oscar's voice coming from another direction. "Hey? Fatty, are you discharged from the hospital?" The fat on Ma Heng-jun's face twitched, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Well, I'm discharged. The dean asked the dean of Soto City Hospital to help me with the treatment. He is a sole master of the treatment department. But that thing is gone, which makes Ma Heng-jun so heartbroken that he wants to die. It happened that it was his teacher Flanders who did it, so he didn't know where to get angry. Fortunately, he kept the thing. If there is a chance in the future, he can find a way to take it back. Although the chance is slim, for Ma Heng-jun, a little hope is also hope. After all, not being able to be a ladybug in the future is more painful than killing him, Ma Hung Jun. Soon, Flanders came over, saw that everyone was there, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Very good, everyone line up and follow me into the city together." Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu's eyes lit up. "Is today's training task to go shopping?" Flanders smiled contemptuously, a little girl, thinking about these all day long. Dai Mubai was thoughtful, and suddenly blurted out, "Dean, do you want us to go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena?" Flender nodded, "That's right." At this time, Tang San asked, "What is the Great Soul Fighting Arena?" Dai Mubai introduced. "It is the place for fighting souls. According to the level of the registered soul masters, it is divided into different levels for fighting souls. The audience can bet, and the soul fighting arena and soul masters also have income. It is a place where many casual cultivators make money." Flender continued. "Not only can you make money there, but you can also exercise your actual combat ability. There are 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles, but you are mainly 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 now. After all, you are all monsters, so you naturally can't practice with ordinary cultivation methods. By the way, Oscar, Bai Yu, Ning Rongrong, you three stay in the academy, Zhao Wuji will teach you." Ning Rongrong and Oscar were stunned, but then they thought it was natural. After all, they are auxiliary spirit masters, and it is too difficult for them to fight 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 spirits. However, Bai Yu said, "Dean, we have to go too." Chapter 55 Stinky Sausages and Stinky Farts Team Up. Nonsense! Bai Yu, yesterday I thought you were a perseverant person, why did you become so ignorant today? Flanders frowned and taught. Ning Rongrong and Oscar also looked at Bai Yu, not knowing why he wanted to go to the big spirit fighting field. After all, Flanders said that it was mainly 1-on-1 and 2-on-2, so on the narrow arena, auxiliary spirit masters could only drag their teammates down. Bai Yu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "First, since they want to accumulate practical experience, I think our auxiliary spirit masters should also go. After all, we auxiliary spirit masters may go to the battlefield or the wild in the future, and actual combat is inevitable. Second, we may also be ambushed by the enemy in the wild in the future. At that time, let alone 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, 10-on-2 is possible. At that time, it will not be as simple as fighting spirits. So I think the three of us should also try to fight against the strong with the weak from now on." Tang San also said to Flender after hearing this. "Dean, I think Xiaowu is right." Dai Mubai also agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed, Flender quickly changed his words. "Okay, since you have such a heart, it is not impossible. But in the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena, the registration fee for fighting spirits is 10 gold soul coins. If you lose 10 games in a row, your fighting spirit qualification will be automatically cancelled and you need to re-register, which requires a higher fee. If you have money, of course you can go there to accumulate experience." Oscar's face froze, but Ning Rongrong and Bai Yu had no expression. Flanders continued. "In addition, after registering at the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena, you will get an Iron Fighting Badge. You get 1 point for each win and 1 point for each loss. When you accumulate 100 points, you will be upgraded to a Bronze Fighting Badge. Above that is the Silver Fighting Badge. Except for Bai Yu and the other three, I require you to get the Silver Fighting Badge before graduation. Is there a problem?" Everyone shook their heads. "Very good, then we'll set off." The Great Soul Fighting Arena is one of the most popular places in Soto City. Therefore, at night, with the Great Soul Fighting Arena as the center, there is a circle of people around, supporting countless vendors and shops including foot washing shops, which is like an industrial chain. As everyone walked towards the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Flanders instructed. "Dai Mubai, take them to register later. You are a soul master, go play the singles match by yourself. Xiao Wu and Tang San are on one team, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun are on another team. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's faces froze. Fortunately, at this time, Bai Yu said again. Dean, what about me? Flanders raised his eyebrows and said. This is your first time here, just watch from the side, and you can play later. Bai Yu said seriously. Dean, I'm ready, I'm willing to give it a try. Flanders advised earnestly. Anyway, you are a support system. In a 2-on-2 match, bringing you is equivalent to a natural disadvantage. In that case, let alone accumulating points to upgrade, it may be a problem to maintain your position. If you don't believe me, ask Daimyo Bai and ask him how many points he has accumulated. Daimyo Bai's face was a little gloomy, and he said in a deep voice. I started fighting spirits at level 29, and now I have 29 wins and 27 losses, and only 2 points. Everyone was shocked. Flanders looked at the shocked expressions of these guys and was very satisfied. He smiled and said. Of course, if someone is willing to accompany you to lose points and stay in the league, I have nothing to say if you two team up. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing raised their hands at the same time and said in unison. I am willing to team up with Bai Yu. Tang San and Ma Hongjun's faces froze. These two women would rather team up with Bai Yu, who is a support system, than with them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Anyway, they didn't want to team up with Tang San and Ma Hongjun. At this time, Bai Yu glanced at Ning Rongrong and smiled. How about? I team up with Rongrong. Everyone was shocked at this. Even Ning Rongrong didn't expect that Bai Yu would actually propose to team up with her. When Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing raised their hands just now, she actually wanted to raise her hand, but when she thought that two support systems teaming up was no different from giving away points, she held back. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu actually took the initiative to propose. Flanders was the first to reprimand. Nonsense! What's the point of you two auxiliary systems forming a team? Are you going to give away points? Bai Yu pointed at his belt, looked at Tang San, and said. I have the hidden weapon Xiao San gave me. I can sneak attack when the opponent is not paying attention. The chances of winning are very high. Flanders was stunned and looked at Tang San. Tang San showed a hesitant look and asked. Xiao Yu, even if you have hidden weapons, you are still dangerous. You and Rongrong are both auxiliary systems. Apart from hidden weapons, you have no other means, and your skills in using hidden weapons may not be as accurate as mine. Bai Yu smiled and said. Just treat it as training. Once we are defeated, Rongrong and I will jump off the ring immediately. Don't worry. Moreover, Rongrong and I can use our martial spirits together to offset the negative buffs. The opponent can't stop us. This sentence persuaded Tang San. Tang San looked at Flanders and introduced his hidden weapons. Flanders was also amazed when he learned that Bai Yu had injured Zhao Wuji with hidden weapons, so he agreed to Bai Yu's request. He knew that young people were arrogant and would not give up until they lost a few games. Anyway, as Bai Yu said, the two auxiliary martial spirits accelerated together and were determined to jump off the ring. The opponent could not stop them. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong successfully teamed up. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and smiled like a gentleman. Xiao Wu, let's team up together. Xiao Wu took Zhu Zuqing's hand and said with a smile. I'll team up with Zhu Qing. This Tang San was anxious, you two are both agile attack systems. If you team up together, your attack methods are too simple. Who cares? And as Xiao Yu said, there will be all kinds of situations on the battlefield in the future. Can't I adapt in advance? Tang San was speechless and turned to look at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun coughed twice and said to himself. Ahem, I suddenly want to play a singles match. Dai boss, let's go to the singles match arena together. Tang San. What do you mean? Isolate me, right? Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San guiltily. It's not that I'm isolating you, it's just that you're too abstract. This ring is huge. And you only have the power of 3 farts. If you release 3 farts, they can barely cover the ring, but then you'll be useless, and the opponent may not be knocked down by your farts. Teaming up with you is equivalent to 1 against 2. Tang San suddenly felt something, subconsciously turned his head, and met Oscar's expectant gaze. Hee hee. Xiao San, I'm also accumulating experience. Let's team up. He knew very well that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun would not team up with him, let alone others. Only Tang San could team up. Tang San, ... He thought about it. Oscar threw the stinky sausage at the opponent. That thing was more useful than a hidden weapon, and the opponent would definitely spit it out on the spot. So he agreed to team up with Oscar. Stinky farts and stinky sausages together, a match made in heaven. Chapter 56 I Fight Elites. By you, what should we call our team? How about the Yu-Rong combination? Ning Rong Rong asked with some expectation. Down jacket? Bai Yu was too lazy to complain, and said casually. You come up with it. Soon, the 3 teams of 6 walked to the registration office. The staff member in charge of registration at the registration office was a big lady with a purple high ponytail. Oscar and Tang San looked like pigs when they saw her. Tang San was still a little restrained for the sake of face, and Oscar was about to drool. The disgust on the face of the purple-haired lady flashed away, and she asked in a cold voice. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Oscar handed over the 10 gold soul coins, hoping that she would reach out to take them, but she pointed to the table and motioned Oscar to put the money on the table. Oscar was a little disappointed, and Tang San said our group name is Tang Ao Group. The young lady was busy for a while and threw a badge, which was the token of the fighting arena, to the 2 of them, with the group name engraved on it. Oscar left reluctantly, and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Bai Yu, and Ning Rong Rong also signed up. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's group is called Qingwu Group, and Bai Yu and Ning Rong Rong's is called Honor Group, both of which are homophonic characters. Bai Yu wanted to complain, but after thinking about it, it was unnecessary, so forget it. Soon, the broadcast sounded in the fighting arena. Please ask the Tang Ao group to go to the number 2 fighting arena to prepare. Tang San and Oscar stood up, waved to Bai Yu and the other 4, and walked towards the number 2 fighting arena. Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu. Xiao Yu, shall we go watch the fight? As soon as the words fell, another voice came from the radio. Please ask the Qingwu team to go to the number 3 fighting spirit arena to prepare. Xiao Wu had no choice but to leave with Zhu Zuqing. Bai Yu looked at Ning Rong Rong and smiled. It just so happens that the number 2 and number 3 fighting spirit arenas are not far apart. We can see both venues on the 2nd floor at the same time. Let's go. Ning Rong Rong nodded obediently. When the 2 came to the 2nd floor, they stood by the guardrail and had a panoramic view of the situation in the number 2 and number 3 fighting spirit arenas. The opponents of the Tang Ao team were the Blacksmith brothers, while the opponents of the Qingwu team were 2 big men called the Niuhu team, and they were very fierce. Bai Yu had no intention of intervening this time, both sides. First, he would also go to fight spirits later. If someone noticed, Oscar and Tang San would not be in trouble whenever he fought spirits. When he doesn't fight with his spirit, Oscar and Tang San will have an accident, and then they might think of something. Secondly, he also hopes that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing will accumulate practical experience, and he doesn't want to have 2 burdens around him in the future. Soon, the battle began. Tang San summoned the majestic Haoshan dog, but he didn't rush to attack, and Oscar didn't rush to show his spirit. The 2 of them looked like masters, which made the Blacksmith brothers on the opposite side a little cautious. The Blacksmith brothers looked at each other, and it was not a good thing to continue wasting time like this, so they carried the hammers together and rushed towards Tang San standing in front of them, one on the left and one on the right. At this time, Oscar aimed at Taihu on the left. The brothers were called Chinyu and Taihu, looking like he was going to exert force, which scared Taihu to stop and prepare for defense. Tang San took the opportunity to command Haoshan Dog to rush towards Chinyu, and the fierce appearance of Haoshan Dog also scared Chinyu, and he also took a defensive posture. Just then, Haoshan Dog suddenly turned around and aimed its butt at Chinyu, who was ready for battle. Poof! This time Tang San did not shout slogans, because the arena of the fighting spirit field was not as narrow as the hotel lobby, and it was difficult for his fart to spread, so he planned to fight quickly. Tainiu was hit by Tang San's soft and bone-numbing fart, and his whole body was weak, and he also woke up. This Haoshan Dog only looked fierce, but actually only farted. He shouted, "Brother! He can only fart!" At the same time, he looked at the other side, and Oscar, who was opposite Taihu, shouted, "I have a big sausage!" The next second, a sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. Tainiu thought that the sausage was some special weapon, and was startled, until he saw Oscar raised his eyebrows at him and threw the sausage to Tang San. Then he woke up. "Fuck, you are a food-type soul master." "Hee, guess." Oscar ran away and ran behind Tang San. Tang San commanded Haoshan Dog and farted at Tainiu again, imprisoning Tainiu. After 2 farts, Tainiu almost lost the ability to fight back and could only watch Tang San rushing over. Taihu was horrified and ran towards Tainiu. "Don't hurt my brother!" And Tang San was waiting for this opportunity. A large amount of yellow fog filled Tainiu's surroundings. Tang San disappeared into the yellow fog, his figure looming. Taihu was worried about his brother, so he kept running faster without being able to see clearly inside the yellow fog. As a result, 2 silver needles pierced his shoulders, and under the effect of inertia and the piercing pain, he was directly knocked to the ground and lost the ability to resist. The audience in the stands cheered immediately, and Tang San and Oscar also enjoyed the cheers. But soon, the cheers from the number 3 fighting spirit arena overwhelmed them. It turned out that Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing also won. They used their agility to play with the 2 idiots on the opposite side. The pleasing movements and the breathtaking figures feasted the eyes of the audience, so the cheers were deafening. At this time, a voice came from the radio, asking the honorary group to go to the number 1 fighting soul arena. Bai Yu smiled and said to Ning Rongrong, "They are all good, we can't lose face." Ning Rongrong was actually a little nervous, nodded, pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The 2 walked to the preparation room of the number 1 fighting soul arena. A staff member came to briefly explain the admission process to them. After waiting for a while, he signaled them to enter. The 2 walked out of the lounge and walked into the corridor leading to the ring. They just saw a pair of duos coming down. One of them seemed to be seriously injured. He was supported by his partner and still limping. The staff around Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong said, "Although it is a game fight, there are no eyes on the ring. If you can't hold on, don't hold on, otherwise this will be the end. Okay, go, remember to wave to the audience when you enter." The 2 walked to the end of the corridor, took out the mask, put it on, and stepped out. Behind them was a black. It was dark, and there were dazzling lights and deafening cheers in front of him. The number 1 fighting soul arena was the most watched fighting soul arena. A pair of men and women came out from the opposite corridor. The man had shifty eyes and a bloated figure, while the woman was tall, with white teeth and red lips. When she walked, her waist twisted and turned, which was a bit charming. The host lady saw both parties coming out, so she introduced them passionately. The 2 sides of this fighting soul are the honor combination that played for the first time, and the Gishin combination that has won 9 games in a row. The popularity of the Gishin combination is obviously higher than that of the honor combination, and the 9 consecutive wins show that they are the elites of this level. And Bai Yu has heard that there is a long Gishin in Soto City, who is one of the big landlords in Soto City. In order to make money and become famous, they often train or hire powerful soul masters to fight souls in the fighting soul arena. This Gishin combination is likely to be the case. And such combinations have one characteristic, that is, strong. But Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong were not discouraged. Even if someone booed them, even if the opponent looked very strong, they did not lose heart. Elite? They were beating the elite today. Chapter 57. I directly blocked the smoke in the middle. The game officially begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, the Gai Tian combination suddenly attacked. The man summoned a big knife martial spirit to chop at Bai Yu, while the woman did not summon a martial spirit, but she rushed towards Ning Rongrong, and she was not friendly. However, Ning Rongrong did not panic. She had discussed tactics with Bai Yu in advance. At this moment, she did not retreat but advanced. She took a step forward, staring at the woman opposite, as if she was going to use a big move. Sure enough, this success made the woman hesitate. She saw that her charge speed slowed down a lot, and then suddenly turned and rushed towards Bai Yu. 200-year soul rings emerged, and a long sword appeared in the woman's hand. The two Gai Tian combination combined their swords and suddenly chopped at Bai Yu. The momentum even reached the soul master. It appears the strongest move of the Gishin combination, the double swords. In the previous 9 games, only 3 opponents forced them to use this move. It seems that they can't wait for the 10th consecutive victory, and they used the strongest move right away. The host was excited all of a sudden, as if the old man under the table was exerting his strength. The audience also stood up one after another. Many of them witnessed the Gishin combination from its infancy to winning 9 games in a row. They knew that the enemy would be defeated once the double swords were used, so they were ready to cheer. More importantly, they bet a lot of money on the Gishin combination and were ready to collect the money. However, at this moment, Bai Yu, who was locked by the double swords, did not panic. He saw an oval object suddenly slip out of his sleeves. At the moment of landing, a large amount of smoke instantly spread. Smoke bomb. While the smoke blocked everyone's sight, Bai Yu summoned his 3 soul pets, Bamboo Leaf Green, Ghost Poison Scorpion and Broken Mountain Bull, and attacked from 3 different directions together. Venom Spray, Scorpion Tail Slam, and Barbarian Bull Collision. Before the 2 knives fell from the air, the Gai Tian group was knocked out, broke through the smoke, and fell outside the ring with a bang, unable to get up for a long time. The smoke continued to spread, and the audience could not see anything clearly, only seeing that the Gai Tian group was beaten unconscious. The scene was silent. The host was stunned for a long time before reacting, and his speech speed increased because of excitement. What exactly happened? The moment the smoke rose, the Gai Tian group was actually knocked out of the ring. Falling out of the ring is considered a failure, but now we cannot determine the situation of the honor group, so we cannot announce the honor group for the time being. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong walked out of the smoke side by side and waved to the audience. The host was embarrassed, slapping me in the face, right? The audience was stunned for a moment and burst into cheers. Although only a few people were cheering, the voices were loud, because before the game, they were too much money to spend, so they dared to bet on newcomers, but now the Gai Tian combination, which had won 9 games in a row, was defeated by the newcomers, so of course they were overjoyed. Making a fortune. And more people bet on the Gai Tian combination, and now they all fell silent. The host quickly announced, "Congratulations to the honor combination for winning." Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong didn't care whether there were cheers or not, and they walked all the way back to the lounge from the corridor. In the lounge, the staff responsible for guiding the players were obviously much more respectful. When they saw the 2 people coming, they diligently guided them to leave. Ning Rongrong, who had been pretending to be cool, waited for the staff to leave before asking impatiently, "Bai Yu, did you make the smoke just now? What is that? Is it also a hidden weapon given by Tang San? That was the smoke bomb I exchanged from the system mall. Bai Yu smiled. It is a hidden weapon, but I made it myself. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, and she seemed very curious about it. Soon, they met up with the Tang Ao and King Guo groups. The four of them did not see the battle process of the honor group in time, but Ning Rongrong described it vividly. Tang San immediately looked at Bai Yu and asked, Xiao Yu, can you show me your homemade hidden weapon? Bai Yu took out a smoke bomb from his belt and handed it to Tang San. Tang San took it and observed it for a long time, but he couldn't see the reason, and he was a little discouraged. With the knowledge of hidden weapons that I have learned in the Tang sect for so many years, I can't see the mystery of this hidden weapon. It seems that I am not good at learning. And Bai Yu laughed in his heart, Tang San, he definitely can't understand it. He is an ancient man. This is a modern smokescreen. It's impossible for him to understand it. In the Qing dynasty, there were princes and ministers who treated steam trains as steam carriages. They even laid a track in the palace and let horses pull the steam locomotives. At this time, the radio broadcasted again, asking the Tang Ao combination to go to the number 4 Fighting Soul Arena. Bai Yu and his 4 companions came to the audience and watched the Tang Ao combination go to the ring. Their opponents in this game were average in strength. They had 4 wins and 3 losses in the first 7 games, so many gamblers bet on the Tang Ao combination. Xiao Wu looked at Bai Yu and asked, Xiao Yu, can Oscar and his team win? Bai Yu smiled. Yes. As for how to win? You wait and see. At the beginning of the game, the opponent combination was 2 strong attacking Soul Masters. Because the secret of Oscar's food Soul Master had been exposed, the opponent launched an all-out attack as soon as he came up, leaving no room for maneuver, and striving for a quick victory. Oscar hid behind Tang San. Tang San commanded Haoshan Dog to fart, blocking the opponent's attack route, and then retreated with Oscar, opening the purple demon eye. However, the opponent was also very vigilant. When the yellow fog was spreading, the two retreated quickly and were not covered by the yellow fog, which made Tang San unable to find a chance to use hidden weapons. At this time, seeing that Tang San had farted, Oscar quietly summoned the super invincible sausage from behind, wanting to replenish Tang San's soul power. This time, Oscar did not summon the stinky sausage. He was overjoyed and grabbed Tang San's shoulder and fed him sausage from behind. Tang San was closely watching the opponent's movements and looking for opportunities. Without thinking too much, he chewed the sausage and ate it in a few bites, and then he reacted. Did I eat Oscar's sausage? He felt some physical nausea in his stomach, but more of Oscar's sausage was restoring his soul power. Tang San frowned subconsciously, because according to this recovery speed, Oscar needs to summon 5 or 6 sausages to make up for his fart, which is useless to him. Alas, the disadvantages of the 4-year and 7-year spirit rings are too fatal. With only 3 farts, if I can't fight quickly, I will be dragged to death by my opponent sooner or later. Tang San thought so. At this time, the opponent also moved. They bypassed the yellow fog and launched an attack from another direction. Tang San frowned. The arena was too big. If he farted again to block the opponent's sight, if the opponent was still cautious and didn't give him a chance to use hidden weapons, he would have no farts. After the last game, Tang San used various methods to recover, but only recovered 2 farts. If he hadn't been confident and had the Xian Gong, Ghost Shadow Mitsu Koji and hidden weapons, he wouldn't even play this game. Tang San finally felt the pain of the single-digit spirit ring. He had never understood Yu Xiaogang so well. With only 3 farts, he was too restricted. Just when Tang San was ready to fight a quick victory, Oscar summoned another sausage. When he saw that the sausage was the wrong color, he threw it towards his opponent without saying a word. Chapter 58 Sausage and Stinky Fart Combination is as good as its name. Hey? What's wrong with this guy? He threw a sausage over here. Haha, maybe he can't beat us and is going to bribe us with this thing, ha ha ha. Who can't stand such a test? The opponent of the Tang Ao combination was still laughing, but as soon as the sausage rolled to their feet, a foul smell instantly penetrated their nasal cavity, causing them to vomit with a wow. Good opportunity. Tang San commanded the Haoshan dog to pounce on the vomiting opponent, and without saying a word, he farted and knocked the opponent down. The host announced loudly. In this game, the Tang Ao combination won. Tang San and Oscar clapped their hands happily, and the audience in the stands were even happier than them. Ha ha ha, 1 to 2.7, Buddy bet 20 gold soul coins, got 50 gold soul coins. Hey, I bet 30. The brave ones will die of overeating and the timid ones will starve to death. You are all rubbish, I bet 100. Fuck. Brother is awesome. Brother smokes. After the audience had a good time, they suddenly realized something and hurriedly asked. What was that sausage move just now that made the opponent vomit? I don't know, I just saw the Tang Ao combination throw a sausage over, and then the opponent vomited. At this time, a spectator sitting in the first row, that is, closest to the ring, walked up with the wall, looking a little weak. Some spectators recognized him as an old gambler, so they asked. Lao Li, what happened? Lao Li waved his hand, and said with lingering fear. Don't mention it, that sausage is too smelly, ugh. Everyone looked at each other and immediately understood what happened. So someone in the stands shouted. Stinky sausage god, we like you. Come on, stinky sausage god. Keep fighting. Stinky sausage brother, next time I'll bet 100 gold soul coins. Oscar, who was leaving the stage, paused and almost fell. Tang San was holding back his laughter in pain, but the next second he heard someone shouting. And that stinky fart god, come on, stinky fart god. Tang San's expression froze. Oscar laughed loudly, gloating. Soon, the 6 people gathered, and all 3 groups won 2 consecutive victories, and either they were physically exhausted or lacked soul power. Anyway, everyone decided to stop here and continue tomorrow. Continue. Soon, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also came over. Dai Mubai is now a level 37 soul master, and Ma Hongjun is a level 29 great soul master. Both of them are top level in their respective ranks, so they also won 2 games in a row tonight. The 8 people found Flanders, who was drinking tea in a private room. Flanders took a sip of tea, glanced at everyone, and said. Not bad, they all won, especially the Tang Jao combination and the Honor combination, both of which won 2 consecutive victories, which was beyond my expectation. They did a good job. Although he said so, there was not much joy in Flanders' voice. Bai Yu guessed that this guy probably didn't think he would lead Ning Rong, nor Oscar, so he bet on them to lose, and ended up losing a lot. Flanders stood up and said with a fake smile. That's it for today, and we'll continue tomorrow. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena. This is the number 2 Fighting Soul Arena. The 2 teams are the Honor combination, which was a rookie yesterday but won 2 consecutive victories. They defeated the Gishin combination, which won 9 games in a row yesterday, but their first opponent today is the Shuanghua combination, which also won 9 games in a row. As soon as the host finished speaking, Bai Yu and Ning Rong looked in the direction of her finger. 2 men walked out from the opposite side, one tall and one short, with fierce expressions, and they seemed to have seen blood. Bai Yu and Ning Rong were looking at each other, and the other party was also looking at them, and they were very solemn. That man can create smoke. In both games yesterday, he defeated his opponent in the smoke instantly, and he didn't even release his martial spirit. You must be careful. The woman was the same yesterday. She didn't show her martial spirit, and it didn't work. Maybe she is a vase. Let's pretend to target that man and then suddenly attack that woman. Okay. Seeing that both sides were ready, the host announced the start of the game. As soon as the words fell, the double tigers summoned their martial spirits, a ferocious spotted tiger and a sinister shadow tiger, and rushed towards Bai Yu together. Bai Yu was not panicked at all, and raised his hand slightly, as if he was going to take something out of his belt. The double tigers noticed this and growled. He's going to create smoke, move. The two turned around instantly and rushed towards Ning Rong Rong. At the same time, Bai Yu took out a flash bomb. Close your eyes! Bai Yu shouted, and Ning Rong Rong obeyed and quickly closed her eyes. Then, the flash bomb fell at the feet of the double tigers, and the two subconsciously lowered their heads, and then there was nothing else. Ah! My eyes! The two covered their eyes and rolled on the ground, in agony. Bai Yu walked over slowly, kicked the two almost blind people off the ring with one kick each. If nothing else, the ignorant are fearless, and they dared to look directly at the flash bomb at close range. This courage is unparalleled. After Bai Yu kicked the two off the field, the scene was completely silent. The audience was stunned. Although the honor combination defeated the Gai Tian combination yesterday, no one expected that they would win today more easily than yesterday. The scene was silent for a long time, and finally there was a sparse applause, which soon turned into thunder, like thunder piercing the ears. Awesome! Fuck, I bet 100 gold soul coins and made a fortune. Honor combination, I love you. Broken voice. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Ning Rong Rong's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, but then shrank. For no other reason, although she won consecutive victories, she didn't have any chance to show off. Bai Yu easily solved the opponent by himself, which made her feel very insignificant. When the two left the stage, Ning Rong Rong pinched Bai Yu's arm and whispered, "Hey, can you give me something to do?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "There will be a chance, don't panic." The two met up with the King Guo group. Xiao Wu's eyes were full of stars, and she praised Bai Yu for being awesome. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, she looked at Bai Yu with admiration and approval. The four came to the number 5 Fighting Spirit Arena, where the Tang Ao group was fighting spirits. Their opponents were a pair of rookies, so many people at the scene chose to bet on the Tang Ao group, which had won 2 consecutive games yesterday. However, the Tang Ao group lost. Tang San's initial plan was to use blue silver fart to attract the opponent's attention, and then use Oscar's stinky sausage to directly spit out the opponent's stinky sausage, so that they could easily win. But Oscar summoned 3 or 4 times in a row, but failed to summon the stinky sausage, causing the opponent to leave the range of the blue silver fart and quickly forced Oscar off the stage. Although Tang San fought back at the last moment and knocked one of his opponents off the stage, it was too late in the end, and he was knocked off the stage by the remaining opponent. The scene was also silent, with only a small number of spectators who bet on the new group cheering. Then, a lot of abuse rang out from the scene, from the gamblers who lost money. Rubbish stinky sausage. It stinks too much. It stinks as much as your sausage. Stinky fart man, CNM, so rubbish, waste. 2 idiots, get out. Tang San and Oscar's faces were gloomy and very angry, but they couldn't get angry, so they could only leave the stage in dismay. Thanks to Song Xiaotian for the reward, thank you brother Song. 59 Chapter 59 Bai Yu breaks through level 30. 59. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, how did you gain today? Bai Yu looked at Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Xiao Wu smiled proudly. Tonight, 3 consecutive victory. If everything goes well, Zuqing and I will be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories the night after tomorrow. Bai Yu nodded, and so did Ning Rong Rong. Then, the 4 of them turned their eyes to Tang San and Oscar. Tang San and Oscar's faces froze and they said awkwardly. Something unexpected happened. Without waiting for others to ask what the accident was, Flanders came over and interrupted everyone's conversation. Everyone go back and have a good rest, and continue tomorrow. He bet on the Tang Ao combination to win and the Honor combination to lose, but it turned out to be all wrong. If the King Guo combination had not performed as steadily as always, he would have lost a lot today. But the small loss also made Flanders very upset. Seeing that the Dean was in a bad mood, everyone did not dare to say much. After Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun gathered, they hurriedly left the big fighting spirit field together. For the next 3 days, everyone fought spirits according to this mode. Among the 3 combinations, the most famous one was the Honor combination. During these 5 days, Bai Yu either used smoke bombs and soul pets or flash bombs to defeat all opponents. The method was simple and unpretentious, but no one could crack it, so Ning Rongrong didn't even use the martial soul, and won 10 consecutive victories in such a confused way. And Bai Yu didn't use the martial soul either. He won by physical means. So the Honor combination, they also became the first team in the history of the Soto City Great Fighting Spirit Arena to win 10 consecutive victories without even using their martial spirits. There is no one like them before, and there will be no one like them after. The second is the Tang Ao combination. This pair of stinky brothers is famous for their stinky farts and stinky sausages. They only lost 1 game on the first and second days, both because Oscar couldn't summon the stinky sausages. After that, Tang San was completely furious. He relied on Xian Gong, Ghost Shadow Mitsuko, Purple Extreme Demon Eye and Hidden Weapons to beat his opponents alone for 8 consecutive games, winning 8 games in a row, a total of 10 games, and accumulating 10 points. As for the King Guo combination, they won 11 out of 13 games and became the combination with the most points among the 3 teams. That morning, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing came to the training ground and saw Bai Yu coming over. Xiaowu immediately ran over to show off. "How about Xiaowu, we have 1 more point than you." Bai Yu smiled and said. "Great, great. Well, you are so perfunctory." Bai Yu looked past the willful Xiaowu and looked at Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's eyes met his, and the two nodded, which was considered a greeting. Soon, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai and others also came to the open space. Oscar asked Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, are you not going to the fighting spirit field today? I am very happy to win now. Xiao San beat them all by herself." Dai Mubai said tisk. "Look at Ning Rongrong, that's what it's like. She hasn't even opened her martial spirit." Ning Rongrong glanced at the 2 of them with disdain. "The arrogant girl." Dai Mubai pulled the corner of his mouth and said. "The dean said that we can't go to the fighting spirit field every day. Today we have a theoretical class." "Theoretical class? Is it the dean? It won't be Mr. Zhao Wuji, will he teach the theoretical class?" "Oscar, be careful that Mr. Zhao hears it." "Ahem, I didn't say anything, nothing." While everyone was playing, today's teacher came over. It was not Flanders, but Yu Xiaogang. When they saw Yu Xiaogang, Ning Rongrong and the other girls couldn't help showing disgusted expressions. But Yu Xiaogang didn't notice it at all, and said as soon as he came up. "You have been fighting in the fighting arena for 5 days. It's time to study other aspects. From today on, I will be responsible for your theoretical and practical classes. I will give you devil training. First, you." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Bai Yu raised his hand. Yu Xiaogang looked at him and asked. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of my devil training?" Bai Yu shook his head, and Yu Xiaogang said. "That's your fault. Don't you know that interrupting a teacher when he is speaking is a very impolite and uneducated thing?" Xiao Wu and the others looked at Yu Xiaogang, then at Bai Yu. Although they felt that Yu Xiaogang was making a fuss, they knew Bai Yu. Bai Yu must have something to do, otherwise he would not have suddenly interrupted Yu Xiaogang. Sure enough, Bai Yu said something shocking. "But master, I have already broken through to level 30. Can you wait until I get the 3rd spirit ring before starting your devil training?" What? You broke through to level 30? Yu Xiaogang was stunned and couldn't believe it. He had been stuck at level 29 for most of his life, but now Bai Yu had broken through to level 30. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Bai Yu nodded and released his spirit power. It was indeed level 30. Ning Rongrong and the others were overjoyed. Tang San said. Great, Xiaowu, I'll go find the dean and teacher Zhao right now. We can go to the Stardo Great Forest to help you hunt for spirit rings. Speaking of this, Tang San and Dai Mubai ran towards the dean's office and Zhao Wuji's office respectively. Yu Xiaogang came back to his senses and said to Bai Yu. Not bad, not bad, you actually broke through earlier than Xiao San and Xiao Wu, I didn't misjudge you. You must have not misjudged me, I just don't like you. Bai Yu smiled and said. Thank you for your appreciation. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Xiao Yu, do you feel anything special about breaking through level 30? What do you hope your third soul skill will be? Bai Yu smiled and said. No special feeling, I broke through naturally. As for the third soul skill, I hope it will be a range healing skill. In order to highlight his knowledge, quickly followed up. Well, your first soul skill is a range enhancement of the physical level, the second soul skill is a range enhancement of the mental level, and if the third soul skill is a range treatment, it is indeed very comprehensive. But do you know which soul beast's soul rings can produce such soul skills? Let me tell you, according to my research, the probability of plant-based soul beasts producing healing soul skills is more than 70%, and the probability of soul beasts such as golden vines, longevity bamboo, and longevity flowers is even higher. Bai Yu had drawn the Douluo continent plant atlas in the blind box a long time ago, and later bought the animal atlas, so his knowledge is many times richer than Yu Xiaogang. But he didn't rush to show off, but smiled and nodded, putting on an expression of listening carefully. Soon, Zhao Wuji rushed over, and a hearty laugh came from far and near. Ha 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 ha! Good boy! How many days have you been enrolled? You set the record of the fastest breakthrough to Soul Venerable in the history of Shrek Academy. Everyone, pack up, I will lead the team to go to the Xingda Great Forest to hunt soul rings. Everyone was very excited because this was also a rare experience. The Xingda Great Forest, the residents of the Tiandu Empire and even the entire Douluo continent have heard of it since childhood. It can even be said that most residents grew up listening to various strange stories about the Xingda Great Forest. And everyone in Shrek Academy is in their youth and is very curious. Now they are going to enter the Xingda Great Forest, of course, they are excited and nervous. However, only Bai Yu was very calm, because he was confident. With the system, he could not be defeated by any titled Douluo. In comparison, he was more concerned about whether he could meet Meng Yuran. Xiao Wu has a good figure, but she is not very sexy. She is willful and sometimes too lively, which often worries Bai Yu. Ning Rongrong has a good figure and beautiful legs. She is not so arrogant in front of him now, but Lei is too young, which is a pity. Zhu Zuqing is good in everything, but unfortunately she is too cold. Bai Yu can't find a chance to attack her for the time being. Meng Yuran combines all the advantages of the three of them, and her snake spirit makes her more flexible than Xiao Wu. Although her personality is a bit arrogant, it is not that serious. And in some occasions, this arrogant personality has a special mood. In short, hee hee. 60 Chapter 60 Those who dare not pole dance are mediocre. 60. It is a long journey from Soto City to Xingda Great Forest, and the people of Shrek Academy are going to spend the night in a small town on the way. Food is the most important thing for people, and after a day's journey, Zhao Wuji brought the hungry people to the only upscale hotel in the town to eat. No, I'm starving, waiter, bring the menu quickly. Ma Hongjun sat down on the stool, and the wooden stool creaked under the weight, but he didn't care. He greeted the waiter and touched his stomach, like a hungry pig. But when he touched his stomach, his thoughts suddenly drifted to the bottom of his stomach. Thinking of the sad things, his face froze. Daimyo Bai and Oscar also sat down. The two took the menu and ordered a lot of meat dishes without saying a word, and also ordered a lot of wine. It seems that they are ready to have a big fight. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. We will arrive at the Xingda Great Forest tomorrow. No drinking is allowed tonight. Oscar pleaded. Teacher Zhao, we are all soul masters, and we can drink a lot. It doesn't matter if we drink less, right? Daimyo Bai winked at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, I'll treat you to this meal. Zhao Wuji raised the corner of his mouth. That's good enough. I'm going back to my room to rest. Remember to bring me food. Daimyo Bai nodded and smiled knowingly. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu showed disgusted expressions. Seeing this, Bai Yu simply said. How about this, you drinkers sit at one table, and we don't drink at another table. As soon as he finished speaking, the three women's eyes lit up and they sat at the table next to them. Tang San originally wanted to sit next to Daimyo Bai, but he hesitated when he saw this. So he simply turned around and walked towards the table where people didn't drink. As a result, Daimyo Bai grabbed him and said with a smile. Xiao San, don't go home until you're drunk tonight. Without waiting for Tang San to speak, Ma Hongjun and Oscar pulled Tang San to the table and sat him down. Tang San looked helpless. I don't want to drink with a bunch of rough guys like you. I want to eat with beautiful women. Bai Yu and the three women sat at a table and handed the menu to Xiao Wu very gentlemanly. Xiao Wu was not polite either and ordered a lot of vegetarian dishes. Xiao Wu, why do you only order vegetarian dishes? Ning Rongrong took the menu, complained, and then ordered some meat dishes. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and pinched Ning Rongrong's waist. I'm responsible for ordering vegetarian dishes, and you're responsible for ordering meat dishes. Oh, you pinched me again. Watching the two women playing, Bai Yu smiled and handed the menu to Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing shook her head and said in a cold voice. That's enough, no need to order any more. Bai Yu did not force it, poured 4 glasses of water, and waited for the dishes to be served. At this time, a group of young men in red uniforms walked into the restaurant, and they were led in by a handsome middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a soul master's robe. Behind him, the uniforms of 6 men and 1 woman were clearly printed with the words Kanghui Academy. The restaurant owner immediately recognized that this was someone from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, and immediately nodded and bowed to greet him. After all, any person from the Advanced Soul Master Academy would be a student has come out, and his strength can compete for the position of mayor in their small town, so he can't be rude. At this time, Ma Hongjun, who was waiting for the food, kept his eyes on the female student from Kanghui College. The female student looked about 14 or 15 years old and had a good development. Ma Hongjun said with shining eyes. Boss Dai, the girl from Kanghui College is really good looking. Daimyo Bai couldn't stand the arrogance of Kanghui College and sneered. Little Kanghui College, what arrogance! The two were very arrogant and didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so the 8 people from Kanghui College instantly cast their eyes over. Daimyo Bai looked at Tang San and Oscar, turned his back to Kanghui Academy, and deliberately said loudly. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, we should all learn something. Experts are all low-key. Only trash will show off. Because they have been trash for a long time, they can't hold their heads up, so they want to stick their butts up for people to see, hee. Everyone in Kanghui Academy was furious. Who are you scolding? Daimyo Bai turned around. I will scold anyone who talks to me. At this time, the waiter just came over with a plate of food. One of the Kanghui Academy had a plan in mind, stretched out his leg to trip the waiter, and the plate of food immediately hit Daimyo Bai's head. In a flash, Tang San stepped forward, caught the plate of food steadily, and smiled. It is shameful to waste food. Just now, Oscar had whispered to him that the school motto of Shrek Academy is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, so they have to take the initiative to cause trouble. Daimyo Bai stood up, raised his head, opened his mouth, and looked contemptuous. Plot. Daimyo Bai was going to say that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, and then challenged everyone from Kanghui Academy to a fight. Bai Yu changed causing trouble to dancing. He didn't want to spoil Daimyo Bai and the others, but he also didn't want them to be abused too badly by Kanghui Academy, because they were now in the same group, at least on the surface. Then let's do something abstract. Daimyo Bai said to everyone from Kanghui Academy with a contemptuous expression. Haha, your Kanghui Academy is trash, unlike our Shrek Academy. In our Shrek Academy, those who dare not dance are mediocre. Yes, that's right, those who dare not dance are, hey. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were going to support Daimyo Bai, but they were stunned before they finished speaking. Dancing? Not daring to dance is mediocre? What is Douluo talking about? They thought they had heard wrong, but the next moment, Daimyo Bai turned his head to look at the center of the restaurant. There was a small platform with a steel pipe in the middle. It was obvious that the restaurant owner would invite girls to dance some hot dances from time to time in order to attract customers. Daimyo Bai walked to the steel pipe and started to dance on the steel pipe in the stunned eyes of Kanghui College, Shrek College, and all the guests in the restaurant. Daimyo Bai wrapped one foot around the steel pipe, and his huge body made all kinds of charming and seductive movements, which stunned everyone. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others were stunned. Did Boss Dai have such a side? Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong's mouths twitched wildly. Daimyo Bai danced well, but it was too inconsistent. It was so weird. Everyone in Kanghui College was confused, and their team leader was even more confused. They didn't know what Daimyo Bai was up to. Among the guests in the restaurant, several bald and unshaven old men applauded and cheered loudly, and their obscene eyes wandered over the young female students from time to time, obviously hoping that they would also dance. After the dance, Daimyo Bai used the fingers of both hands to make a gesture of lifting the hem of her skirt, and put her right foot from the back to the left of her left foot, and bowed gracefully. Everyone in Kanghui College shuddered. Could this guy be a zero? Is he interested in someone among them, so he deliberately approached them in this way? He is really cunning. How about it, are you convinced? Daimyo Bai showed a contemptuous expression again, as if he was very proud of his dancing. 61 Chapter 61 A Man's Duel, Rock Paper Scissors. 61. Hat, garbage. Just then, a boy from Kanghui College stood up. He was 1.8 meters tall and thin, and he was very disdainful of Daimyo Bai. Daimyo Bai laughed. Then you come and dance? Let's dance. The boy walked to the pole and danced gracefully. His posture was lighter than Daimyo Bai's, his movements were more relaxed than Daimyo Bai's, and his expression management was better than Daimyo Bai's. There was a hint of determination in his gentleness and a hint of charm in his confidence. Everyone was stunned, and the people of Kanghui Academy were more shocked than those of Shrek Academy. It seemed that they had never expected that there was such a pole dancing master around them. After the dance, the boy wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the stunned expressions of everyone. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have exposed something. His face changed. In order to cover up his special hobby, he quickly looked at Daimyo Bai and asked. How is it, are you convinced? Daimyo Bai clenched his fists. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was obvious that his dancing was not as good as the other party. Suddenly, Daimyo Bai was shocked, and an idea came to his mind. I am here to cause trouble, why should I dance with the other side? Fighting with martial arts is better. He opened his mouth, and the provocative words came to his lips, but suddenly the taste inexplicably changed. It doesn't count. 2 wins out of 3. Xiaowu, doesn't your name have the word Wu in it? Go, dance with them. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she glanced at the wretched guests who were watching, and she refused to go up no matter what. Dai Mubai shook his head disdainfully. You have to watch me, ballet. Dai Mubai suddenly danced gracefully, like a swan emerging from the water, with her toes moving nimbly on the ground, very elegant. Bai Yu couldn't help but laughed out loud. Seeing everyone looking at him, Bai Yu said seriously. I didn't expect that Boss Dai had this hobby. Why don't you show off your skills normally? Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other with strange expressions, and said in unison. I won't go. Soon, Dai Mubai finished the elegant ballet and looked at everyone at Kanghui Academy proudly. How about it, who else dares to challenge? At this time, the only female student at Kanghui Academy stood up. She walked to Dai Mubai, glanced at Dai Mubai, and then started dancing. The graceful dance stunned Ma Hongjun. Oscar was stunned by the elegant look. The beautiful dance made all the LSs watching stunned for a moment, forgetting to speak, only the heavy breathing echoed. Soon, the beauty finished dancing and bowed gracefully, and the LSs immediately gave warm applause. Even Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but applaud. It was not until Dai Mubai glared at them that they pretended to be indifferent and looked away. How about it, 2-0, we won. Dai Mubai's face turned red and white, and after struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and admitted. You won. Everyone in Kanghui College cheered immediately, and their teacher also showed a satisfied smile. How about this, as a punishment for the loser, you will pay for our consumption today. Everyone in Kanghui College suggested. The consumption of their group tonight must be not low, so this punishment is not light. However, at this moment, a rough voice suddenly came from the stairs leading upstairs. Ridiculous, a group of soul masters are actually dancing here, embarrassing soul masters. Zhao Wuji walked down slowly, and Dai Mubai and others came to greet him as if they had seen a savior. The teacher leading the Kanghui Academy saw Zhao Wuji, and his intuition told him that this guy was not easy to mess with, so he asked vigilantly. Then what do you want to do? Zhao Wuji laughed. What do I want to do? Me, I'm going to have a man-to-man contest with you. Plot, Zhao Wuji is going to challenge the teacher of Kanghui Academy. Bai Yu changed challenge to rock paper scissors. The teacher of Kanghui Academy looked solemn. What contest? Rock paper scissors. Zhao Wuji put his hands behind his back, with an arrogant expression. However, after hearing his words, everyone was at a loss. You are so arrogant, we thought you wanted to challenge. But you just wanted to play rock paper scissors? Zhao Wuji saw the other party fall into silence, so he taunted. What, you don't even dare to play rock paper scissors? Trash is trash. The teacher of Kanghui College twitched his mouth, moved his wrist and said. Come on. Okay, rock paper scissors. Zhao Wuji played scissors, and the other party played paper. Haha, I won the first game, 2 wins in 3 games, don't say I bully you. Zhao Wuji laughed. The teacher of Kanghui College looked solemn, and his students ran over one after another. Some brought a stool for him to sit on, some brought water for him to drink, some gave him a massage, and some encouraged him. Zhao Wuji sneered at this. Fancy. In fact, he was very envious. Why didn't Dai Mubai and the other little bastards learn something? The teacher of Kanghui College brooded for a while, stood up, and shouted. Come on. He was encouraging himself. Zhao Wuji looked confident. Come on. Rock, paper, scissors. He played paper, the other side played scissors. Zhao Wuji's face changed, the other side laughed. 1-1. Do you want to take a break? Zhao Wuji turned his head to look at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai immediately understood and moved a stool over. Ma Hongjun and Oscar poured him water and gave him a massage. Soon, Zhao Wuji stood up and shouted. Come on. Rock, paper, scissors. He played scissors, the other side played rock. Ha 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 ha. You're right. You'll pay for tonight's consumption. The teacher of Kanghui College laughed triumphantly. Zhao Wuji's face fell instantly, glared at Dai Mubai and the others, and went back to the second floor, leaving Dai Mubai embarrassed. Bai Yu and the three girls sneaked out of the restaurant, came to the backyard, sat on chairs and looked at the stars in the sky. What a beautiful starry sky! Xiao Wu exclaimed. Ning Rongrong nodded and murmured. I still remember when I was a kid, I liked to stay up at night and secretly get up to look at the stars. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, but her expression as she looked at the stars was obviously a little absent-minded, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Bai Yu put his hands behind his head and muttered to himself. Last night's stars, last night's wind, the west of the painted building, the east of the Osmanthus Hall. Ning Rongrong suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Yu and asked. Are you writing a poem? Zhu Zuqing asked. I didn't hear it clearly, can you say it again? Bai Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that these two people would look at him with such passionate eyes when he just chanted casually. Well, a big man from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Miss, a member of the imperial family, the education she received since childhood is definitely not comparable to Xiao Wu's. Such stars and such wind, the painted building is west and the Osmanthus Hall is east. I don't have the wings of a phoenix, but my heart is connected with you. He changed it slightly, changing last night to so. Although he liked this poem by Li Shangyan very much, it was not last night now, so he changed it slightly. I don't have the wings of a phoenix, but my heart is connected with you. My heart is connected with you. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing chewed on this poem, seeming to be in a state of mind. Only Xiao Wu looked at a loss. What are you talking about? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone! 62. Chapter 62 Mandrake and Devil Vine. 62. Later, Dai Mubai, whose wallet was bleeding, walked out with a gloomy face, and Bai Yu and the other four saw this, and did not stay in the yard for too long, and chose to go back to the room to rest, leaving Dai Mubai no chance to speak. The next morning, everyone hurried on their way and entered the Xingde Great Forest. Zhao Wuji introduced the situation of the Xingde Great Forest to everyone, and finally sighed. Alas, in the past, even in the outer periphery of the Xingde Great Forest, you could often see thousand-year soul beasts. Now, if you don't go deep into the forest, you can hardly see thousand-year soul beasts. There are only a few thousand-year soul beasts wandering in the outer periphery, and most of them are hundred-year soul beasts. And the seemingly saintly bitch Tang San took the opportunity to say, this is all the fault of our soul masters. Today's soul masters not only hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but for money and interests, they kill soul beasts indiscriminately, resulting in fewer and fewer soul beasts. If our soul masters don't know how to protect soul beasts, then sooner or later, soul masters will have no soul rings to use. Tang San took the moral high ground right from the start, and everyone was at a loss for words for a while. Xiao Wu felt that Tang San's words were a bit wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Zhao Wuji quickly added. That makes sense, but that's not something we can decide. Tang San nodded, glanced at everyone's thoughtful expressions, and was very pleased. Everyone likes to teach others and instill great principles in others, and Tang San is no exception. However, at this time, Bai Yu suddenly sighed. Xiao San's words make sense, but I think that we soul masters should not only regard soul beasts as soul rings. If we really want to protect soul beasts, we must work hard to strengthen ourselves. When we become titled Douluo, maybe we can raise our arms and set up a soul beast protection association, and then truly protect soul beasts. The aura of the human emperor banner was activated, and everyone listened to Bai Yu's words, as if they had suddenly realized something. Even Zhao Wuji showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Yes, now everyone is a great soul master, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? It is better to work hard to become stronger, and when you have enough voice, unite many people to protect soul beasts, instead of saying these discouraging words when your companions are about to obtain soul rings and become stronger. In addition, if you stand on the moral high ground to condemn other soul masters and praise yourself just because the reduction in the number of soul beasts will lead to soul masters having no rings available, isn't that a selfish villain or something? Treating soul beasts as tools, and still claiming to be a saint? In this regard, Bai Yu follows the laws of nature. Many years ago, humans were just food for soul beasts. Now that humans are strong, the status of the two is reversed. It is normal, the law of the jungle. But Bai Yu will not claim to be like Tang San, but since Tang San wants to stand on the moral high ground to embarrass everyone, Bai Yu has to use magic to blast. Sure enough, after Bai Yu finished speaking, everyone understood Tang San's intentions, and for a while they despised him in their hearts, but did not show it. And Tang San thought that his good brother Bai Yu was reminding and supporting him, and did not pay attention to the reactions of the crowd, but he did not know that he had been labeled a saint bitch by everyone. The group continued to move towards the depths of the Xingda Great Forest, and soon, Bai Yu found the first target. A dark blue bamboo as high as a 3-story building stood in an open space, and there were no soul beasts around. Bai Yu saw at a glance that this was a 700-year-old blue sea bamboo. Although it was a bamboo, it was mainly water-based, which made it a favorite in the eyes of auxiliary soul masters. And its 700-year-old strength was considered a tyrant in the outer area of the Xingda Great Forest, so there were no other soul beasts around to compete with it for territory. Zhao Wuji also recognized it and said regretfully, "Alas, it's a pity that it's only 700 years old. If it's 1,000 years old, we'll choose it." Bai Yu didn't say anything. His real purpose was to get an awesome third soul skill. The range treatment was just a cover for Yin. If he really chose this blue sea bamboo and really awakened a range treatment soul skill, wouldn't the effects overlap? So he continued to move forward with everyone to find the next target. Next, everyone found several soul beasts that were 800 or 900 years old, but no one that was 1,000 years old, which made everyone a little disappointed. Just then, a group of crows in the distance were startled, as if something had happened. Zhao Wuji immediately said, "There is movement over there, maybe soul beasts are fighting for territory, let's go and see, but be careful." Everyone formed a battle formation and rushed in that direction, and soon saw a black and yellow snake fighting with a strange-shaped plant, and the two sides were fighting fiercely. "There are so many snakes in Douluo continent, right?" Bai Yu resisted the urge to complain. He recognized that the snake was a 5-step snake, about 1,200 years old. And the strange-shaped plant was a mandrake flower. No, it was devil vine. The attack methods of the mandrake and the devil vine are very similar. They devour other plants, and the devoured plants will be reborn on their roots and stems, retaining their strength before death, for them to drive. And this 1,500-year-old devil vine has obviously devoured a powerful mandrake flower, and is now driving the mandrake flower to consume the 5-step snake, gaining the upper hand. Very good, a 1,200-year-old 5-step snake, and it is already very tired. Wait a minute, I will drive away that plant, and you go hunt the 5-step snake and absorb the spirit ring on the spot. Zhao Wuji was very happy and ordered decisively. He didn't know the mandrake, let alone the devil vine, but Tang San said, "Teacher Zhao, that plant is a mandrake, I think it is more suitable for Xiaohu than the 5-step snake." Tang San only recognized the mandrake, not the devil vine. It's no wonder. The devil vine is insidious by nature, in other words, it's very cowardly. Now it drives the mandragora flower, only a little vine frame is exposed. If Bai Yu didn't have the system, he would almost not have found it. However, Bai Yu didn't plan to explain, otherwise Tang San would definitely ask where he learned the knowledge from, which would be a bit troublesome. Besides, he has the system, and Zhao Wuji is by his side. The 500-year-old devil vine can't make waves even if it attacks by surprise. Zhao Wuji followed suit and asked Tang San about the information of the mandragora flower, and decided to target the mandragora flower. This is also a test for you. The 5-step snake has consumed too much, and the mandragora flower has consumed a lot. You have to find a way to pick up the leaks. Unless you are in danger of your life, I will not help you. Do you hear me? Yes, Teacher Zhao. Bai Yu nodded, gathered everyone around him, and instructed. Xiao San, your fart is very confusing. Wait a minute, you will rush out from behind the 5-step snake and fart to disrupt the battlefield. The 5-step snake will definitely run away when it sees the opportunity. We just need to drive it away, no need to chase it. Tang San nodded, and everyone's face looked a little strange. When can we stop laughing when we see Tang San's fart martial spirit? Bai Yu continued. That demon. Mandragora flower is a plant-type martial spirit, so it should be afraid of fire. Ma Heng-jun, you go first, it will definitely avoid your flames, and then Mu Bai will rush out and attack it. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Heng-jun nodded. Bai Yu's tactics were very reasonable. Ma Heng-jun can use fire, and Dai Mu Bai is the strongest. It is right for the two of them to go first, and they must be the main force. Wait until they finish the first wave of attacks. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, you two can attack together, retreat after one strike, and be careful of its counterattack. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing nodded. At this time, Bai Yu looked at Oscar, who was expectant, and said hesitantly. Wait a minute, stand with Teacher Zhao, don't get too close to us, and then try to summon sausages yourself. If it's a good sausage, throw it to Ma Heng-jun and Mu Bai to recover. If it's a smelly sausage, you can find a way to throw it next to the enemy. Of course, don't hurt us by mistake. Although the mandrake and devil vine don't have noses, they can still react to volatile substances in the air, which can be regarded as a special sense of smell. Oscar. Your trademark words are so hurtful. 63 Chapter 63 Dai Mu Bai Duan Kun, Become Santa Claus. 63. Tang San opened his mouth. He wanted to give orders, but Bai Yu's orders were so perfect that he couldn't get a word in. Action! Bai Yu gave an order, and Tang San rushed out depressed. The 5-step snake and the devil vine noticed this uninvited guest at the same time. The former was at a disadvantage and realized that humans could not collude with plants, so it struggled madly and tried to escape. The devil vine, which was suppressing the 5-step snake, was very angry and attacked Tang San with distraction, hoping to drive Tang San away. Tang San suddenly stopped halfway through his charge, and then the Haoshan dog jumped out from another direction, taking advantage of the fact that the 5-step snake and the devil vine were all paying attention to Tang San, and farted. The stench that hit the soul made the 5-step snake and the mandrake flower twist wildly. The seriously injured 5-step snake squirmed away from the scene, leaving green liquid on the ground while fleeing, as if it was vomited out of disgust. After forcing the 5-step snake away, Tang San completed his mission. Ma Heng-jun rushed out instantly, aimed at the mandrake flower, and sprayed a line of fire. The mandrake flower was indeed afraid of fire. Once it was touched by the flame, it frantically dodged to the side. Dai Mu Bai also rushed out, and with a white tiger fierce light wave, he directly hit the mandragora flower into Ma Heng-jun's phoenix fire line. The mandragora flower was engulfed by the flames and was seriously injured instantly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were about to take action when they saw this, but something strange happened. The mandragora flower engulfed by the flames suddenly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, behind the mandragora flower, a blue vine rose from the dead leaves and took the initiative to break the connection with the mandragora flower. Then, a man-eating flower quickly bloomed on the vine, opened its bloody mouth and bit Dai Mu Bai. But fortunately, the man-eating flower engulfed by the devil vine was not old, and the devil vine could not exert too strong strength. In addition, Dai Muebai's strength was not weak, so he reacted and made a dodging action. Plot: the devil vine attacks with the engulfed man-eating flower and is about to bite Dai Muebai's hand. Bai Yu changed hand to Kun. Although Dai Muebai tried to dodge, the incident happened suddenly, and the devil vine's attack was extremely fast. Just when Dai Muebai's hand was about to be bitten, Tang San suddenly made a move and raised his hand. He shot a hidden arrow at the vines of the devil vine. If it hits, the hidden arrow will directly cut off the connection between the devil vine and the carnivorous plant, and Dai Muebai will be safe. However, Tang San's proud hidden weapon technique actually missed. The hidden arrow hit the vine, but did not cut it off. It just brushed past the vine, and the pain made the vine of the devil vine tremble. The big mouth of the carnivorous plant changed direction and bit Dai Muebai's genitals. Ah! Dai Muebai screamed, and Tang San was shocked and quickly used the hidden arrow on his other arm to cut off the vine. However, as the vine was cut off, the carnivorous plant was also pulled back by the vine, directly turning Dai Muebai into Santa Claus. Dai Muebai didn't even scream this time. The severe pain made him faint directly. It's bad. Ma Heng-jun, attack the plant with all your strength. Xiaosan, take Muebai to a safe place. Xiao Zuking, attack in a roundabout way. While commanding, Bai Yu sacrificed the human emperor banner to enhance the group. Ma Heng-jun sprayed out the phoenix fire line again. With the enhancement of the human emperor banner, the power of the fire line increased a lot. The flames burned along the vines of the devil vine and spread to the bushes in the distance. Obviously, the thing was hiding in the distance. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuking felt that their speed had increased a lot. They were about to make a roundabout way. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji roared. Asshole, you dare to hurt Muebai, watch me kill this thing. The next second, Zhao Wuji activated the third soul skill, gravity compression. The huge gravity directly pressed down the bushes, and they couldn't even shake with the wind. Then Zhao Wuji rushed over and used the second soul skill, the powerful Vajra Palm, at a lightning speed. A huge hand fell from the sky and flattened the bush. However, everyone noticed that the ground suddenly moved, as if something was wriggling. Tang San opened the purple demon eye, Bai Yu opened the fire eye, and they thought at the same time. What a weird plant, it actually swallowed a pangolin. Facing the fatal blow of Teacher Zhao, it chose to abandon all puppets and drive the pangolin to escape with its body. However, Zhao Wuji also saw the abnormality, and directly used the fourth soul skill to locate and track, locked the root of the devil vine wriggling underground, and slapped it with a powerful diamond palm again, directly knocking the devil vine out of the ground, dying. Zhao Wuji had to control the strength, otherwise the devil vine would have been killed directly. Bai Yu, give it the last blow and absorb the soul ring. Yes. Bai Yu walked over, gave the devil vine the last blow, then sat on the ground and began to absorb the soul ring. At the same time, Zhao Wuji protected him, and the others gathered around Oscar and Dai Muebai to check on Dai Muebai's injuries. Oscar fed Dai Muebai several sausages, but his sausages could only restore soul power, not injuries. Although soul power could temporarily suppress injuries, it could not restore injuries, so Dai Muebai was out of danger, but still in a coma. Alas, if this continues, our Shrek Academy will become a eunuch academy. Oscar sighed and glanced at Ma Heng-jun, whose face was livid. Ma Heng-jun rolled up his sleeves, glared at Oscar and asked. Xiao Ao, what did you say? Ahem, nothing. Now we can only hope that Bai Yu will awaken a healing soul skill and then treat Boss Dai. Oscar quickly changed the subject. Time passed by, and just when Zhao Wuji was getting anxious, Bai Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and then a purple soul ring appeared on his body, and a soul power rippled, making everyone feel like a spring breeze. It's not a spring breeze on the spiritual level, but a spring breeze on the physical level. Dai Muebai, who was lying on the ground, was also in this range. His face quickly turned red, and his eyes opened, looking blankly at the bloodstains under him. Zhao Wuji understood it at a glance and was overjoyed. Bai Yu, is your third soul skill really a healing skill? Bai Yu nodded and smiled. Yes, a healing soul skill, the fewer people you treat, the better the effect. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Wow, your soul skill is too powerful. She felt that her 7 treasures glazed tower might not be as good as Bai Yu's before level 40. Bai Yu said modestly. No, my soul skills consume a lot of soul power, and the healing effect is not that strong, it's just average. Zhao Wuji rubbed his palm and laughed. Ha ha ha, don't be modest, our Shrek Academy needs little monsters like you. Let's go, let's leave the Stardew Great Forest. Bai Yu nodded, then looked at Tang San with a blank expression, and asked knowingly. Xiao San, what's wrong with you? Tang San came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. Nothing. Just now when Bai Yu released the range treatment, he actually felt a kind of intimacy from the heart, as if he had returned to the quiet summer night and lay in his mother's arms. Bai Yu certainly knew where Tang San's feeling came from, because this range treatment is a fucking skill. 64 Chapter 64 Hunting Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake. 64. That's right, just now he deliberately pretended that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring and couldn't control himself, and accidentally released the third soul skill range healing, just to confuse everyone. The range healing just now was Yin's skill, and the real third soul skill of his royal flag was mental shock, which can also be called spiritual soul piercing. You can tell what it does by looking at the name. In addition, the third soul skill of the 10,000 Souls banner is Death Scythe, which turns the 10,000 Souls banner into a huge sickle, directly harvesting the enemy's life, with great power. So far, Bai Yu's Human Emperor banner and 10,000 Souls banner have basically formed a system. The Human Emperor banner integrates physical gain and mental gain and range treatment, and also has mental piercing. The 10,000 Souls banner is illusion, devouring, binding, absorbing, and finally ending with the Death Scythe. The Human Emperor banner is the ultimate auxiliary, the 10,000 Souls banner is the ultimate attack, and the means are rich, which makes Bai Yu have the strength to fight even against the Soul King. At this time, Daimyo Bai woke up faintly, feeling that something was missing under him, and frantically touched his crotch like a monkey, screaming. It's gone! It's gone! It's gone! Tang San patted Daimyo Bai on the shoulder, sighed and said. Boss Dai, please accept my condolences. Alas, they were still talking about opening a silver party some time ago, but now, Dai Lauda has become a eunuch, alas. Ma Hongjun looked at Daimyo Bai with a tragic look of finding a confidant, while Ning Rongrong and the other 2 women felt very happy, but they did not show it. Xiao Ao, let's go. Tang San helped Daimyo Bai up, and called Oscar, who was sitting on the ground to recover his soul power, to get up and prepare to leave the Stardew Great Forest. Just now, Oscar summoned a lot of sausages for Daimyo Bai to eat, and his soul power consumption was a bit large, so he was taking the time to recover. Hearing Tang San's call, Oscar, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. Xiao San, Teacher Zhao, I don't think we can leave for the time being. Zhao Wuji frowned and said. Nonsense, the Stardew Great Forest is very dangerous, even I dare not wander in it for a long time, why don't you leave now? Tang San suddenly asked. Xiao Ao, have you broken through level 30? Zhao Wuji was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Tang San, then at Oscar, with a shocked expression. The same was true for the others. Oscar looked around and said with some pride. Hee, luck. Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the shoulder and raised his eyebrows. Good guy, you broke through before me. Hee, fatty, isn't this as it should be? During the 2 of them playing around, Daimyo Bai felt that his sadness was diluted a little. He looked at Zhao Wuji and said. Teacher Zhao, I still have fighting power. Let's continue to help Xiao Ao find spirit rings. After Bai Yu's treatment, his injuries have healed almost completely. Except for the fact that he was not used to losing something, he was no longer in trouble. Zhao Wuji nodded. Okay, since you still have fighting power, let's continue. He was anxious to go back mainly because he was worried about Dai Muebai's injury, but since Dai Muebai had almost recovered, he still had some strength left, so he could naturally help Oscar find a third soul ring. So everyone continued to search in the Xingda Great Forest. But it was already late at this time, and everyone prepared to camp for the night after searching for a while. Just then, Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up. He had the highest soul power and the most sensitive feeling, and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, something is approaching at high speed." Zhu Zuqing immediately climbed up the tree and stood on the thick trunk to scout the situation. Then, her cold voice rang in everyone's ears. "It's a snake, it seems to be able to fly." "Can it fly?" Tang San was stunned and asked. "What other characteristics are there?" "There is a red fleshy crown on the forehead, and the tail is fan-shaped." "It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. How long is it?" 6 to 8 meters. Tang San said happily. A 6 to 8 meter phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake should be between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. It's perfect for Xiao Ao to be the third spirit ring. Oscar was overjoyed, and Zhao Wuji saw that Tang San knew phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake so well, so he simply gave him the command. Tang San quickly arranged tactics. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is extremely fast, non-toxic, and has a relatively simple attack method, which is to suffocate the opponent by wrapping its body around it. "Fatty, snakes are afraid of birds, you restrain it, and you will be the main force later. Dai Laude, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, you attack it from the other three directions and force it to fly up, and I will force it back with my fart, so that we can surround and kill it. Xiao Yu and Rong Rong, you assist when the time is right." Dai Muebai and Ma Hongjun nodded, while Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zuqing had no expression, because Tang San called them Zuqing and Rong Rong, they felt disgusted, so they did not agree. Soon, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake came out, and at this moment, Ma Hongjun sprayed out the phoenix fire line and attacked from the front. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is worthy of being one of the fastest snakes. It quickly dodged the phoenix fire line and continued to rush towards Ma Hongjun. And Ma Hongjun directly activated the second soul skill, the martial spirit emerged, naturally suppressing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake by 3 points. At the same time, Dai Muebai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing completed the encirclement of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The three of them came out from the other three directions and attacked the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake together. The attack hit, but this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake also had the strength of a soul sect, so it was only slightly injured when facing the siege of 4 people, and it was not too serious. It immediately rushed towards Xiao Wu, trying to rush out from her. 7 treasures turn out to have glazed glass, 1 day of power. Ning Rong Rong's gain fell on Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu immediately felt with a great increase in strength, relying on flexibility and agility. She quickly stopped the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake, dodged its first bite, and then kicked it on the snake's head. Originally, Xiao Wu was a spirit master with high sensitivity and low strength, but with the addition of Ning Rong Rong, strength was no longer her weakness, so she kicked the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake back with just the right strength, which was not a big deal. The phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake that was kicked away did not hesitate, and immediately changed direction and rushed towards Zhu Zuqing. At this time, Bai Yu offered the human emperor banner, and Zhu Zuqing used the netherworld claws with his assistance. With her all-round values improved, she relied on claws one after another to block the impact of the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake. First spirit skill, netherworld stab. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Zuqing seized the flaw and used netherworld stab to beat the phoenix-tailed cockatiel snake back into the encirclement, while adding some scars to it. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was horrified. Realizing that Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were not easy to mess with, it gave up on breaking through them and turned its sights to Ma Hongzhen and Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai was a level 37 soul master, and Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit naturally restrained it. The two looked at it, eager to try, without any fear. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake glanced at the two of them, and suddenly, the flesh crown on its head flashed red, and then, its speed increased greatly, and it suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the sky. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake will store excess soul power in the flesh crown, and burst it in times of crisis, allowing itself to temporarily gain the ability to fly. However, Bai Yu and Tang San both knew its intelligence. At the moment it took off, a fierce-looking dog jumped out of the tree, aiming its butt at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake below. Farting is like surrendering a weapon, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was horrified, but there was no way to avoid it. After inhaling a large amount of farts that made its body soft, it was forced to fall back to the ground. Then, under the continuous siege of the four people, it let out a wail, fell heavily to the ground, and was dying. 65 Chapter 65 Sexy Snake Girl Meng Yuran appeared. 65. Oscar, hurry up, give it the last blow, and then absorb the soul ring. Zhao Wuji ordered quickly. Oscar nodded, took out a knife, and walked over tremblingly. He looked at the ferocious flesh crown and slippery scales of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, his teeth trembling, and he couldn't let go for a long time. Just as he was making up his mind to cut, a vicissitudes of life female voice came from a distance. Spare the snake. Everyone followed his gaze and saw an old lady with a cane walking briskly towards them, and beside her was a hot, tall, and sexy girl, who was none other than Meng Yuran. The old lady, Meng Yuran's grandmother, the snake lady among the dragons and snake ladies, said to Tian Xiang. We found this snake first, but we let it run away because we missed it. If you don't believe me, you can look at the snake's belly. There is a wound there, which was caused by my cane. Zhao Wuji turned the snake over. And sure enough, there were 3 scars on the snake's belly caused by the cane. Zhao Wuji frowned and looked up and down at the old lady, as if he was evaluating her strength. In the wild, it is definitely not uncommon for thieves to eat thieves, and it is even more normal in the Xingde Great Forest. Killing and robbing is a basic operation. The snake woman was also an old hand, how could she not know what Zhao Wuji was thinking, so she said in a deep voice. My name is Chao Tian Xiang, may I ask who you are? Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji answered briefly, and then fell into thought. He felt that he had heard the name Chao Tianxiang somewhere before. When Chao Tianxiang heard this, he frowned tightly and asked tentatively. Zhao Wuji? Could it be Zhao Wuji, the Akala Vidyaraja? That's right. Zhao Wuji was a little proud, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and he blurted out. Are you the snake woman? Zhao Tianxiang breathed a sigh of relief and nodded when she saw that Zhao Wuji recognized her. In the wild, it is very common to introduce each other's identities. When the two sides meet, they will arrange for someone who can speak well to come out and report their identities. In case they can't afford to offend, or if they have a good relationship with the forces behind them, they will basically negotiate first instead of taking action first to avoid getting into trouble. Besides, this is the Xingde Great Forest, full of dangers. If you are fighting, you might be attacked by someone behind you. Some young people who fight as soon as they meet may have grass 4 meters high on their graves. Listening to Zhao Wuji and Shepo introducing each other, the people of Shrek Academy were a little confused. Xiao Yu, who is Shepo? Xiao Wu pulled Bai Yu's clothes and asked. Bai Yu glanced at Tang San, who nodded and said in a deep voice. Dragon Lord and Shepo are long-established masters in the martial arts world. They are unique in the martial arts world with their unique martial soul fusion skills. Even titled Douluo have to give them some face. Oscar was surprised. That old woman is Shepo? Then my spirit ring will fly away. Ma Hongjun didn't say anything, and was scanning Meng Yuren's figure with a lecherous look. Hearing Oscar's exclamation, Meng Yuren couldn't help but say, "What do you mean your soul ring?" "That's my soul ring. We were here first, you just got a bargain, return the soul ring to me, or we won't be polite." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sneered. "Girl, how can you be so rude?" As they spoke, the two of them stared at Meng Yuren's private parts with obscene and undisguised eyes. Meng Yuren was very angry, and the snake woman protected her behind her, and Zhao Wuji also stopped Ma Hongjun. Jun and Dai Mubai. Both of them were weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. Snake Po knew that she was no match for Zhao Wuji, but with the threat of Dragon Lord behind her, Zhao Wuji did not dare to act rashly. And Zhao Wuji thought the same way. He was not afraid of Snake Po, but he did not know if Dragon Lord would suddenly appear. Once Dragon Lord appeared when he was fighting with Snake Po, everyone in Shrek Academy would be finished. The two looked at each other, and the snake woman said, "Let's do this according to the rules of the Soul Master world. You let your student come out and compete with my family. Whoever wins will get the soul ring." Zhao Wuji sighed. "Senior snake woman, I'm afraid this won't work." The snake woman was furious. "Zhao Wuji, I've already given in. What else do you want? Do you want to fight with me?" Zhao Wuji's eyebrows jumped, but due to the threat that Long Gong might appear at any time, he held back his temper and said, "My student is a food-type soul master. Isn't it bullying to let him fight with your granddaughter?" The snake woman was stunned, and Meng Yuren was also stunned. The two looked at Oscar at the same time, thinking that such a guy could also break through level 30. The snake woman's mind became active for a while. If she could get this guy to assist Yuren, then... Just then, Tang San came out and volunteered. "Teacher Zhao, let me compete with her. I'm also level 29, so it's not bullying her." Zhao Wuji hesitated. "Xiao San, can you?" He knew that Tang San was only 3 farts strong, so don't roll over. Tang San's mouth twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "Teacher Zhao, don't worry." Seeing Tang San asking for a fight, Meng Yuren also twisted her waist and walked out, lifted her hair, and her sexy lips whispered. Meng Yuren, 16 years old, second ring agility attack system weapon soul master, martial soul, snake staff. Tang San, 12 years old, second ring control system beast soul master, martial soul, Haoshan dog. The two came up and reported information to each other first, mainly because the snake woman and Zhao Wuji were watching from behind. It was just a competition, not a fight to the death, otherwise no one would be so polite. When Tang San finished speaking, the snake woman's eyes widened. 12 years old, level 29? My goodness, where did these monsters come from? This kid is also one of the candidates for my grandson-in-law. The next moment, the contest began. Meng Yuren took the snake staff and took the lead in launching an attack, but Tang San did not face the challenge, but chose to avoid the sharp edge, and by the way, it was also to distance himself from the people of Shrek Academy, so as not to hurt everyone by a fart. Seeing that she was chasing Tang San, Meng Yuren couldn't help but sneered. "Are you going to escape from the Xingda Great Forest directly?" She wanted to make Tang San red by taunting, but she was not careless, because she didn't see Tang San summon the Haoshan dog. Suddenly, Tang San, who was running, jumped forward. There was a thick tree in front of him. He kicked the trunk and suddenly flipped over Meng Yuren's head. It was at this time that Tang San summoned the Haoshan dog. Farting is like imprisonment, imprisoning the sky and locking the earth. When the Haoshan dog farted, and was about to cover Meng Yuren, her body suddenly became soft and boneless, and her speed increased a lot. Like a snake, she quickly wrapped around the tree trunk in front of her, and climbed up the tree in an instant, avoiding Tang San's fart. This is her second soul skill, Snake Body, which can greatly improve flexibility and speed. Tang San was a little surprised. This girl is quite alert. On the tree, Meng Yuren gritted her teeth. Your soul skill is actually a fart. When she thought about how she was almost covered by a fart just now, she felt sick and wanted to vomit. Without stopping, she jumped high from the tree and used her first soul skill, Snake Blade, in a posture of falling from the sky. Tang San curled his lips. What's wrong with the fart? Did it eat your rice? Farting is like surrendering, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb. 66 Chapter 66 Tang San's crotch opens a tree. 66. Seeing the Haoshan dog aiming its butt at him, Meng Yuren's face turned pale and he threw the snake blade in his hand directly at Tang San. The magic damage caused by Tang San's fart is far greater than the physical damage. The snake blade fell from the sky, and Tang San and Haoshan dog retreated at the same time. The snake blade pierced into the ground with a sound of snap. Tang San hurriedly reached out to grab it. Just as he pulled it out, Meng Yuren also landed steadily and grabbed the other end. The two of them pulled the snake staff from head to tail. Meng Yuren snorted coldly and began to infuse soul power into the snake staff, trying to force Tang San back. Seeing this, Tang San's mouth corners raised uncontrollably. Silly girl, fighting soul power, I'm good at it. I have Xiantian Gong, and my internal force is endless. What can you use to fight me? He also infused soul power into the snake staff, and the two soul powers collided on the left and right of the snake staff, and there was a brief stalemate. If it were an ordinary weapon, it might have broken long ago. But Meng Yuren's snake staff was a weapon carefully selected by the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady, and Meng Yuren's martial soul was the snake staff, so it was very tough and not afraid of breaking. After 2 minutes, Meng Yuren gradually became a little exhausted. How can this guy have such strong soul power? She gritted her teeth secretly, and continued to infuse soul power regardless of everything. Plot: Meng Yuren competes with Tang San in soul power and gradually falls into a disadvantage. Bai Yu silently changed disadvantage to upward. At this time, Tang San felt Meng Yuren's desperate action and sneered. This silly girl probably thought that her soul power was exhausted, so she planned to fight me desperately. Would I be afraid of you? Tang San also increased his soul power output. Now his output of soul power exceeded the soul power input of Xiantian Gong, but he was not afraid, because he believed that Meng Yuren would soon will be defeated. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, Meng Yuren not only showed no signs of overdrawn, but was still continuously infusing soul power, which made Tang San feel a little tired. What's going on? Isn't she almost overdrawn? How can she still have so much soul power? Is she able to use Xiantian Gong or me? Impossible, I can't lose. Tang San's confidence was a little frustrated. He had been relying on Xiantian Gong since he was a child. At this moment, Xiantian Gong was actually at a disadvantage. This made him anxious and increased his soul power output, trying to crush Meng Yuren at once. Meng Yuren snorted coldly and increased his soul power output. Just when her soul power was about to run out, she suddenly felt that her body was full of soul power. Although she didn't know why, now was not the time to ask questions. Gradually, Meng Yuren gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, as if he was struggling whether to take action, and the snake woman was also on guard against him. Finally, Zhao Wuji sighed and said to Shepo, "We lost. How about we work together to separate them?" Shepo nodded. Bai Yu saw that the two were about to rescue Tang San and thought, how can that be done? Plot: Zhao Wuji and Shepo are going to work together to separate Tang San and Meng Yuren, so that Tang San can avoid being injured by Meng Yuren's spirit power. Bai Yu deleted free from. Zhao Wuji and Shepo looked at each other, nodded, and appeared behind Tang San and Meng Yuren respectively, then burst out their spirit power together, temporarily blocking the soul power confrontation between the two, and then caught the two. However, at this moment, Tang San seemed to have lost his temper. At the moment when the two separated, he was so angry that he quietly threw out a silver needle and aimed at Meng Yuren's private parts, wanting to do something sneaky to Meng Yuren. However, at this time, the spirit power of Zhao Wuji and Shepo was entangled on the snake spear, forming a field. Tang San's silver needle was almost instantly crushed, and the soul power of Zhao Wuji and Shepo on the snake spear was also affected, and Meng Yuren's soul power was no longer suppressed, and instantly attacked Tang San. Bang! Tang San suddenly flew out with a bang as if he was hit by an iron fist in the chest, his legs split in the air, and he hit a big tree with a snap. Snap! Zhao Wuji was stunned. He had never expected this. He turned his head and glared at Shepo. "Old woman, what do you mean? You are plotting against my students, right?" Snake Po frowned and said. "Zhao Wuji, don't wrongly accuse a good person. You should have felt it just now. Something has affected our soul power. Even if I want to plot against your students, I won't do it at this time. That would be too stupid." Zhao Wuji was speechless. Yes, he felt it just now, but he just wanted to blame the old woman. Unexpectedly, the old woman was quite calm. Without an excuse to pass the buck, he quickly ran to Tang San to check on his injuries. Tang San fell from the tree trunk, staring with his eyes wide open, covering his crotch and twitching, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out, saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth, looking like he was having a seizure. The Shrek people also gathered around. Bai Yu held back his smile and pretended to be concerned. "Xiao San, are you okay? Daimyo Bai is already Santa Claus. I hope you can become a Holy Spear Ranger, and form a CP. Also, I hope the tree is okay." Tang San didn't say anything, because he couldn't speak. Bai Yu pretended to treat Tang San. Of course, he didn't use his full strength, just to prevent Tang San from dying. At this time, the snake woman asked from a distance. "Zhao Wuji, are you willing to accept the loss?" Zhao Wuji's fist hardened, but he still gritted his teeth and said. "The soul ring is yours." Oscar was very disappointed. Zhao Wuji slapped his head and scolded. "What are you doing? Summon the sausage to heal Tang San." Although Bai Yu treated him, Tang San's soul power was too much just now and he needed to recover urgently. Oscar nodded hurriedly and summoned the sausage. Bai Yu did not modify it this time, mainly because he was next to Oscar. In the distance, the snake woman took the opportunity to say to Meng Yuren. "Yuren, absorb the spirit ring quickly." Meng Yuren hesitated and said. "Grandma, but they are watching over there. What if they suddenly attack me?" The snake woman said in a deep voice. "Zhao Wuji is with a group of students, so he is afraid to act rashly, so he won't take action now. Once he sends the students out of the forest and returns, that will be the real danger. So it is safest to absorb now." Meng Yuren suddenly realized and sat on the ground and began to absorb the spirit ring. Bai Yu, who was treating Tang San, was dawdling, just waiting for the plot to jump out. After waiting for a while, Tang San was about to wake up, and Meng Yuren was finally about to complete the absorption. Plot: Meng Yuren's spirit ring is about to be successfully absorbed. Bai Yu changed absorb to disappear. If Meng Yuren got the spirit ring now, Long Gong and the snake woman would not chase the human-faced demon spider, and he would not have the opportunity to face Meng Yuren alone, so Meng Yuren could not get the spirit ring now. If Meng Yuren failed to absorb the soul ring, she might be seriously injured. In that case, the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady would definitely not let Meng Yuren stay in the forest, which was not in Bai Yu's interest. So Bai Yu chose a gentle way and made the soul ring disappear. About 10 minutes later, Meng Yuren opened her eyes, but they were full of confusion. The Snake Lady didn't notice her eyes and asked happily. "Yuren, did it succeed?" Meng Yuan shook her head, crying in her voice. Grandma, my soul ring is gone. 67 Chapter 67 Titan Giant Ape captures Xiao Wu. 67. Snake Po was stunned. What do you mean disappeared? Meng Yuan was at a loss. I don't know, I clearly felt that the absorption was successful, but now the soul ring is gone. Snake Po was stunned. She was a dignified soul emperor and had lived for most of her life. She had seen all kinds of storms, but she had never seen this scene before. On the other side, Zhao Wuji heard the conversation between the two and couldn't help laughing. Teacher Zhao, Xiao San is injured, what are you laughing at? Dai Mubai has low soul power and his hearing is not as strong as Zhao Wuji's. He asked in confusion at this time. Zhao Wuji then told everyone what he heard. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others widened their eyes and laughed. The soul ring disappeared? Ha 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 ha. You deserve it. Snake Woman heard everyone in Shrek Academy suddenly laugh, and she was angry and asked. Zhao Wuji, is this your fault? Zhao Wuji sneered. Snake Woman, you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want. I was just here and didn't do anything. Are you trying to put a hood around me? Snake Woman's face froze, and she stomped the ground hard with her cane. Yan Yuan, it's okay that you're not hurt. Let's go and find your grandfather. Snake Woman took Meng Yuan away, and Tang San woke up slowly. Xiao San, how do you feel? Bai Yu was the first to ask, mainly to know whether Tang San had become a holy spear ranger. Tang San looked at Bai Yu, then at everyone, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled. Fortunately, nothing serious, I almost. The man naturally understood what he was talking about. Bai Yu was a little disappointed. You are so lucky, you haven't lost your descendants. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. Since Xiao San is fine, let's continue to find a spirit ring for Oscar. But we are all exhausted, don't go deep, if we don't find it by this time tomorrow, we will withdraw and come back another day. Yes. Everyone rested for a while and continued to look for a spirit ring suitable for Oscar. However, as they walked, the ground suddenly shook slightly. Stop! Zhao Wuji noticed this situation at the first time and immediately asked everyone to stop. Soon, others also felt the ground shaking and said in horror. Teacher Zhao, what happened? Zhao Wuji said solemnly. I don't know, but prepare for battle. Soon, the ground shook more and more, until a mountain-like beast casually lifted up 2 trees several stories high, and everyone understood what happened. Titan Giant Ape. Zhao Wuji and Tang San were shocked. This is the king of the Star Do Great Forest. How could it appear outside the Star Do? Although Dai Mubai and others didn't know where the Titan Giant Ape came from, they could feel the oppression, as if an invisible hand was holding their hearts. At this time, Zhao Wuji put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said in a respectful voice. Dear Titan Giant Ape, we accidentally offended your territory, and we are very sorry. We will leave immediately, and please don't be angry. The Titan Ape can understand human language. However, the Titan Ape did not respond. It slowly turned its gaze to Xiao Wu, then stretched out its big hand and grabbed Xiao Wu. Run! Zhao Wuji roared, and the soul ring emerged, suppressing gravity. The Titan Ape's body suddenly sank, but in almost the blink of an eye, it got rid of Zhao Wuji's gravity suppression and continued to grab Xiao Wu. Farting is like surrendering, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb. Suddenly, Tang San summoned the Haoshan dog, which climbed up the arm of the Titan Ape and farted before the Titan Ape threw it away, catching the Titan Ape off guard. It took several steps back and fanned its nose in a humane way, as if to say, your fart stinks. Tang San gritted his teeth. He didn't know why the Titan Ape targeted everyone. But he knew that he had to run now. Tang San reached out to Xiao Wu and wanted to pull her away, but Bai Yu grabbed Xiao Wu's hand one step ahead and ran with her, not letting Tang San take any advantage. Seeing this, the Titan ape became angry. Run! Zhao Wuji roared and summoned his spirit avatar directly, trying to hold back the Titan ape and create an opportunity for the Shrek people to escape. However, the Titan ape slapped him away with a slap, and then roared. The deafening sound waves immediately made the Shrek people feel like they were struck by lightning, and Bai Yu fell to the ground with a painful expression. Xiao Yu! Xiao Wu was about to pull Bai Yu up, but the Titan ape's big hand grabbed her away. Seeing the Titan ape leave, Bai Yu, who was acting on the ground, climbed up and said with wide eyes. Damn Titan ape, he actually took Xiao Wu away, I want to get Xiao Wu back. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Tang San beside him gritted his teeth and fell into a dilemma. He also wanted to chase after her, but when he thought about how his relationship with Xiao Wu was not that close, he chose to remain silent after a moment of hesitation. It's not worth risking his life for Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuji, who was knocked away by the Titan ape, limped over and scolded Bai Yu. Don't do stupid things. Even he was not a match for the Titan ape, not to mention Bai Yu. Bai Yu ignored Zhao Wuji, looked at Ning Rongrong, and gritted his teeth and said. Speed? Up for me. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Bai Yu to want to chase the Titan ape. That was the Titan ape. Ning Rongrong was moved, and her eyes were full of worry. But under Bai Yu's resolute gaze, she still gritted her teeth, gave him a speed up, and then gritted her teeth and shouted. Bai Yu, you must come back safely. Bai Yu immediately rushed out, leaving Zhao Wuji, who was sighing anxiously but unable to stop him. Ma Hongjun silently watched Bai Yu go away, and suddenly said to Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, we are all injured and can't stay in the forest anymore. Let's leave first and go back to find someone to rescue us. Before Zhao Wuji spoke, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing said in unison. No. The two looked at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, are we just going to abandon Bai Yu and Xiao Wu? Zhao Wuji was infected by the determination of the two and said in a deep voice. Okay, we can't abandon our companions, but we must also pay attention to safety. We will look for them outside the forest and don't put ourselves in danger. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were very happy and prayed in their hearts at the same time. Bai Yu and Xiao Wu must be okay. Bai Yu rushed out, chasing, and was still in fear. The Titan ape is worthy of being a Titan ape, and the roar also carries a mental shock. Although he had a system that could modify the subsequent shocks of immunity, the mental shock of just the first second made Bai Yu feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he knew that the Titan ape had no ill intentions and just wanted to see Xiao Wu, he was still shocked. Is this the strength of the Titan ape? It's mainly because my strength is too low and I don't have a head soul bone, otherwise I should be able to withstand the roar of the Titan ape. Bai Yu thought secretly. If other soul masters knew that Bai Yu, a mere level 30, was thinking about how to withstand the roar of the Titan ape, they would probably be shocked. Whose soul master would want to confront the Titan ape head-on? After getting away from the Shrek people, Bai Yu slowed down and walked slowly, as if he was taking a walk. Anyway, Xiao Wu would be fine, so he decided to save some energy. As he walked, Bai Yu felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He stopped, and looked up at the sky as if he had sensed something. Between the two big trees, a huge and hidden spider web had unknowingly formed a trap on his head. 68 Chapter 68 All means are used to kill the human-faced demon spider in seconds. 68. The moment Bai Yu looked up, a black shadow jumped down from the spider web. It was the human-faced demon spider. It was huge, with a strange human face, and its 6 spider legs seemed to be quenched with terrible venom. At this time, it jumped down, spewing spider silk from its mouth, trying to catch Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu moved very fast. The moment he saw the spider web, he summoned the broken mountain bull, and the bull charged from bottom to top. The spider web sprayed by the human-faced demon spider passed through the broken mountain bull, because the broken mountain bull was a soul body. After Bai Yu dodged the spider web, the human-faced demon spider was very happy, because in its eyes, this human was full of flaws, and it only needed to wave its spider legs casually to kill this human snack. However, the next second, the invisible broken mountain bull hit its abdomen. It felt as if a steel needle had pierced its brain. Its 6 spider legs twitched wildly and it fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, a long banner appeared in Bai Yu's hand. It was no longer the human emperor banner emitting holy golden light, but the 10,000 souls banner full of evil aura. The 10,000 souls banner shook, and the bamboo leaf green and the ghost poison scorpion were summoned and killed the human-faced demon spider. The 10,000 souls banner shook again, and a devouring force sucked the human-faced demon spider through the air, making its movements slow down, while also absorbing its soul power. The human-faced demon spider is an expert in this area. With rich combat experience, it immediately realized that there was danger, so it stood up with its head still dizzy, and by sensing the direction of the devouring force, it sprayed a spider web at Bai Yu. It thought very well. It had hard armor and a layer of protection at its eyes. This human was not strong, so it was unreasonable for him to break through its defense quickly. When my mind is clear again, I will kill myself. Hiss. The human-faced demon spider suddenly felt 2 more steel needles piercing its brain. The severe mental pain made it wail and lie on the ground. If it could transform into a human body, it must be rolling on the ground with its head in its arms. Bai Yu sneered. His soul pet has no body now, so the damage caused is all mental damage. No matter how hard your human-faced demon spider's armor is, it has nothing to do with me. Bai Yu shook the 10,000 souls banner, and the second soul skill was to bind. A black sticky shadow flew out and turned into a chain, tightly binding the spider's legs and accelerating the absorption of its soul power. Bamboo leaf green, ghost poison scorpion and broken mountain bull were also constantly attacking. While Bai Yu absorbed the soul power of the human-faced demon spider, he used the soul power inventory in the 10,000 souls banner to make up for his own soul power consumption. So even if he drove 3 soul pets and used soul skills several times in a row, his soul power did not decrease, but increased. Seeing that the human-faced demon spider was about to collapse, the 10,000 souls banner in Bai Yu's hand suddenly transformed into the holy human emperor banner, and then he used the third soul skill, mental piercing. The human-faced demon spider couldn't even scream, and fainted directly, lying on its back. If the previous soul pet's attack was just a steel needle piercing if it enters its head, then the mental piercing is like someone hitting its brain with a hammer, knocking it unconscious. Bai Yu offered the 10,000 souls banner again, holding the banner pole with both hands, and posing a slashing posture. The next second, the 10,000 souls banner turned into a black sickle, carrying the evil breath of death, and slashed it down with one knife. The human-faced demon spider, die. Bai Yu walked over and waited quietly for a while. The soul ring of the human-faced demon spider appeared. He ignored it and continued to wait until the external soul bone appeared. He then reached out and picked up the soul bone. However, at this time, Long Gong and Shi Po brought Meng Yuren to chase over. Seeing Bai Yu standing in front of the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, Meng Yuren blurted out in surprise. It's you. She remembered that this was the student behind the gorilla just now? Duke Long asked in confusion. Yan Yuren, do you know him? Meng Yuren gnashed his teeth and said. Of course I know him. Just now, they teamed up with Zhao Wuji to try to steal my soul ring, but ended up causing my soul ring to disappear. Duke Long immediately looked at Bai Yu with an unfriendly look. At this time, Bai Yu turned around and smiled, with a relaxed smile. Don't talk nonsense, my companion lost to you, and the soul ring was given to you. You can't absorb it yourself, how can you blame us? You. The snake woman stopped Meng Yuren, looked at Duke Long, and signaled him to look at what Bai Yu was holding. Duke Long was stunned, and when he looked closely, his eyes widened. "Is this a soul bone?" Seeing this, the snake woman came up with a plan and said to Bai Yu, "Let's not talk about what happened just now. Boy, we found this human-faced demon spider first. It just fought hard and we accidentally let it escape." Bai Yu sneered. "Really? But I killed this human-faced demon spider. It should be mine, right?" Meng Yuren was furious. "You still want to steal my spoils?" "Steal? You are incompetent and let it run away, letting it ambush me, and I killed it. Do you want to blame me for not obediently becoming its meal?" Haha. After hearing what Bai Yu said, Long Gong was surprised. "Did you hunt this human-faced demon spider? Where is Zhao Wuji?" Bai Yu did not speak, and Long Gong saw this and assumed that Zhao Wuji was not nearby, so he was even more surprised. This kid was able to kill the human-faced demon spider by himself when he was attacked by surprise. He is really a genius. No, a monster. Even if we put aside the soul bone, this kid has a promising future. If he can become my grandson-in-law, it will still be a great future." Dragon and Snake looked at each other and said in unison, "Boy, you can take the spoils of the human-faced demon spider, but you have to agree to one of our requests." Bai Yu asked knowingly. "What request?" Dragon narrowed his eyes and said, "Join my family." At this moment, Brother Long, holding the dragon staff, seemed to have turned into Yu Lao. As soon as the words fell, Meng Yuren suddenly screamed, "Grandpa, are you trying to match people up randomly?" The snake woman grabbed Meng Yuren, touched her head, and smiled dotingly. "Yuren, be good, be obedient, Grandpa and Grandma are doing this for your own good." "But Grandma, you didn't ask me if I was willing." Suddenly, Bai Yu on the opposite side sneered. "You don't want to?" "I don't want to either." The dragon mane of the dragon slammed the ground heavily, with some threats in his tone. "Boy, you have to understand the situation. You don't have the right to refuse now." Bai Yu glanced at him and said, "It's not impossible for me to agree to you, but I have a request. If you can do it, let alone join your family, I will agree to marry into your family." The dragon mane was very pleased. "You say?" Bai Yu suddenly said in a sad tone. "One of my friends was captured by the Titan ape. Let's go, if you can rescue her." "Nonsense!" The snake woman interrupted him directly, her eyes wide open, and she said, "The Titan ape is the king of the forest, and ordinary title Douluo are not its opponents. What's more, it has an extremely terrifying brother living in the lake in the center of the star forest. If all the title Douluo of the two empires were not gathered here, who would dare to hunt them?" After the snake woman finished speaking, Long Gong also said coldly, "Boy, if it is true, you are loyal and righteous, and I admire you. But if it is false, I warn you not to delay time, agree or not." Bai Yu sighed, as if talking to himself, but the sound could be heard by Long Gong and Snake Po. Alas, this world still respects strength and the strong prey on the weak. Long Gong thought he agreed, and smiled with relief. "Boy, you are sensible." As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu suddenly threw a hammer over. 69 Chapter 69 Let Meng Yuren be my concubine. 69. Long Gong thought Bai Yu wanted to attack, but Bai Yu suddenly said, "Senior Long Gong, you have been in the martial arts world for many years, you should recognize this thing." Long Gong then caught the hammer, looked at it carefully, and showed a horrified expression. This is..." Bai Yu smiled. "Long Gong, let's talk somewhere else." In the puzzled eyes of Meng Yuren and the snake woman, Bai Yu and Long Gong walked to the side and whispered, "Long Gong, since you recognize this thing, you should know who it belongs to." Long Gong said in a deep voice, "Of course I know, that person is famous in the martial arts world. Are you his disciple? Bai Yu threw out Tang Hao's hammer. Long Gong naturally knew the Clear Sky hammer and had heard of the name of Clear Sky Douluo, so he suspected that Bai Yu was Tang Hao's disciple. Bai Yu answered irrelevantly. Although according to the rules, you found this human-faced demon spider first, but you let it escape, and I hunted it. This can't be said that I stole your granddaughter, right? When it comes to the topic of Meng Yuren, Long Gong was diverted and frowned. I won't say anything else. Since you are his disciple, I don't want to conflict with you. But he is not nearby after all. If you are unreasonable, I will not be merciful. Facing Bai Yu, who was suspected to be Tang Hao's apprentice, Long Gong was very polite, otherwise he would have directly grabbed the soul bone now. But being polite is polite, Tang Hao is not around now, and he also wants to warn Bai Yu not to be too arrogant, otherwise I will kill you and run away, and Tang Hao may not be able to find me. Bai Yu tisked and said without blushing and heartbeat. Then according to you, what should we do? Long Gong smiled and said. Although you killed the human-faced demon spider, we also injured it before, so the spoils should be divided 50-50. Since the human-faced demon spider is dead, the soul ring belongs to you, and the soul bone in your hand belongs to me. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yu sneered. Haha, do you think I'm stupid? I'm already level 30, and I can't use this soul ring, and I can't sell it. What's the point of me coming here? If you want to get my soul bone for free, just say it directly, don't be so shameless. Long Gong was not surprised why the young Bai Yu knew the role of soul bones. After all, in his eyes, Tang Hao was Bai Yu's master. And the image of Tang Hao that was circulated outside was not that drunkard old waste, but the majestic Haoshan Douluo. Long Gong said. Didn't your friend fail in the fight for soul rings with Yuren before? He must be short of soul rings now. You can give him the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Hehe, don't blackmail me morally. Soul rings are easy to find, but soul bones are not necessarily. I can still tell which is rarer, a soul bone or a soul ring. And the soul rings I killed cannot be used by others. Do you think I'm stupid? Long Gong saw that he couldn't deceive this kid, and he was a little impatient. He, a soul Douluo, and Bai Yu, a soul master, had been arguing for a long time, which made him very angry. What do you want? Are you stingy? Bai Yu thought about it and said. In fact, it's not impossible to give you soul bones, but you have to agree to one of my requests. You said. Let Meng Yuren be my concubine. As soon as the voice fell, Long Gong was furious. How dare you? Boy, you really dare to ask for such a high price. For him and Shipo, Meng Yuren was more important than their lives. Seeing a young talent with a bright future, it was almost the same to take him home as a son-in-law. How could he let Meng Yuren be someone else's concubine? Although Bai Yu had Haoshan Douluo behind him, their status in the martial arts world was also equivalent to that of a titled Douluo, and it was almost the same to marry him in public. How could he let Meng Yuren be a concubine? Bai Yu laughed. You see, people are double standard. Just now you asked me to be your grandson-in-law, which was natural. Now I want your granddaughter to be my concubine, and you are angry. Long Gong knocked the dragon staff heavily, trying his best to restrain his anger and said. Boy, are you making fun of me? Bai Yu was not afraid at all, and said with a smile. Forget it if we can't reach an agreement. How about this, I will have another competition with your granddaughter. If I lose, I will give you the soul bone. If I win, I will let Meng Yuren be my concubine. No. I won't agree to this. Dragon's attitude was very firm. Even if Bai Yu used Tang Hao to pull the tiger skin and pull the banner, Long Gong was unwilling to send Meng Yuren out as a concubine, especially since they met for the first time today. Tisk tisk, then let's make a bet. Your granddaughter should also participate in the All-Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master competition, right? We will meet again then. If I am better than your granddaughter at that time, let your granddaughter be my concubine. If your granddaughter is better than me, then I will join your family at that time, how about it? Dragon's heart was moved, and he agreed almost the moment Bai Yu finished speaking. Okay. Bai Yu smiled. Don't you ask your granddaughter's opinion. Long Gong thought about it, and walked with Bai Yu to Meng Yuran and the snake woman, and told them the story. Yuran, this kid insisted on having another competition with you. He said that if he lost, the spoils of the human-faced demon spider would be ours. If he won. Grandpa, what would happen if he won? Bai Yu continued. If I win, we will make a bet. When the high-level Soul Master competition comes, if you are better than me, I will join your family. If I am better than you will be my concubine. After hearing this, Meng Yuran's fair cheeks flushed and looked at Long Gong. Grandpa, how could you agree to his request? Long Gong coughed dryly and said. Yuran, why do you think you are not as good as him? You must have confidence in yourself, and you will definitely surpass him by then. Moreover, it is still unknown who will win or lose in the current competition. Bai Yu smiled and said. Yes, it's like I have to win twice, and you only need to win once. If you don't have confidence in this, I advise you to be my concubine and warm my bed now. Meng Yuran gritted his teeth and said. Okay, I promise you, let's compete. When Bai Yu was about to speak, Zhao Wuji and others quickly caught up. Lord Long. I'm Zhao Wuji. Give me some face and let Bai Yu go. Lord Long laughed when he heard Zhao Wuji's shout. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Zhao Wuji? I'm only afraid of Haoshan Douluo. He glanced at Bai Yu, and Bai Yu glanced at him, and they immediately understood each other's intentions. Since the two sides have already reached an agreement in secret, there is no need to let Zhao Wuji and the others know, lest there be any changes in the bet. And for Lord Long, no matter who wins or loses between Meng Yuran and Bai Yu, he will not lose. If Meng Yuran wins, he will earn a soul bone. If Meng Yuran loses, there is still time to make up. At most, he can work hard to practice and strive to defeat Bai Yu in the Soul Master competition. Even if Meng Yuran loses in the Soul Master competition, it doesn't matter. Because that means Bai Yu is already very strong, and his backer is Haoshan Douluo. At that time, it won't be a loss for Meng Yuran to be his concubine. So Lord Long's acting skills exploded, and he turned around and said to everyone at Shrek Academy. You have blocked my granddaughter from obtaining the spirit ring before, and now you have taken the lead again and snatched my granddaughter's spirit bone. Zhao Wuji, do you want to fight? Zhao Wuji's eyebrows jumped. Not to mention that he is now too exhausted, even in his prime, he may not be Lord Long's opponent, not to mention that there is a snake woman next to him. Wait, spirit bone? Zhao Wuji was stunned, looked at the spirit bone in Bai Yu's hand, and his whole body was shocked. This kid actually got the spirit bone? So Zhao Wuji shook his spirits and started to argue with Lord Long. Even though he is far from being Lord Long's opponent now, in order to prevent the spirit bone from being cheap to outsiders, he used all his life's talking skills. After a while of wrangling, Lord Long suddenly said. Okay, I won't bully you. How about this, let Bai Yu and my granddaughter have another match, whoever wins, the soul bone belongs to him, how about it? 70. Chapter 70 Gifting a Pistol, Meng Yuran is moved. 70. After listening, Zhao Wuji thought for a moment and had to agree. For him, this is the best solution. If a fight really breaks out, he will definitely be able to escape, but it's not certain for the people of Shrek Academy. Okay, what to compete? Zhao Wuji asked. Meng Yuran held the snake spear in her right hand and supported her willow waist with her left hand, with a confident smile on her face. Bai Yu just fought with the human-faced demon spider, and his soul power was too much. I won't bully him. We don't use soul power and can't get close. Within 1 minute, see whose moves are more powerful on the tree trunk. She pointed to the 2 big trees in the distance, looking very confident. She has been practicing hidden weapons since she was a child, and hidden weapons are definitely an unpopular direction in Douluo continent. So she thinks that without using soul power, she can still use hidden weapons to cause a lot of damage to the tree trunk, but Baiyu is not necessarily. Tang San in the crowd raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This posture, this girl has a trump card, why does it feel like a hidden weapon? This is the first time he has found a hidden weapon user in Douluo continent. Baiyu doesn't count. In Tang San's opinion, Baiyu learned from him. However, Xiao Yu can also use hidden weapons, and I taught her, so she must be better than this silly girl. If we really compare this, the soul bone will be Xiao Yu's. He took the soul guide from my teacher before, and I have to find a way to fool this soul bone over. While Tang San was imagining the future, Baiyu nodded to Meng Yuran, motioning her to come and make a sample first. Just when Meng Yuran was about to make a move, Oscar suddenly came up with an idea and said, "Wait a minute. This soul bone should have been ours. Now you guys make a bet. If we lose, the soul bone belongs to you. I have no objection. But if you lose, don't you have to pay something?" Dragon squinted his eyes and said unkindly, "What do you think?" Oscar was a little scared by being stared at, hid behind Zhao Wuji, and said with a sly smile, "How about this, if she loses, let her kiss Baiyu." Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing immediately looked at Oscar with disgust in their eyes. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at Oscar with an expression that all men understand. Meng Yuran's face flushed, Long Gong and Shi Po looked at each other and understood each other's meaning in seconds. Since they wanted to bring Baiyu into the family, they had to cultivate the relationship between Meng Yuran and Baiyu in advance, otherwise Meng Yuran would never obey, and they would have no choice. "Okay, we agree." Meng Yuran was immediately anxious. "Grandpa and Grandma." Long Gong and Shi Po laughed. "Yuran, you have to have confidence in yourself, you may not lose." Meng Yuran was fooled by her grandpa and grandma, and glanced at Baiyu, her eyes full of fighting spirit. "I will definitely win." 1 minute countdown starts. At Zhao Wuji's command, Meng Yuran took out her own flying knife from Long Gong's soul guide and threw it at the tree trunk rhythmically. Swish, swish, swish. Practicing flying knives since she was a child made her wrist strength very good. She threw 10 flying knives at the tree trunk, and 7 or 8 of them could stick on it. 1 minute is up. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, Meng Yuran stopped, wiped the sweat off her face, walked to the side of the tree trunk to check it out, and showed a proud expression. "Baiyu, admit defeat." Baiyu curled his lips and looked at Long Gong, who nodded and said, 1 minute countdown begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Baiyu suddenly took out a silver-white pistol from his soul guide. In order to prevent the sound of firing from disturbing some powerful soul beasts, he also made a silencer. The bullet shot out and drilled into the tree at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. In the trunk, wood chips flew, and a hole was drilled out all of a sudden. Long Gong, Shi Po and Zhao Wuji widened their eyes. Even they couldn't see the trajectory of the bullet. What kind of weapon was this? After a magazine was fired, only 10 seconds had passed. Baiyu put down the pistol and said with a smile, "No need to compete anymore." The tree trunk was almost broken. Meng Yuran was stunned. The pride in her heart was instantly defeated, which made her feel a huge sense of frustration. She hid behind Long Gong with grievance. Long Gong sighed and said, "We lost, and the soul bone is yours." Oscar smiled evilly. "There is still a kiss." Long Gong touched Meng Yuran's head and said, "Yuran, I am willing to accept the loss, go." Meng Yuran gritted his teeth and walked in front of Baiyu, staring into Baiyu's eyes, with a hint of stubbornness in his grievance, as if he wanted to scare Baiyu with this. However, Bai Yu's deep eyes made Meng Yuren lose her composure first. When she walked in front of Bai Yu with a blank mind, her face quickly turned red. Oh 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 oh! Oscar and others quickly started to make a noise, and Meng Yuren's face turned even redder. She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, pecked at Bai Yu's face like a chicken pecking at rice, then stared at the ground in shame and anger, not daring to look up at all. Suddenly, she heard Bai Yu's magnetic voice. "I'm sorry, I made you miss the spirit ring. As compensation, I'll give you my hidden weapon." Meng Yuren subconsciously took the pistol handed over by Bai Yu and blurted out. "What is this hidden weapon?" Bai Yu smiled. "I named it a pistol." He then took out a pack of bullets and explained. "This is a bullet. Put the bullet into the magazine of the pistol, and then pull the trigger to shoot. By the way, this is the magazine, and there is a safety. I'll teach you how to use it." Meng Yuren was stunned. Her attention was completely attracted by the well-made pistol, and she completely forgot the shame and anger just now. At this time, Tang San, who was full of curiosity, couldn't help but come over. Then Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, Ning Rongrong, and others followed and listened to Bai Yu introduce his self-made hidden weapon. "Xiao Yu, your safety design is very clever. How is it designed?" Tang San had a genuine curiosity about the production techniques of hidden weapons, and couldn't help asking. Bai Yu smiled and explained, but Tang San was confused and didn't understand at all. After all, he was an ancient man, and if he introduced the principles of cars to ancient people, he would be confused. What is a braking system? What is an engine? A chicken that can start? Tang San fell into thinking, and Ning Rongrong asked. "Bai Yu, this thing is not cheap, right?" "Not cheap, but not expensive, anyway, it's easy to earn points." Bai Yu smiled. "It's really not cheap." After hearing this, Meng Yuren suddenly felt that the pistol in his hand was like a hot potato. She said a little embarrassedly. You just gave it to me like that." Bai Yu nodded, looked at Ning Rongrong, and said with a smile. "After I go back, I will also find a way to make some for you." Ning Rongrong and others were shocked, and Meng Yuren was even more shocked. Bai Yu was willing to give one to each person for such a well-made hidden weapon. It was so generous. Meng Yuren looked at Bai Yu with a complicated look, and her heart was moved. In the distance, the Dragon Man and the Snake Woman looked at this scene and smiled with relief. "Old man, I think we didn't make a mistake. Well, even if this kid doesn't join our family, we won't suffer any loss if we still follow him." After explaining how to use the pistol, Bai Yu looked at the dazed Meng Yuren and joked with a smile. "Why don't you go back to your grandparents? Do you want to stay and join us?" Oscar, Ma Heng-jun, and others immediately started to make a noise. Meng Yuren was not much worse than Ning Rongrong and the others. If she really joined Shrek, maybe they could get a good fortune. But in Meng Yuren's ears, this joining had a deep meaning, so she glared at Bai Yu unhappily and returned to her grandparents. "Akala, goodbye." Dragon and Snake bowed. Zhao Wuji bowed and breathed a sigh of relief. The two old men were sent away. 71 Chapter 71 Absorbing Soul Bone, protected by the poisonous spider armor. 71. As soon as the dragon and the snake left, a pleasant voice came from a distance. "Xiao Yu. Teacher Zhao. I finally found you." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xiao Wu running over energetically, jumping all the way, and seemed very excited. "Xiao Wu? You're back, great!" Zhao Wuji was overjoyed, and the self-blame in his heart for not protecting his students was swept away. Bai Yu showed an excited expression, walked forward, looked at Xiao Wu, and asked. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Xiao Wu smiled and said. "Of course I'm fine. By the way, let me tell you something, I broke through to level 30. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Wuji asked. "Really? Weren't you captured by the Titan giant ape?" What happened? Xiao Wu said with an excuse she had thought of long ago. After I was captured by the Titan giant ape, there was a roar of a bull in the middle of the forest. The Titan giant ape heard the roar of the bull, suddenly looked around, and then suddenly threw me down, and roared and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I broke through to level 30. It just so happened that there was also a 1,000-year-old soul beast nearby that was stunned by the Titan giant ape, so I took a soul ring by the way. Everyone! Damn, this is also possible. Bai Yu knew that Xiao Wu was talking nonsense, so he quickly changed the subject and talked about everyone's experience during the time when Xiao Wu was away. Zhao Wuji saw that the two of them were actually chatting, and he coughed twice and said, "Okay, it's great that Xiao Wu can return safely, let's leave quickly." Oscar was anxious when he heard this. "Teacher Zhao, my soul ring." Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment and said, "Xiao Ao, it's not that I don't want to help you find a soul ring, but everyone is consuming too much now. If we continue to stay in the forest, it may be dangerous. Let's go back and rest for a few days, and then come to help you find a soul ring." After listening, Oscar hesitated for a moment and sighed. Well, everyone's safety is the most important. So everyone left the Stardew Great Forest. Back at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji went straight to Flanders and told him that Bai Yu had obtained a soul bone. After hearing this, Flanders came with the master and took the soul bone from Bai Yu's hand. It was a rare trunk bone. "Tisk tisk, kid, you're lucky. Trunk bones are still very useful for auxiliary soul masters." Flanders was amazed. At this time, Tang San deliberately said, "Teacher, what does trunk bone mean?" The master next to him explained. Soul bones are divided into different parts, such as skull, trunk bone, right leg bone. Generally speaking, spiritual soul beasts have a higher probability of dropping skulls, while soul beasts with strong comprehensive strength have a higher probability of dropping trunk bones. After Dashi finished speaking, he suddenly saw Tang San's expectant eyes, and he understood instantly. Xiao San hopes to get this soul bone, but it's not easy to say it out loud. "Do you want me, your teacher, to help you fool it?" Dashi was in hesitation. Isn't this bad? But Bai Yu is an auxiliary system, what does he need this soul bone for? It's better to give it to my apprentice, so that it can be put to good use. Gradually, Dashi had an idea in his mind. He decided to slowly knock Bai Yu, start talking about feelings from Nodding College, step by step. "Xiao Yu, you are really lucky. Back then, when I was in Nodding College, I saw that you had amazing bones, so I gave you the soul guide. Sure enough, you got the soul bone again now." Bai Yu asked directly. "Dashi, how to use this soul bone? Just stick it directly on the torso." "That's right, you." The big man was about to talk nonsense, but Bai Yu didn't say anything and directly attached the soul bone to himself. The big man, Tang San, You are a tiger. As soon as Bai Yu attached the soul bone to his back, he felt the large amount of soul power contained in the soul bone rushing into his body, pulling his spine, as if the soul bone was merging with him. The process was a bit painful, but Bai Yu made a casual change and the pain disappeared. Flanders saw that he was calm and said in amazement, "The process of absorbing soul bones is the process of combining soul bones with your body, especially the head bones and torso bones. One stimulates the nerves and the other involves the spine, which is extremely painful." Xiao was calm. And his resilience was really good. After hearing what Flanders said, the three girls, Ning Rong Rong, all cast their worried eyes towards Bai Yu, thinking, "Bai Yu must not endure it for the sake of face, what if he is injured?" They are worried about Bai Yu and hope that Bai Yu will not be injured. About 2 hours later, Bai Yu opened his eyes. Everyone was still standing by at this time, and when they saw Bai Yu open his eyes, they all surrounded him. "Xiao Yu, did you absorb it successfully?" Bai Yu, what is the effect of the soul bone? When Bai Yu heard this, a layer of black armor appeared on his body, which looked very scary. Daimyo Bai and others couldn't help but take a step back. Bai Yu explained. This is the demon spider poison armor, which can make me immune to most toxins. At the same time, it can absorb toxins and convert them into soul power 100%. Also, enemies who touch the poison armor will be attacked by the poison. Flanders was amazed. Yes, the trunk bone has such an effect, you are really lucky. Everyone had never seen a soul bone before, and they surrounded Bai Yu and asked him questions one after another. One asked Bai Yu about his feelings, and another asked him how to use the soul bone, which wasted another half an hour. Soon, Flanders asked everyone to go back and rest, and then enter the Stardo Great Forest 3 days later to help Oscar get the soul ring. 3 days later in the morning, everyone gathered in the open space. Except for Tang San, everyone was there. This time, Zhao Wuji led the team again. And Yu Xiaogang also came, as if to see everyone off. Yu Xiaogang frowned when he saw that Tang San didn't come. Where is Tang San? Overslept? Daimyo Bai, go and grab him for me. Before Daimyo Bai agreed, Tang San's figure ran from a distance. Teacher. I have also broken through to level 30. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed. That's great, Xiao San, I will go with you and help you choose the most suitable soul ring. Bai Yu glanced at Dashi and thought to himself that this is what you said. After a long journey, the group arrived at the Xingda Great Forest the next day. Standing outside the Xingda Great Forest, Yu Xiaogang looked at Xiao Wu and asked. Did the Titan giant ape capture you outside the forest before? Yu Xiaogang and Flanders were the golden iron triangle back then. Zhao Wuji called Flanders his big brother, so he was in front of Yu Xiaogang. The calendar is a little lower. In addition, Zhao Wuji doesn't like to think much, and he thinks Yu Xiaogang knows more, so this time he is only responsible for being a thug and handed over the command to Yu Xiaogang. Xiao Wu nodded. Yu Xiaogang comforted. Don't worry, the Titan giant ape rarely appears outside the forest. The last time was just an accident. Bai Yu was too lazy to complain. If I didn't know the relationship between Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape, I would have set this flag for you. I wouldn't bother to enter the forest today. At the same time, at another entrance of the forest, a heroic woman in a navy blue battle robe, and behind her followed an intellectual girl with pink hair. The heroic woman turned around and asked. Jiangju, are you ready? If you are, I will take you into the Xingda Great Forest to find your third soul ring. Jiangju said nervously. Teacher Erlong, don't worry, I will follow you closely. Lu Erlong nodded. Okay, let's go. 72. Chapter 72 First Meeting Lu Erlong. 72. Xiao Wu, why are you a little uneasy? As everyone walked, Tang San suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's heart tightened and she explained in a panic. I was captured by the Titan giant ape last time, and I was a little scared. Everyone suddenly realized, and Yu Xiaogang comforted. Don't worry, it's okay, that was just an accident. Xiao Wu nodded and stopped talking. In fact, she was not worried about this at all. She was worried that the Titan giant ape would come to her again. She knew that Erming looked fierce, but he was a naughty guy. Although she taught him a lesson last time, she was in a hurry to go back to find Xiaoyu last time, so she didn't let Erming deeply realize that his behavior was wrong, so she was afraid that Erming would come again after sensing her breath. This time, Erming would not be so reckless. He would definitely wander around and observe the situation first, but in that case, Teacher Zhao might be scared. A Titan ape has been wandering around. Who would not be scared if they noticed it? And, what if Xiaohu was affected? Thinking of this, Xiaohu deliberately lagged behind everyone and landed next to Baiyu, then pulled Baihu's clothes and quietly put something in his pocket. Baihu turned his head to look at Xiaowu, and Xiaowu made a face, as if to make Baihu think she was playing a prank. But the nervous and worried expression on her face was visible to the naked eye. In this case, making a face was like a bitter smile. Fortunately, Baihu could probably guess what she was thinking, so he pretended not to understand, smiled and ignored it. Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji stopped. Something's happening. Everyone stopped when they heard this. The next second, a huge figure suddenly rushed out, and several trees blocking the road were cut off by the huge cutting force almost instantly. Then, a huge lion with red hair on fire roared at everyone. Zhao Wuji said with a serious face. Not good, it's a violent fire lion. This kind of soul beast is irritable and likes to kill. And judging from the situation, the strength of this beast is about the same as mine. I will stop it, and you will assist me. After speaking, Zhao Wuji directly summoned his martial soul body to fight this violent fire lion. Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower and was about to assist Zhao Wuji. Suddenly, Bai Yu rushed over, holding her waist with one hand and the back of her head with the other hand. The two fell heavily to the ground. Before anyone else could be surprised, a poison needle as thick as a fire stick flew past Ning Rongrong and Bai Yu and stabbed into a big tree. Then, the brown trunk quickly turned green, and a big hole was corroded in a few breaths. Everyone turned their heads and saw a lioness with a scorpion tail rushing over. Scorpion tail lion. Everyone run! Tang San was shocked. The scorpion tail lion is an alternative among lions, with a sinister personality and a scorpion tail with a deadly poison. More importantly, the strength of this scorpion tail lion is not much worse than that of the violent fire lion. Zhao Wuji saw this and freed his hands to stop the scorpion tail lion. The scorpion tail lion paused for a second, but Zhao Wuji was slapped away by the violent fire lion. Farting is like hypnosis, hypnotizing the sleeping Luo Sanbao. Farting is like disarming. A fart that softens the tendons and numbs the bones. The master and apprentice farted at the same time, and everyone ran away. As he ran, Oscar wailed. How could we be so unlucky to encounter 2 such powerful soul beasts in the periphery? Stop talking, run! Daimyo Bai cursed, and when he looked back, the scorpion-tailed lion was hardly affected by the fart, and its speed only increased. At this rate, they would be caught up in 10 seconds. No, we will be caught up, run separately. Running separately is courting death. Now we have only one way to fight. Tang San refuted Daimyo Bai's idea of running separately. Running is a dead end, and staying to fight still has a chance of survival. Although many people may die in a fight, Tang San is confident that he can survive. Moreover, he has already calculated the priority of everyone's lives in his mind. First is Bai Yu and Yu Xiaogang. For him, these 2 people have the highest priority, and they must be sold last. Next are Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Daimyo Bai. And Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, these 2 bitches, let them be cannon fodder first. However, just as Tang San was about to command everyone to fight, a figure suddenly deviated from the direction of the main force, running while shouting, "Hey, that head scorpion, no, lioness, come chase me." As soon as the voice fell, the scorpion tail lion that was pecked by Bai Yu's soul pet suddenly became furious and chased Bai Yu in an instant. Seeing Bai Yu running farther and farther with the scorpion tail lion, the Shrek people stopped and fell into silence. Xiao Yu! Xiao Wu screamed heartbreakingly and wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Zhu Zuqing. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Wu turned her head to look at Zhu Zuqing, who shook her head and said in a deep voice. He put himself in danger in order to help us get rid of danger. If you chase him, his efforts will be in vain. Xiao Wu saw the worry in Zhu Zuqing's seemingly calm eyes and accepted her statement. Then, Zhu Zuqing pulled up Ning Rongrong, who was sitting on the ground with a blank look in her eyes, and said to everyone, "Let's go back to help teacher Zhao. Now only he can save Bai Yu." Everyone nodded and rushed towards Zhao Wuji. Bai Yu ran farther and farther with the scorpion-tailed lion. Whenever the scorpion-tailed lion was about to catch up with him, he would always modify the system so that the scorpion-tailed lion could not catch up with him no matter what, which made the scorpion-tailed lion furious. Bai Yu ran while looking back. The scorpion-tailed lion should be at least 30,000 to 40,000 years old. Even if I use all my skills now, I may not be its opponent. But I have a system, I can find a way to slowly grind it to death. Seeing that he had run far enough away from the Shrek people, Bai Yu was about to stop and fight it, when suddenly, a dragon roar came from the sky, and then a blue fireball fell like a meteor, dragging a red and blue tail flame, and hit the scorpion-tail lion heavily. The scorpion-tail lion screamed, burned by the flames, and retreated more than 10 steps in a row, looking up at the sky with angry eyes. Bai Yu also looked up at the sky, and saw a woman with a good figure and heroic spirit falling from the sky. Who else could it be but Lu Erlong? The scorpion-tail lion and Lu Erlong looked at each other for a moment, and it looked at the 7 soul rings on Lu Erlong's body, and rationally chose to run away. Lu Erlong put away the soul ring, looked at Bai Yu, and asked in a murderous tone, "I am Lu Erlong, the Dean of Lanba Academy, who are you?" Her killing intent was not directed at Bai Yu, but at the scorpion-tail lion, but the scorpion-tail lion ran away and she didn't have time to retract her killing intent. However, Bai Yu was not frightened. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and even pretended to be a little surprised and said, "Thank you for your help, senior. Are you Lu Erlong, one of the Golden Iron Triangle back then? I am a student of Shrek Academy. My dean is Flanders, and my academy teacher is Master Yu Xiaogang. I have heard of your name." After listening to Bai Yu's words, Lu Erlong was stunned and asked with a complicated expression, "Xiaogang? Is he okay?" 73 Chapter 73 Yu Xiaogang blanches pigs, Lu Erlong's worldview collapses. 73. Love-brained, thinking about that wretched uncle every day, I will make you give up later. Well, hold Yu Xiaogang higher first, it will hurt more when he falls. Bai Yu sighed. Master is a lovesick man. I went to ask him about cultivation several times at night, and I could hear him talking to himself in the office, and he seemed to mention your name, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Lu Erlong's eyes showed a trace of joy. Really? Bai Yu nodded frantically. But he was complaining in his heart, why are there so many people in Douluo continent who are in love? But it's okay, people in love are easy to fool. Lu Erlong wanted to ask more. At this time, Jiangju quickly came over and asked, "Dean, who is this?" Lu Erlong returned to normal, and introduced in a cold tone. "He is a student of Shrek Academy, and I just saved his life." Bai Yu smiled at Jiangju and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Bai Yu." Jiangju looked at his sunny and cheerful smile, stunned for a second, then came back to her senses and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Jiangju, a student of Lanba Academy." The two of them exchanged some ideas, and Lu Erlong suddenly asked, "Bai Yu, are you here to find a soul ring as well? Is Flanders leading the team?" Bai Yu shook his head and said, "Not me, I'm already a soul master, this time it's teacher Zhao from the academy who's leading the team, and we're helping a classmate find the 3rd soul ring together." Lu Erlong was surprised. "Oh? You're already a soul master at such a young age? What is a martial soul?" Bai Yu introduced it, and Lu Erlong and Jiangju were shocked, and asked in unison. "Auxiliary department?" Lu Erlong's eyes widened. "How dare you, an auxiliary department, walk alone? Did something happen?" Bai Yu nodded, pretending to be frightened, and said, "We were attacked by a violent fire lion and a scorpion-tailed lion, and teacher Zhao was unable to split himself, and the scorpion-tailed lion chased a group of us students." I got carried away and lured the scorpion-tailed lion away. Fortunately, a senior came to rescue me. The trick he used on Lu Erlong was the same as the one he used to fool Tang Hao. He first pretended to be a junior, and then said that he got carried away because his companions were in danger, and rescued them without considering the consequences. Fortunately, Lu Erlong rescued him and saved his life. Once this trick was used, Lu Erlong, who saved Bai Yu's life, would subconsciously trust her. After all, in her eyes, if she hadn't taken action, Bai Yu would have died. When Lu Erlong learned that Bai Yu almost lost his life in order to save his companions, he was speechless and admired him. Speechless. What he didn't like was that the boy was too aggressive, but what he admired was his courage, sense of responsibility, and determination. Lu Erlong's favorability towards him was instantly full, and he said with a complicated expression, "Very good, but don't do such dangerous things next time, do you hear me?" Bai Yu nodded obediently. Lu Erlong was cold-faced but enthusiastic. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In that case, take me to meet your teacher. Since I have helped you, I will help you all the way and send you back." Bai Yu showed an appropriate expression of gratitude, and then said hesitantly, "I didn't have time to identify the direction when I ran away just now, and I'm afraid I can't find my companions." Lu Erlong said, "It doesn't matter. You try your best to find them. If you can't find them, I will send you out of the Xingde Great Forest directly." "Thank you, Senior." Then, Bai Yu looked at Jiangzhu and said in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I disrupted your plan to find the spirit ring." Jiangzhu shook her head. Not only did she not care, but also asked with concern, "Bai Yu, are you injured? I can help you heal." Bai Yu smiled and said, "No need, I have healing spirit skills myself." Lu Erlong looked at this scene and nodded secretly. She admired Jiangzhu's kindness, so she helped her find the spirit ring herself. "And Bai Yu is a gentleman, it's worth my saving his life. Flanders is so lucky to have such a student." The three of them walked towards the outskirts of Xingde Great Forest, intending to look for Zhao Wuji and others along the way. If they couldn't find them, they would send Bai Yu out directly. Along the way, Bai Yu quietly used his fiery eyes to look around, and suddenly, he found Yu Xiaogang. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was resting alone under a big tree, looking very embarrassed. Then, a wild boar came out from nowhere and rushed towards him without saying a word. Plot: Yu Xiaogang was attacked by a wild boar and fought with the wild boar. Bai Yu changed fight too. Although he didn't know why Yu Xiaogang was alone, it didn't prevent him from carrying out the next plan, making Yu Xiaogang's image collapse in Lu Erlong's eyes. "Oh, it's so unlucky. We just encountered a pack of powerful nether wolves that dispersed us. I don't know if Xiao San and the others will be in trouble." Yu Xiaogang was both scared and relieved. He was relieved that he was not injured, but he was scared that he was alone now and didn't know what dangers he would encounter. He felt that he shouldn't have followed them to his death. He was level 29 and had no protection. It was simply difficult for him to move in the Xingde Great Forest. "Oh, if Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were here, I could walk sideways in the Xingde Great Forest. I still have 2 farts left. I don't know if I can walk out alive." Just then, a wild boar rushed towards him. Yu Xiaogang snorted coldly. A wild boar that was less than 100 years old dared to add insult to injury? Fart like thunder, cracking the sky and the earth, Luo Sanbao. Luo Sanbao jumped high and farted to the death of the wild boar. Yu Xiaogang took out a dagger and walked over, ready to kill the pig and eat the meat. But when he walked behind the wild boar, countless charming thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind, as if he had returned to his youth when he first fell in love, and he couldn't control it at all. In an instant, Yu Xiaogang looked at the wild boar as if he had seen a peerless beauty, and couldn't help but control his big head with his small head. "Wild boar, hum. Hum. It seems like there is some movement." Lu Erlong suddenly stopped and signaled Bai Yu and Zhang Zhu to stop, and she slowly walked forward and pushed aside the bushes that blocked her view. Then, she saw the most shocking scene in her life. A man was holding a dagger on the neck of a wild boar, and studying the wild boar's cry in a simple and easy-to-understand way behind the wild boar. This scene simply subverted the three views of human beings. Lu Erlong almost vomited. But when he looked closely, he found that this person was so familiar. Wait, isn't this Yu Xiaogang? Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang seemed to reach a state and shouted. Erlong! Erlong! Take it! Lu Erlong vomited with a wow. Her worldview completely collapsed. Soon, Bai Yu and Zhang Zhu slowly walked over and whispered. Dean, Senior, what happened? Lu Erlong said nothing and directly pulled the two of them away, saying coldly as he walked. Bai Yu, I will send you out of the Xingde Great Forest today. You go back and tell Yu Xiaogang that from now on, I, Lu Erlong, will have nothing to do with him. 74 Chapter 74 Encountering the Dragon Man and the Snake Woman again. 74. The three continued to walk, and as they walked, a snow-white elk suddenly jumped out from the side. Lu Erlong was overjoyed when he saw this. Very good, a 1,200-year-old snow deer, Jiangzhu, the soul ring of this soul beast must be suitable for you. Lu Erlong was about to make a move, but suddenly he noticed two tooth marks on the snow deer's hind legs, and black blood flowed out of the tooth marks, which seemed to contain poison. The next second, a sky-blue snake jumped out and bit the snow deer's abdomen, and the snow deer was not to be outdone, and stepped on the sky-blue snake with its two hind hooves, and the snake and the deer entangled. Hee, buy one get one free? I like it. Lu Erlong laughed and made a move directly. He killed the sky-blue snake with one move, and at the same time beat the snow deer to death, with only his last breath left. Jiangzhu, go, give it the last blow, and then absorb the soul ring. Jiangzhu was stunned. She took out a knife and walked over, her expression a little dazed, as if she didn't expect the soul ring to come so suddenly. Bai Yu was also a little confused. Lu Erlong was really quick to act. If it were him, he would have to wait until the two soul beasts were both injured before taking action. Well, the main reason was that he didn't have the strength of a soul saint. Jiangzhu walked to the dying snow deer, looking at its snow-white hair, she hesitated with the knife. After some hesitation, she closed her eyes and raised the knife. Save the deer! Just then, a vicissitudes of life interrupted Jiangzhu. Lu Erlong looked in the direction of the voice and saw Long Gong Shipo and Meng Yuran coming out. Lu Erlong frowned and said, Is it you? Dragon and Snake Lady were also stunned, and said with a bad look. Lu Erlong, it's you. We were the first to see this azure snake, and we were going to use it as my granddaughter's third soul ring, but you interfered. How can this be tolerated? Lu Erlong sneered. Hee, 2 seconds slower? Even if it was 0.2 seconds slower, it was just your incompetence. What's more, you didn't seem to hurt this azure snake at all. It was fighting with a snow deer just now. According to your logic, I was the first to see this entire Xingde Great Forest. Why don't you get out? Bai Yu behind Lu Erlong was stunned. He was going to say hello to Dragon and Snake Lady to resolve the misunderstanding, but from what both sides said, it didn't seem to be a misunderstanding. Did the two sides have a grudge before? Meng Yuran pulled the clothes of the snake woman and asked her doubts. The snake woman explained, Yuran, she is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. More than 10 years ago, she had an enemy with your grandfather for some reasons. Now that we meet again, I think it's time for us to take revenge. Lu Erlong treated her coldly. Although she was calm on the surface, she was extremely anxious in her heart. Although she was confident that she could compete with the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady together were comparable to the titled Douluo. She was definitely not their opponent, not to mention that there were Jiangzhu and Baihu behind her. Once the fight started, I'm afraid. Lu Erlong glanced at Meng Yuan secretly. Once the fight started, she would find a way to kidnap her as a hostage. Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady also looked at Lu Erlong coldly, ready to avenge the arrow shot many years ago. Just when the atmosphere was tense, Bai Yu walked out from behind Lu Erlong and said with a smile. Senior Long Gong, Senior Shipo, we meet again. Lu Erlong was shocked. How dare Bai Yu come out? He can be slapped to death by a slap. She was about to pull Bai Yu back when she heard the surprised voice of Long Gong and Shipo opposite. Hey? Bai Yu? Why are you with this woman? Bai Yu smiled and explained the matter again. Everyone in Shrek Academy was attacked by two soul beasts. Zhao Wuji was unable to split himself. In order to protect his companions, Bai Yu led away the scorpion tail lion alone and was rescued by Lu Erlong. Long Gong and Shipo were stunned, and Meng Yuan was in a complicated mood. She thought to herself. Did Bai Yu almost give his life for his companions? Lu Erlong squatted down and whispered in Bai Yu's ear. Bai Yu, do you know them? Bai Yu nodded, briefly told Lu Erlong about the previous events, then looked at Long Gong and Shipo and asked. Seniors, although I shouldn't interfere in your previous grievances, this is the Xingda Great Forest, which is full of dangers. If you seniors fight and both sides are injured here, I am afraid that we and Meng Yuan will be in danger. Please calm down, it is better to resolve the enemies than to make them. Long Gong and Shipo looked at each other, and Long Gong smiled and said. Good boy, you are trying to persuade us? I am not an impulsive person. Since Lu Erlong saved you, I will do you a favor and let her go. But next time we meet, it won't be so simple. Lu Erlong was dumbfounded. She thought it would be a fight to the death, but she didn't expect Bai Yu to resolve the crisis with just a few words. Why does this kid seem to have more face than me, a soul saint? Lu Erlong was very depressed. When she and Lord Long were enemies, Lord Long was a soul saint, and she was a soul emperor, and one of the Iron Triangle. However, Lord Long heard her background, mocked her, what a bullshit Iron Triangle, and then fought with her. Lord Long, who couldn't even scare the Golden Iron Triangle, actually gave Bai Yu face? Lu Erlong couldn't figure out the reason. The snake woman looked at Bai Yu and smiled. Little Bai Yu, Lu Erlong brought her students to find soul rings, so don't make trouble for them. Come to me, I will escort you out. Lu Erlong's eyebrows jumped. Are you trying to steal my girl? I'm waiting to send Bai Yu out, and then cut off all ties with Yu Xiaogang who is still fucking a pig. How could I hand Bai Yu over to you? She protected Bai Yu behind her and said. No need to bother you two, you are also looking for spirit rings for your granddaughter, we are both the same, no one should blame each other. Long Gong laughed. Lu Erlong, you are a spirit saint, and my husband and I are comparable to titled Douluo. It is much safer for little Bai Yu to follow us than to follow you. Lu Erlong's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Behind her, Bai Yu was also a little helpless. Long Gong and Shipo had the idea of recruiting him as their grandson-in-law again. But it was true. As long as he and Meng Yuan were together, wouldn't all the bets be invalid? But I haven't been wild enough, how can I get married so early? Bai Yu was about to speak, but suddenly he was touched and turned his head to look into the distance. Seeing one after another behind the towering tree, the head of the titan ape was looming in the lush leaves. Bai Yu's heart moved, and he subconsciously touched the thing in his pocket. It was a hairpin that Xiao Wu gave him because she was worried that he would be in danger in the Xingda Great Forest. The hairpin had Xiao Wu's breath on it, and she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. She could use the hairpin to suppress most soul beasts when necessary, but at the same time, the titan ape could also sense Xiao Wu's breath. No, it's here. Chapter 73 was locked, so it was updated a little late today. 75 Chapter 75 Surviving in the Wild with Jiangzhu Meng Yuran. 75. The Titan ape met Bai Yu's gaze and obviously recognized him. He raised his hand in a very humane way, not knowing whether he wanted to say hello or touch his head to resolve the embarrassment. But when he raised his hand so lightly, several large trees in front of him were suddenly uprooted, exposing it in an instant. Lu Erlong and Long Gong Shipo were horrified. Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape was even more embarrassed when he saw that he was discovered. He pounded the ground with his fists, somewhat at a loss. But he just pounded lightly, and the ground began to shake. Lu Erlong and Long Gong Shipo thought that it came with bad intentions. Their faces changed, and they simultaneously sent out soul power, wrapped around Bai Yu and the other two, and threw them far away. Run! Don't come back! Then, Long Gong Shipo and Lu Erlong looked at the Titan Giant Ape and took a fighting stance. Titan Giant Ape, dot! Bang! Bai Yu and the other two were thrown far away and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were protected by soul power and did not faint. Bai Yu didn't bother to brush off the dust on his body, and helped Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu up, and asked, "Are you not injured?" Jiangzhu shook her head, her expression was relatively calm. No. Meng Yuran's face turned pale, and he was at a loss. Is that the legendary Titan ape just now? It's as tall as a mountain. Will Grandpa and Grandma be okay? Jiangzhu saw this and comforted. Don't worry, your Grandpa and Grandma and Dean Erlong should have no problem protecting themselves, but our presence will restrict them, so they threw us here. As she said, she looked at the surrounding trees, and then said, the trees here are not too old, which means that this place should not be far from the forest exit. We'd better leave the forest as soon as possible. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but look at her with a high eye. Sensing Bai Yu's surprised look, Jiangzhu said unhappily, I am a support system, but I don't know nothing. Bai Yu smiled, and suddenly, he grabbed Jiangzhu, pulled her into his arms, and then quickly retreated. Jiangzhu exclaimed, and Meng Yuran's eyes widened. Before the four words "What are you doing?" could be uttered, a spider web covered the place where Jiangzhu had just stood. Jiangzhu was startled and turned her head to look, only to see small spiders pouring out. It was estimated that there were about 11 or 12, some of which were 100 years old, and the rest were decades old. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Are these the descendants of the human-faced demon spider? Perhaps after the human-faced demon spider was killed by him that day, these little bastards have been wandering around in the Xingda Great Forest. Are these some of them? Jiangzhu, stand behind me. Bai Yu protected Jiangzhu, and although Meng Yuran's face turned pale, he also took out the snake spear and prepared to fight. Jiangzhu said worriedly, Hey, aren't you a support system? Bai Yu looked back at her, then took out 2 revolvers from his belt. Meng Yuran smiled and said, Girl, watch. Although Jiangzhu was a little angry when Meng Yuran called her a girl, she was completely attracted as Bai Yu raised both revolvers and fired in turn. Bai Yu fired alternately with both hands like a Western cowboy, and every bullet could take the life of a small spider. Tang San's hidden weapons could kill these small spiders in seconds, so there was no reason why a pistol couldn't. As Bai Yu fired the last shot with one hand, all the small spiders were shot to death, like prisoners on the execution ground. Meng Yuran was stunned. Although she knew that Bai Yu's hidden weapons were something, she didn't expect them to be so strong that she didn't even have a chance to shoot. Jiangzhu was also stunned. Bai Yu, a support system soul master, actually killed so many small spiders by himself. What kind of trick is this? Bai Yu, what weapon are you using? Jiangzhu asked hurriedly. Bai Yu blew the smoke from the muzzle of the revolver and smiled. This is a hidden weapon I made myself. I call it a pistol. Jiangzhu's eyes were full of stars. As an auxiliary spirit master, she has a natural yearning for this kind of weapon that can not only protect herself but also has great lethality. She asked tentatively. This pistol should be very troublesome to make, right? It's okay. Bai Yu made up a lie. Generally, it is forged with fine iron over 100 years old, and then various mechanisms are added to it, which takes 49 days. And the fine ones are cast with 1,000-year-old black iron, which takes only 81 days. Zhang Zhu was stunned. Meng Yuran was also stunned. She touched the pistol hanging on her waist and was suddenly moved. Bai Yu generously gave me such a precious thing. Is he interested in me? Bai Yu was thinking about a question at this time. Tang San sold 500 sets of hidden weapons for 5 million gold soul coins, 10,000 per set. If I sell this pistol, won't it be 20,000 or 30,000 per pistol? There are also RPK, AWM, Barrett, etc. How much should the price be? While Bai Yu was imagining the future, he, Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu were looking for a way out of the Xingda Great Forest. But there was no guide in the Xingda Great Forest, and the three of them could not tell the directions. They could only judge their location by the age of the trees, and thus infer the direction of the exit. It was very troublesome to find the way. Even if Bai Yu took out a compass, it would be useless because he didn't know which of the three directions was the exit. As the three of them searched, the sky gradually darkened, and they had to prepare to spend the night and found a cave. The situation in this cave is unknown, and it may be dangerous. Jiangzhu frowned. I'll go explore the way. Meng Yuran's face was a little pale, but she was the only combat soul master here, so she had to stand up. However, Bai Yu had secretly asked his soul pet to go in and explore the way. There were no soul beasts in the cave except some very weak bats. But Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu didn't know that Meng Yuran walked in front, and Bai Yu and Jiangzhu followed closely behind. The two were terrified, and Bai Yu had a calm face. Suddenly, a group of bats were startled and flew out from the depths of the cave. Meng Yuran was startled, screamed, and subconsciously threw herself into Bai Yu's arms. Feeling the warm body in his arms, Bai Yu was stunned. My God, there is an unexpected gain? After the bats flew away, Bai Yu coughed twice. Ahem. Meng Yuran didn't react at first, until she saw Jiangzhu with a slightly red face next to her. She reacted and quickly pushed Bai Yu away. You took advantage of me. I'll tell my grandparents and make you pay for it. Bai Yu said innocently. Nonsense, it was you who jumped on me, and you took advantage of me if you wanted to. Meng Yuran blushed, not knowing whether she was angry or embarrassed. Jiangzhu coughed twice, but couldn't hold back her mouth. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this, let's continue exploring. The three continued to move forward, and there was no danger in the cave. Bai Yu said. Jiangzhu, find some fire in the cave. Yuran, come with me, find some fire outside, and catch some wild animals to roast. Meng Yuran nodded, and the two walked out of the cave, but did not leave the cave too far, because Jiangzhu was still in the cave. The two collected some wood, caught 2 rabbits and a wild boar for dinner, and walked into the cave. Suddenly, the two of them changed their faces at the same time. Meng Yuran's face changed because she saw Jiangzhu fell to the ground, her face was pale, her expression was stiff, and she seemed to be poisoned. And Bai Yu's face changed because he clearly realized that he was dragged into the illusion. 76 Chapter 76 New Soul Pet delivered to the door. 76. Jiangzhu. Seeing Jiangzhu lying on the ground poisoned, Meng Yuran was shocked, and quickly threw away the prey in his hand, ran to Jiangzhu, and squatted down to check on Jiangzhu's condition. I saw that Jiangzhu's pretty face was blue, her expression was stiff, and there was a wound on her arm, which seemed to be scratched by something. However, she didn't know that this was just an illusion. Bai Yu had the system and Nightmare Man-Eating Plant Soul Ring plus 10,000 souls banner, so he noticed it as soon as he was pulled into the illusion. But he didn't say anything, but pretended not to notice it. He followed Meng Yuran and pretended to check Jiangzhu's injuries. He said carefully, "This should be scratched by poisonous vines." Meng Yuran nodded and said, "I know this poison, I will suck it out." As she said that, she lowered her face and lay on Jiangzhu's wound to help Jiangzhu suck out the poison. Meng Yuran's martial soul is more resistant to toxins than ordinary soul masters. However, while inhaling, she suddenly raised her head and said with an ugly face, "Oh no! This is not an ordinary toxin, there is also an aphrodisiac poison in it. Bai Yu, what should we do?" After saying that, he found that Jiangzhu and Meng Yuran's faces were visibly red. Meng Yuran seemed to be very hot. She bit her lips and slightly opened her collar, revealing a touch of snow white. She said in a trembling voice, "Now there is only one way, that is to expel the toxins. Only you can help us to detoxify." "How to help?" Meng Yuran walked towards Bai Yu, and her white jade fingers touched his belt. "Help like this." In a flash, when Meng Yuran stretched out his hand, Bai Yu released the third soul skill of the human emperor banner, mental piercing. Meng Yuran in front of him tilted his head back and screamed, seeming to be in great pain. As the scream sounded, the picture in front of Bai Yu shattered like a mirror. Not far away, Jiangzhu sat on the ground with her eyes closed, as if she was having a nightmare. Meng Yuran stood at the entrance of the cave, her face blank and a little sad, not knowing what kind of illusion she had fallen into. Across from Bai Yu, a black mass that looked like an eagle and a monkey, but actually looked like nothing, was wriggling. On its black body, a pair of white eyes stared at Bai Yu. Bai Yu was surprised. "Hey? Nightmare? Didn't your clan become extinct more than 100 years ago? There are still nightmares on Douluo continent." Bai Yu, who had a complete collection of soul beasts on Douluo continent in his mind, recognized this soul beast at the first time. It was a rare spiritual soul beast, Nightmare. Nightmare is a special martial soul, rare in number, half soul and half flesh, relying on absorbing the spiritual power of other creatures to survive and practice, and its strongest means are dreams and illusions. However, no one has encountered nightmares for more than 100 years. It is rumored that the Nightmare clan had been extinct more than 100 years ago, but Bai Yu unexpectedly encountered one, and it seemed to be 2,000 years old, just suitable to be a soul pet. Watching the nightmare wriggling in pain because of his mental piercing, Bai Yu walked over leisurely, saying as he walked, "I have to say, your method is really stupid. Do you think I am the kind of person who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman? But it is true. You probably think that in the illusion, no matter how stupid your method is, we guys won't think it's a problem. Unfortunately, you met me." As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, the nightmare suddenly moved and pulled him into the dream again. The pain caused by the mental piercing just now was an act. It was waiting for Bai Yu to get close and then sneak attack Bai Yu. However, this time, Bai Yu opened the fire eyes and golden pupils, and at the same time sacrificed the 10,000 souls banner. The powerful soul power instantly broke the dream created by the nightmare. Then, the 10,000 souls banner cast a black chain to bind nightmare tightly. Bai Yu absorbed its soul power while creating an illusion, giving it a taste of its own medicine. Nightmare's soul power was rapidly lost due to the illusion and the 10,000 souls banner. It struggled painfully, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. A 2,000-year-old soul beast was as weak as a 20-year-old soul beast in front of Bai Yu. A few minutes later, as Nightmare's body turned into a light spot and flew into the 10,000 souls banner, Bai Yu got a new soul pet. He shook the 10,000 souls banner to release Nightmare, but looking at the ugly appearance of this guy, Bai Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. "It's so ugly, forget it, it's just a soul body, and no one can see you." After Bai Yu finished speaking, he turned his head and took a look. As the Nightmare brothers entered the other emperor's banner to practice, Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu gradually got rid of the illusion and seemed to be about to wake up. Bai Yu raised his lips. "Come, let me see what you can do." Under Bai Yu's command, Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu, who were about to wake up, were pulled back into the dream. In the dream, Meng Yuran and Bai Yu were hunting outside. They were not far away, but not close, so as to avoid a sudden attack by a powerful enemy and wipe them out. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up, causing her to inhale pollen that had come from nowhere. She screamed, attracting Bai Yu's attention, and then Bai Yu found a pink flower not far away. Meng Yuran's face changed when he saw this. This is a lust-inducing flower. Once you inhale the pollen of this flower, it will cause the body's lust to burst. If you can't get treatment in time, it will cause your body to explode and die. Bai Yu asked, how to treat it? Meng Yuran gritted his teeth and said, relieve lust. Bai Yu was stunned, and Meng Yuran's cold face turned red visibly. Suddenly, she pulled Bai Yu to the bushes nearby, rubbing her hem unconsciously with her hands, lowering her head and saying, I don't like you, but now only you can save me. Only this time, don't tell anyone. Jiangzhu was making a fire in the cave. Just as she started the fire, suddenly, a man rushed in from outside the cave, who seemed to be a lone cultivator. When he saw Jiangzhu, his eyes lit up, licked his lips and said, I can't believe it, just finding a cave to take shelter, but there is an unexpected gain. After saying that, he walked towards Jiangzhu with a lustful look. Jiangzhu said in horror, don't come over. My companion will be back soon. She backed away and warned the man, trying to scare him away. However, the man caught her easily, forced her to drink a packet of mysterious powder, and said with a lewd smile, Hee, this is my favorite aphrodisiac, the effect is great. When your companions come back, I will have had enough fun. As soon as the man finished speaking, Bai Yu walked back to the cave alone. Seeing this, Bai Yu acted quickly and shot the man after a fight. But at this time, the effect of Jiangzhu's medicine had already taken effect. She felt a burst of heat all over her body. And waves of feelings surged down from her brain. This was something she had never experienced before, so her rationality was defeated in an instant. Her eyes were blurred, and she unconsciously reached out to undress, while begging in a seductive tone. Help me! Bai Yu said in embarrassment. How can I help you? Jiangzhu hooked his neck with both hands. Let me do it. 77 Chapter 77 What is a hot weapon? Tactical retreat. 77. Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu suddenly opened their eyes, and what they saw was the bonfire that was about to burn out, and the two of them. Ah! Both of them were startled by each other. At this time, Bai Yu, who was sitting outside the cave, heard the sound and walked in. Under the moonlight, his figure was very handsome. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Hearing Bai Yu's magnetic voice, Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu blushed at the same time, hesitating and unable to speak. Jiangzhu glanced at the surroundings and asked with a red face. Is it already midnight? Why do I remember it just getting dark? Meng Yuran also nodded with a red face. Yes, I remember I just came back from hunting. Bai Yu smiled. What's wrong with you two? Haven't we finished the barbecue? Now I'm guarding the first half of the night. In another quarter of an hour, I'll ask Yuran to get up and guard the night. Hearing Bai Yu call her Yuran, Meng Yuran's face turned red again and she stuttered. Is this so? Suddenly, she and Jiangzhu's stomach growled at the same time. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Are you hungry again? There are still some unroasted prey over there. Let's light a fire and roast them. I have seasonings here. As he spoke, Bai Yu took out some seasonings from his soul guide. Meng Yuran and Jiangzhu thought of the sizzling barbecue and licked their lips subconsciously. Then, Bai Yu took out 2 bottles of water from his belt and handed them to them. They didn't have much water left, so they gladly accepted Bai Yu's kindness. Then, Bai Yu walked to the outside of the cave and sat down, saying, "I will continue to keep watch. After you finish eating, someone can replace me." Meng Yuren and Zhang Zhu looked at each other and understood each other. Soon, they roasted a fresh and tender deer leg. Meng Yuren walked to Bai Yu and sat down. She held the deer leg with 2 green jade fingers and handed it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu turned his head to look at her. Meng Yuren blushed and said, "Look, what are you looking at? I just understand that you are tired of keeping watch." Bai Yu smiled, took the deer leg, and ate it heartily. Seeing that he had a good appetite, Meng Yuren was in a much better mood, so she went back and had supper with Zhang Zhu. Soon, when the two of them finished their supper, Bai Yu came over again, took out some crushed leaves from his belt and said, "These leaves can be ground into powder to disperse the smell, so that the aroma of barbecue will not spread out and attract powerful soul beasts." Zhang Zhu praised. "Bai Yu, you are so thoughtful." Bai Yu smiled and nodded, leaned against the cave wall and closed his eyes, while Meng Yuren sat between Bai Yu and kept watch. Zhang Zhu had just eaten and was not sleepy, but Bai Yu closed his eyes, so she couldn't speak. She was just bored. Bai Yu suddenly asked, "When did you join Lan Ba Academy?" Zhang Zhu raised her head. Bai Yu still didn't open his eyes, but she still answered, "I joined Lan Ba Academy after graduating from Intermediate Soul Master Academy. At that time, Dean Lu came to our Intermediate Soul Master Academy in person and announced on the spot that I would be admitted to Lan Ba Academy. So, you were also a genius at that time?" "Yes, when I graduated, I was already a level 26 Great Soul Master." Zhang Zhu nodded, with some pride in her tone. Generally speaking, those who can reach level 25 or above at the age of 12 are genius-level students no matter which Advanced Soul Master Academy they are placed in. The only difference is how talented they are. In Lan Ba Academy, Zhang Zhu may be the top genius, otherwise Lu Erlong would not personally help her find soul rings. But in Shrek or Tiandu Royal Academy, Zhang Zhu may just be an ordinary genius. Jiang Zhu asked back, "What about you?" "Me? I was already a 29th level Great Soul Master when I was 12 years old, and now I am a Soul Master." Jiang Zhu suddenly felt a little frustrated. Although she was not much older than Bai Yu, 1 or 2 months older was still older, and she was already behind Bai Yu. Thinking of this, she suddenly began to worry about Lu Erlong. "I wonder how Dean Lu is doing." As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yuren's voice suddenly came. "Be careful, there is movement." Bai Yu and Jiangzhu stood up at the same time. Meng Yuren retreated cautiously while saying, "Some small traps I set at the entrance of the cave were triggered. I heard the sound." Bai Yu opened his fiery eyes and looked directly at the entrance of the cave. It was a green Bailan snake, about 1,500 years old. At this time, it was holding a dead prey in its mouth, obviously preparing to eat supper in the cave. Bai Yu retracted his fiery eyes and said to Meng Yuren, "Whether it is a soul beast or a human, if it is strong, your little trap will definitely be discovered. So let's ambush first and wait for an opportunity to attack." The two women nodded. Meng Yuren and Bai Yu were on the left and right, and Jiangzhu hid far away. Soon, the Bailan snake climbed up the cave without noticing. At the moment when its snake head appeared, Meng Yuren picked up the snake spear, activated the first soul skill, and stabbed the Bailan snake fiercely. And Bai Yu was not convenient to use mental piercing, so he took out the pistol and was about to shoot, but the Bailan snake reacted quickly and threw the prey in its mouth to Bai Yu in the first time, and then dodged Meng Yuren's attack. Bai Yu's vision was blocked and he couldn't shoot. Fortunately, the Bailan snake not only did not run away, but also entangled Meng Yuren's legs and bit her white thighs. However, the next second, Meng Yuren activated her second soul skill. She immediately turned into a snake girl and swam out of the entanglement of the Bailan snake nimbly, which stunned the Bailan snake. The next moment, Bai Yu shot it with a gun. The Bailan snake felt pain and opened its mouth in an instant, spraying a ball of deadly venom at Bai Yu. Bai Yu rolled over to avoid the venom, and Meng Yuren raised his snake spear again to stab the Bailan snake. The Bailan snake turned around and faced Meng Yuren, who jumped high, opened its mouth, and prepared to spray venom. In its calculation, Meng Yuren's snake spear stabbed it and saw that its venom had already poisoned it to death. However, the next second, Meng Yuren took out his pistol and shot at the Bailan snake's open mouth. Bang! This shot was so painful. The Bailan snake was shot in the head and died. Meng Yuren landed, looked at the Bailan snake that was killed instantly, and looked at the pistol in his hand again, and was very excited. This pistol is so useful, I love pistols. She looked at Bai Yu, her eyes full of excitement. Bai Yu smiled, pointed at the soul ring that appeared on the Bailan snake and said, "It's just right for you, absorb it quickly." At this time, Jiangju also came over, and Bai Yu explained to her, "This soul beast is not suitable for you, so let Yuren absorb it first." Jiangju nodded to show her understanding. She did not envy the soul ring, but looked at the pistol in Meng Yuren's hand with envy. Bai Yu smiled, took out a pistol of the same model from the soul guide, and a bag of bullets, and handed it to her. Jiangju was shocked. "How can this be? I don't accept rewards without merit." Bai Yu smiled. "Just think of it as me showing my courtesy to the beauty, okay?" Jiangju's face turned red instantly, and after a moment of hesitation, she took the pistol. Meng Yuren looked at Bai Yu teaching Jiangju how to use the pistol, curled her lips, and her mood instantly fell. She walked silently to the body of the Bailan snake and began to absorb the soul ring. 78 Chapter 78 Saving Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. 78. The sky was getting light, and Meng Yuren finally opened her eyes. "I finally succeeded." Feeling her third soul ring, Meng Yuren suddenly had an urge to cry. The first time, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, the soul ring disappeared. The second time, the human face demon spider, was taken by Bai Yu first. This is the third time, she finally succeeded. Bai Yu came over and smiled. "Congratulations, what is the soul skill?" Meng Yuren had long regarded him as a companion and explained. "Wind-swept broken blades, my attack can transform into many snake spears that attack at the same time. Each transformed snake spear has 50% of its power and also contains Bailan snake venom." Bai Yu sincerely admired. "A very powerful soul skill." Jiangju also nodded, and then said, "It's already dawn, let's leave the Xingda Great Forest as soon as possible." Bai Yu and Meng Yuren agreed, and the three of them left the cave and continued to look for a way out of the forest. "Zhu Qing, hold on, we're almost out." Ning Rongrong supported Zhu Zuqing, who looked listless, with a weak breath and a slightly pale face. Just now, the two of them were ambushed by a powerful soul beast while looking for a way out and their companions. In order to protect Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing led the soul beast away alone, but was poisoned. When she came back to reunite, Ning Rongrong found that she was already very weak, so she had to support her to find a way out of the Stardo Great Forest. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. Even though she grew up listening to horror stories about the Stardo Great Forest in the sect, and even though Ning Fengzi and Jiangu Douluo repeatedly told her not to rashly explore the Stardo Great Forest, she never took it to heart. But now, she, an auxiliary soul master, Brada the poisoned Great Spirit Master, walked in the Xingda Great Forest. Even though there was no movement around, Ning Rongrong felt that there were countless pairs of malicious eyes staring at her in secret. At this moment, she hated her martial spirit so much that she didn't have any healing spirit skills. At least this way she could help Zhu Zuqing with her treatment. The two of them moved forward slowly. Suddenly, 100-year-old wild boar came out of the bushes and looked at Ning Rongrong with greedy eyes, making her feel as if she saw Ma Hung-jun. But Ma Hung-jun was just disgusting, and this wild boar made her feel scared. It wanted to kill her. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but Zhu Zuqing gently opened her hand and slowly walked in front of Ning Rongrong. Zuqing! Ning Rongrong bit her lip, while Zhu Zuqing looked at the wild boar coldly, urging her soul power to make her 2 soul rings appear. The wild boar stopped and looked obviously hesitant. For it, a great soul master with 100-year soul ring is not an easy opponent to defeat. Once injured in the battle, it might become the dinner of other soul beasts at night. The wild boar weighed the pros and cons for a moment and retreated in dismay. Zhu Zuqing did not take back the soul ring immediately, but continued to do so to prevent the wild boar from making a comeback. She kept doing it for more than 10 seconds before taking back the soul ring, but suddenly groaned and half knelt on the ground. Zhu Qing! Ning Rongrong hurriedly supported her. Zhu Zuqing coughed heavily several times, and her face became paler, even faintly black. Zhu Qing, you just activated your soul power, causing the toxins in your body to spread faster. Ning Rongrong was extremely anxious, and even had tears in her eyes. Zhu Zuqing moved her lips and gently uttered a word. Let's go. Ning Rongrong bit her lips tightly, helped Zhu Zuqing up, and continued to look for a way to leave the Xingda Great Forest. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. As the two walked, suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. Before the two could hide, a team of soul masters came out talking and laughing. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. It was people. We are saved. However, Zhu Zuqing quietly pulled her clothes. Ning Rongrong was puzzled. She looked closely and found that the 2 people at the back of the team were dragging 2 corpses, human. At the same time, the team also saw the 2 women. The leading woman signaled her companions to stop and asked from a distance. Who are you? When she asked, the 2 people dragging the body quickly hid back, trying to hide the body, but this action seemed to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing to be full of the flavor of trying to cover up. Ning Rongrong suppressed the fear in her heart and tried her best to keep her tone calm. We are just passing by. Please, where is the exit of the forest? The woman narrowed her eyes and made a gesture behind her with her left hand. The 3 men and 1 woman behind her walked to the left and right without making a sound, faintly forming an encirclement. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The woman said with a fake smile. Exit? You can reach the exit in a few hundred meters in the direction we came from. Judging from your situation, you seem to be injured? Do you need us to take you out? Ning Rongrong shook her head quickly. No, thank you. At this time, 2 men and 2 women had walked to the left and right sides of Ning Rongrong. One of the men licked his lips and said with a lewd smile. Girl, don't be so polite. It's fate that we met by chance. Why don't we let a few of us taste the taste of fate? As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly fell to the ground, and a wolf martial spirit emerged. He howled, used all 4 limbs, and suddenly pounced on Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's face was pale, Zhu Zuqing blocked her in front of her, and was about to make a move, but suddenly groaned, half knelt on the ground, unable to get up. Zuqing! Ning Rongrong cried anxiously. However, at this moment, a snake spear suddenly flew out from nowhere and pierced the man's heart with lightning speed. Be careful! The man's companion's eyes condensed, summoned his martial spirit, and barely knocked the snake spear away, but he also retreated 5 steps in a row, with a horrified expression. Who is it? The man who was about to launch his soul skill was startled and retreated continuously, not daring to act rashly. The next second, the graceful Meng Yuran came out, pulled out the snake spear that was knocked in front of her, and said coldly. A group of bandits and horse bandits, everyone can kill them. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were stunned, recognized Meng Yuran, and couldn't believe that she would actually draw her sword to help when she saw injustice. The 5 bandits saw that Meng Yuren was alone, and tacitly separated 4 people to surround Meng Yuren. Meng Yuren did not move, quietly waiting for the other party to surround her, and then showed 3 soul rings. Soul Master. The leader of the bandits, that woman, was a little surprised, but she was not afraid, because she was also a soul master. Although the quality of her soul ring was not as good as the other party, her 4 subordinates were all great soul masters. Besides, Meng Yuren was alone, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing obviously had no fighting power, the advantage was mine. The 4 surrounded Meng Yuren, and the man with the wolf spirit laughed again. Not bad, not bad, I actually met 3 beautiful girls. I want to, the one with the surname Ge, don't compete with me. Opposite him, another male bandit laughed. I'm too lazy to compete with you, I want this girl, with a good figure, to my taste. Before he finished speaking, his companion suddenly punched him in the head, and without any warning, his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white were scattered all over the ground. The man's headless body fell heavily, and the scene fell into dead silence. 79 Chapter 79 Flirting with Meng Yuren. 79. What are you doing? The other 3 bandits were furious. They didn't expect that at this moment, their companions would kill each other. After slapping the male bandit to death with a palm, the female bandit said nothing, fully activated her soul ring, and rushed towards the other bandits. For a moment, 1 bandit died suddenly, 2 bandits fought among themselves, and only 2 of the 5 bandits were still able to fight. Meng Yuren raised his snake spear and rushed towards the Soul Master bandit. While dealing with Meng Yuren, the Soul Master female bandit yelled at the remaining bandit. What are you doing? Take those 2 women hostage. She didn't know what happened, but it would be good to grab 2 hostages. However, the remaining bandit was terrified and ran away without caring about his other accomplices. Asshole! The Soul Master female bandit was almost furious. The next moment, the snake spear in Meng Yuren's hand thrust out, and in an instant it turned into 8 snake spears, stabbing at the soul venerable female bandit. You should take care of yourself. Meng Yuren sneered. The soul venerable female bandit snorted coldly. It's just an illusion, a trifling trick. She thought that only one of the 8 snake spears was real, but when she was scratched by one of the snake spears, the severe pain in the wound made her pause for a moment. The female bandit's face changed, poisonous. She quickly retreated. A white soul ring and a yellow soul ring emerged, and she used the first and second soul skills in succession, which barely resolved Meng Yuren's third soul skill. However, the next second, Meng Yuren used the second soul skill, the snake body, and quickly swam behind the female bandit, and swung the snake spear out, directly knocking the female bandit out. The female bandit fell to the ground with serious injuries, and just saw a pair of shoes walking up to her. She raised her head with difficulty and looked up, and what came into her eyes was Bai Yu's kind smile. Bai Yu quietly took back the new soul pet nightmare and asked, "Do you want to die or stay here to feed the soul beast? Choose one." The female bandit was desperate, her face was depressed, and she slapped her head with one hand. Bai Yu did not stop him, and walked to Zhu Zuqing with Meng Yuren and Zhang Zhu. Ning Rongrong tightly grasped Bai Yu's arm, shaking and crying. "Bai Yu, you save Zuqing." Bai Yu responded with a reassuring smile, and then looked at Zhang Zhu, who stepped forward and a healing staff appeared in her hand. First soul skill, healing. A burst of green light symbolizing vitality flew out of the healing staff and merged into Zhu Zuqing's body, making her complexion quickly improve. However, Zhang Zhu frowned and said, "I can only help her heal her injuries, but I can't help her detoxify." Bai Yu looked at Meng Yuren again, and Meng Yuren raised the corner of his mouth, as if to say, "Finally it's your turn to beg me." She walked towards Zhu Zuqing with sexy steps, busy for a while, and dissolved the poison in Zhu Zuking's body. Okay, sleep for half an hour and you'll be fine. Meng Yuren smiled. She was also a half-expert in playing with poisons, so it was no problem to detoxify. Bai Yu nodded and said, "It's considered that you have repaid the favor of helping you get the soul ring." Meng Yuren was stunned. She didn't dare to think so. Just simply detoxifying was comparable to the favor of the third soul ring? She seemed to think of something. She looked at Zhu Zuking, then at Bai Yu, and then at Ning Rongrong who was still holding Bai Yu's arm. Could it be that this guy? Suddenly, two happy voices came from a distance, interrupting her thoughts. "Yuren? It's great that you're okay." Meng Yuren turned her head suddenly and said in surprise, "Grandpa and Grandma." She ran over and threw herself into the arms of Long Gong Shi Po. The dragon and snake were overjoyed. They rubbed Meng Yuren's head and asked, "Yuren, we were so worried about you. How did you get through this period?" Meng Yuren thought for a moment and said truthfully, "Bai Yu, Zhangzhu and I found a cave and spent the night. At dawn, we went out to find a way. As a result, we met two students from Shrek Academy and saved them. By the way, I have got the third soul ring." "What?" The dragon and snake were overjoyed. When they learned that Bai Yu had helped a lot, they walked to Bai Yu and said sincerely, "Boy, thank you. My family Yuren owes you a life." After Meng Yuren's description, the dragon and snake roughly understood the situation. They knew that their granddaughter had little experience in surviving in the wild. Thanks to Bai Yu's presence, she didn't get into trouble that she shouldn't have. What's more, Bai Yu helped her get the third soul ring. It's not an exaggeration to say that Meng Yuren owed him a huge favor. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. When you are out, one more friend means one more way." Dragon and Snake Lady smiled with relief and looked at Bai Yu with kind eyes. At this time, Bai Yu noticed Jiangzhu who was hesitant to speak, so he asked, "Seniors, where is Dean Lu Erlong?" Dragon said casually, "She is fine. I guess she is looking for her student in the forest now? That Titan ape is very strange. He didn't use his full strength. He left after fighting with us for a few rounds. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get away so easily," he said, still a little frightened. Jiangzhu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this and cast a grateful look at Bai Yu. At this time, Meng Yuren pulled the corner of Long Gong's clothes and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, I want to talk to Bai Yu alone." Long Gong showed a mischievous smile and laughed. Okay, Grandpa will do as you say, Grandpa will do as you say." Meng Yuren pulled Bai Yu to the side, changed her coquettish look just now, and gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, are you interested in Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking and that Jiangzhu?" Bai Yu smiled, did not admit it, but did not deny it. "You playboy! Do you want to pick me up?" Meng Yuren clenched her pink fist and shook it in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu was amused by her appearance, blinked, and said, "I am very interested in beautiful women, you should be prepared in the future. You really have bad intentions. Since you want to seduce me, why are you so close to other girls? Is Douluo continent a monogamous system? No. Am I strong enough? Quite strong. Then what do you have to say?" Bai Yu laughed, "The strong in this world have high status. What is 3 wives and 4 concubines? Having many wives and concubines is the norm." Meng Yuren bit his lip and said, "You and me. I will ask my grandparents to punish you." Bai Yu raised the corner of his mouth. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "No. You are jealous. You bastard." Meng Yuren did not deny it, but cursed him with a red face. "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, you still owe me a favor. How about you pay me back after we get out of the forest?" "As for how to pay it back, hee hee." Bai Yu showed a smile that all men understand, and Meng Yuan had a lot of fantasies for a while. How would he let me pay him back? Let me kiss him again? Or something more excessive? If that's the case, should I agree? Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression tightened quickly, and he said seriously. I haven't figured out what to ask you to do yet. I'll tell you when I have inspiration later. You. Meng Yuan's face flushed, and he spoke incoherently. He could only bite his lips, clench his fists, and stamp his feet wildly to relieve his embarrassment. This hateful bad man. 80 Chapter 80 We are suffering, and you are ordering a night? 80. With Bai Yu mediating, Long Gong Shipo was happy to give Bai Yu face, and took Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and Zhang Zhu to find a way out together. On the way, Zhu Zuqing kept winking at Bai Yu, so Bai Yu deliberately walked side by side with Zhu Zuqing. Something. What's your relationship with Meng Yuan? Zhu Zuqing seemed very straightforward at this time and asked directly. Bai Yu smiled and said. Same relationship as you. Zhu Zuqing was stunned, as if she didn't expect Bai Yu to answer like this. At this time, Bai Yu bought a pistol from the Soul Guide. Actually from the system, and handed it to Zhu Zuqing. I explained it to you, you know how to use it. Zhu Zuqing was stunned for a moment. She guessed that Bai Yu was interested in Meng Yuan, but she didn't expect Bai Yu to give her the pistol directly, which meant that he was interested in her. If she accepted it, it would mean that she had initially acquiesced to his pursuit. If she didn't accept it, it would mean rejection. How should I choose? After hesitating for a long time, she took the pistol and bullets, and didn't ask more about Bai Yu and Meng Yuan. Bai Yu nodded secretly, very satisfied. Among the three Shrek girls, Xiao Wu was the most innocent, and Bai Yu could trick her into becoming Xing Nu in a minute. Although Zhu Zuqing was a member of the Xing Luo royal family, she didn't get support, and she had been influenced by the royal family since she was a child, so she was not unacceptable to things like 3 wives and 4 concubines, so Zhu Zuqing's choice was within his expectations. The most difficult person to deal with is Ning Rongrong. She has the strongest background and is the favorite of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Swordbone Douluo is willing to sacrifice half his life for her. If those two find out that Bai Yu is still having an affair with other women when he is entangled with her, cough cough. At least Bai Yu doesn't want to mess with these two now. Under the leadership of the Dragon Man and the Snake Woman, everyone quickly walked out of the Xingda Great Forest. Seeing the familiar human buildings appear in front of them, Ning Rongrong almost burst into tears. The Dragon Man and the Snake Woman left with Meng Yuan. Bai Yu took out a pistol and gave it to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, who escaped from the forest, was in a good mood and asked Bai Yu how much it cost. She bought it. Bai Yu smiled and said, "No money, it's my gift to you." Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment, and raised the corner of her mouth. "Okay, then I'll take it." Just as she took the pistol, Flanders' voice suddenly came from a distance, "Finally found it." Everyone turned around and Flanders flew over. Bai Yu was surprised. "Dean, why are you here? Where are the others?" Flanders pushed his glasses and said, "Tang San, Oscar and Dai Mubai came out first. Oscar came back to the academy to find me, and then I took Ma Hongjun and Xiao Gang out. Now you are all safe and sound, you are lucky, but it's a pity that Zhao Wuji hasn't come out yet. I heard from you that he encountered a violent fire lion." Everyone nodded, and Flanders sighed. As the name suggests, the violent fire lion is easy to get excited when fighting. "I will settle you down, I'll go find him later. I hope Zhao Wuji is okay." After saying that, Flanders looked at Jiangzhu and frowned and asked, "Who is this girl?" Bai Yu explained, "Dean, this is Jiangzhu, a student of Lanba Academy. Their dean personally took her to find the third soul ring, but she had a conflict with the Geishi dragon snake couple on the way, and ended up meeting the Titan giant ape." Bai Yu roughly described the matter, and Flanders widened his eyes. He didn't know whether it was because he heard about the Lanba Academy founded by Lu Erlong or because he was shocked by their experiences. Flanders coughed dryly and said, "Girl, where is your dean?" Jiangju shook her head, looking a little sad. Suddenly, a voice came from behind everyone, "I'm here." Everyone looked back and saw the heroic Lu Erlong slowly walking over. There were some bloodstains on his clothes and his face was a little pale, but other than that, he seemed to be fine. "Dean." Jiangju ran over happily. Lu Erlong nodded at her and looked at Flanders with complicated eyes, and the latter did the same. "Long time no see," Flanders said in a deep voice. "Long time no see." Lu Erlong nodded in response. The two didn't talk much, but the atmosphere between them was a bit heavy and complicated, making Ning Rongrong and others unable to distinguish the relationship between the two. "Do you want to go see Xiao Gang?" Flanders suddenly asked. However, it was this sentence that made Lu Erlong's face fall instantly. "Flanders, tell Yu Xiao Gang that he and I have cut off all ties from now on and will have nothing to do with each other." Lu Erlong snorted coldly and pulled Jiangju away. Flanders was confused, what was going on? He hurriedly chased after him and asked. "Erlong, what happened?" Lu Erlong wanted to vomit when she thought of that scene, and said angrily. "Let Yu Xiao Gang let the wild boar go." After that, Lu Erlong left with Jiangju. Flanders was completely confused and bewildered. He glanced at everyone and thought that even if he asked them, they wouldn't know what happened, so he should settle them down first. So he swallowed his doubts and prepared to go back and ask Yu Xiao Gang. He led everyone to a small town closest to the Xingda Great Forest. According to him, Tang San, Yu Xiao Gang and others had already stayed in the town's hotel to heal their wounds. However, when everyone walked into the hotel lobby, they saw Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were supposed to be healing, holding wine glasses, with a beautiful woman in revealing clothes sitting on each side. Dai Mubai raised the wine glass with 4 fingers, with his little finger raised high, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was no longer the evil charm before, but a little feminine. Ma Hongjun drank the wedding wine with the beauty next to him, then raised his arm to his mouth. When he was about to wipe his mouth, he was stunned and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth. Bai Yu suppressed his laughter. Without that thing, these two people are becoming more and more feminine. Tang San and Oscar should like Eunuch Dai and Eunuch Ma very much. The others looked at Flanders instantly. "Is this what you call healing?" Flanders' mouth twitched. He knew that these guys were here drinking and picking up girls to relax last night, but he didn't expect them to be here during the day. "Dai Mubai! Ma Hongjun!" Flanders with a roar, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned around, stood up instantly, and walked over with a warm smile. "Zhu Qing? Xiao? It's great that you're okay. We've been worried about you." Xiao Wu sneered. "Worried about us? You've been drinking and picking up girls, right?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. "We've been through so many dangers in there, what's wrong with relaxing?" Ning Rongrong said angrily. "In other words, when we were in life and death crisis in there, you guys were drinking and bragging here." Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more wrong, Flanders hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay, they were worried about you yesterday. By the way, where are Tang San and Oscar?" Dai Mubai said. "They are recovering in the room." Flanders nodded. "That's about right." Then he knocked on the door of the two people with a few people, wanting to tell them the news that Bai Yu and the others had returned safely. Tang San opened the door and felt a little embarrassed when he saw so many people coming in. "Xiao Yu? Are you back safely?" Tang San's expression was joyful, but there was a hint of embarrassment in his joy. Bai Yu smiled. "Yeah, I almost couldn't come back." Suddenly, Xiao Wu next to him sniffed and wondered. "What's that smell?" She and Bai Yu had done that, so she smelled some residual smell in the room. Flanders had smelled it a long time ago, but he didn't say anything just to prevent Tang San from causing public outrage. He coughed twice and said, "Ahem, okay, don't disturb Xiao San's healing. Let's go find Oscar and tell him the good news, then you guys should rest and recover, I still have to find your teacher Zhao." When he said this, he cursed in his heart. Dai Mu, Bai Ma, Hong Jun, these two bastards, actually ordered a night for Tang San? The key is that Tang San actually accepted it. Was last night the time for these men and women to do these things? Flanders cursed inwardly and walked to Oscar's door with everyone else. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a faint moan suddenly came from the room. "Well, brother Oscar, you are the best." Everyone fell into silence. 81 Chapter 81 Everyone except Ma Hong-jun broke through. 81. Later, at lunchtime, Oscar walked to the hall and stretched, but saw Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Bai Yu were all there. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in surprise, "Xiao Yu? Rongrong? Are you back safely?" The three women looked at him with disgust, only Bai Yu still had that approachable smile on his face. "Yeah, Xiao Ao, how are you recovering?" "Hee, it's okay, it's okay." Oscar touched his head, not knowing that everyone knew that he had ordered a night package and slept until the morning. Originally, in the minds of the three Shrek girls, the most disgusting men were Ma Hong-jun and Tang San, followed by Dai Mubai and Oscar, but now they are all equally disgusting. Oscar felt the gazes of the three girls and touched his head. He didn't know what happened, so he planned to ask Tang San, Dai Mubai and the others privately. Oscar turned his head to look at Tang San and asked curiously, "Xiao San, where is Dashi?" Tang San sighed. "My teacher was seriously injured. He has been healing in the room since yesterday and hasn't come out yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang suddenly came down. Although his face was a little pale, he looked fine. "Teacher." Tang San stood up in surprise, and at the same time, Flanders and Zhao Wuji also walked in. "Little monsters, are you all okay?" Zhao Wuji looked around and saw that everyone was there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang and said in a deep voice, "Xiaogang, I have something to tell you alone." Under everyone's surprised eyes, Yu Xiaogang and Flanders walked back to Yu Xiaogang's room. Oscar winked at everyone and said, "Everyone, are you interested in eavesdropping?" Tang San hesitated. "This is not good, right? What if it's something serious?" "Yeah, forget it then." After Oscar finished speaking, Bai Yu and the three women stood up and walked towards their rooms. Bai Yu returned to the room, opened his fire eyes, saw Flanders and Yu Xiaogang in another room, and interpreted the content of their conversation through lip reading. "Xiaogang, I met Erlong in the forest." Flanders said something shocking, and Yu Xiaogang just sat down on the chair and jumped up again. His voice subconsciously raised an octave. "You met her?" Flanders nodded, and Yu Xiaogang anxiously asked, "Did she say anything to you?" Flanders was silent for 2 seconds, and said in a strange tone, "She said that from now on, she and you will have nothing to do with each other." Yu Xiaogang was stunned. How could it be? How could Erlong say such a thing? Yu Xiaogang looked blank, and after a moment, he looked at Flanders with doubtful eyes. This old cat owl, wouldn't he want to rekindle his old love with Lu Erlong, so he deliberately said such words to alienate the relationship between us? Flanders was furious. "I guessed what you were thinking, am I that kind of person? Erlong told me this in person, and he also asked you to let the wild boar go in the future. What does this mean?" Yu Xiaogang was struck by lightning, and his expression management lost control all of a sudden. He remembered the scene where his back was like a wild boar. Could it be that Lu Erlong saw it? No way. "Xiaogang? What's going on?" Flender was a little puzzled and asked. However, Yu Xiaogang's brain had completely crashed, and he couldn't hear anything Flanders said. At this time, Bai Yu, who was next door, was laughing wildly, and a plot appeared in front of him. Yu Xiaogang understood that the reason why Lu Erlong broke up with him was because of his back like a wild boar. For the sake of face, he decided to hide this matter from Flender. Bai Yu changed hide to show. Flender saw that Yu Xiaogang seemed to have dementia, and reached out to push him, but Yu Xiaogang suddenly grabbed his hand with a lewd look on his face. Hehe, didn't you ask me what happened? I'll tell you what happened. Plot. Flender was shocked and prepared to subdue Yu Xiaogang. Bai Yu changed subdue to cooperate. Flanders was horrified and was about to attack Yu Xiaogang. Suddenly, he lost all thoughts of resistance and only wanted to cooperate with Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang pushed Flanders against the wall and grabbed his hands from behind. 5 minutes later, Bai Yu returned to the hall as if nothing had happened. Oscar, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were still sitting in the hall. Xiaohu, why did you come down? Tang San asked. Bai Yu sighed and said. I didn't get hurt, but I kept thinking that the purpose of our entry into the Stardo Great Forest this time was to help Xiao Ao and Xiao San get spirit rings, but we got nothing. Since the Dean is here, it's better to ask the Dean to help find spirit rings as soon as possible. The four of them agreed. Oscar and Tang San stood up and said. Yes, I'll go to the Dean and ask when we will enter the Stardo Great Forest again. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also stood up and followed Oscar and Bai Yu to Yu Xiaogang's room. The four of them walked to the door of the room, raised their hands to knock on the door, and suddenly heard the mysterious voices of two men coming from the room. Xiaogang, Xiaogang! Flanders! Oh! Oscar and the other two froze in place. After an incense stick of time, Flanders slowly walked down and saw Oscar and others sitting in the hall. He coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice. Oscar, Tang San, have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to find the spirit ring. Oscar and Tang San did not have excited expressions, but just nodded with strange expressions. Flanders was a little puzzled when he saw this. He knew that Tang San was calm, but what was Oscar's expression? This guy was not the kind of person who was very cunning. Shouldn't he be excited to hear this news? Bai Yu quickly changed the subject and said. Dean, do we still need to go in? Flender pondered for a moment and said. Bai Yu, Tang San, Mu Bai, and Xiao Wu can follow. You are all soul masters and have stronger self-protection abilities. As soon as Flender finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing walked down from upstairs and looked at Flender, with a rare hint of joy in her tone. I have also broken through level 30. Everyone was overjoyed. Then, hearing that Zhu Zuqing had broken through level 30, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also walked down. Ning Rongrong said sadly. Wu, Zuqing, Xiaohu, you have all broken through level 30, but I am still stuck at level 29. Xiaohu pinched Ning Rongrong's waist and said with a smile. Oh, it's okay, there will be a chance. Flanders pushed his glasses and said. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wuji will stay here with you tomorrow to wait for us, and the rest of you will go into the forest with me. Yes. Ning Rongrong was a little disappointed, but Ma Hongjun didn't care, and he was too lazy to go in. Bai Yu noticed that Ma Hongjun was peeping at Ning Rongrong with a lewd look, and thought that Ning Rongrong should not stay with Ma Hongjun, even if Zhao Wuji was watching. Bai Yu didn't want to, because he felt uncomfortable. So that night, after everyone went to bed, Bai Yu used the jade pendant to make sure that no one had discovered him, and then sneaked into Ning Rongrong's room, instilled a lot of soul power into her, and helped her break through to level 30 in one fell swoop. The next morning, everyone gathered at the entrance of the hotel. Ning Rongrong came running with long legs and said happily. I also broke through level 30. 82 Chapter 82 4 Quasi Soul Lords, entering the Great Forest again. 82. Oh? You also broke through level 30. Flanders widened his eyes, Unbelievable. Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu surrounded Ning Rongrong and talked and laughed. Wow, Rongrong, you and Zuqing broke through to level 30 so quickly. Hehe, I didn't expect it. I practiced for a while last night, and then broke through after a good sleep. Well, we all broke through to level 30, which is a good thing. After Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, Oscar coughed twice, glanced at Ma Hongjun standing on the edge, and smiled evilly. Ahem, there is still one person who hasn't broken through. Ma Hongjun glanced at Oscar unhappily, and then glared at Zhu Zuqing hatefully, with disgust in his eyes, but more greed. Zhu Zuqing didn't even look at Ma Hongjun. She just walked with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Flender said. With 4 quasi-soul lords, I'm really a little stressed. Zhao Wuji, come in with me. Ma Hongjun, you can go back to the academy by yourself, or stay here and wait for us to come out. It's up to you. Ma Hongjun's face turned black. He was the only one who didn't break through, what a shame. Zhao Wuji chuckled, he had lost face in front of these little monsters twice before, this time he wanted to avenge his previous shame. Just like that, Zhao Wuji and Flanders led the team, Yu Xiaogang followed, Bai Yu, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai entered the Xingda Great Forest again, a group of 10 people, a big momentum. Perhaps because everyone was too unlucky the previous 2 times, so this time everyone's luck was much better. Not long after entering the outer periphery of the Xingda Great Forest, they found a plant suitable for Ning Rongrong. On a huge and intricate vine frame, there were countless gourds of different sizes. But the largest one was as big as a truck. There was no trace of soul beast activity within a radius of 500 meters of this vine frame, because the soul beasts that dared to come here became food for the gourds. Yu Xiaogang said happily. This is a 1,500-year-old green jade gourd, which is just right for Ning Rongrong as the 3rd soul ring. Flanders pushed his glasses, raised his lips slightly, and then glanced at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was depressed. I thought you were going to take action. Zhao Wuji took action and killed the gourd in a short time. Ning Rongrong made up for it and then sat down to absorb the soul ring. While she was absorbing the soul ring, Dashi was also introducing the 7 treasures glazed tower to others. Each soul skill of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is a gain skill, and the default gain is 10%. However, the reason why the 7 treasures glazed pagoda is called the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent is because it can ignore the opponent's soul power level and directly gain power. In other words, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda also gains 10% for great soul masters and 10% for titled Douluo. And for every additional soul ring, the gain will increase by another 10%. If Ning Rongrong successfully absorbs it, she will have 3 soul rings, so the gain of the previous 2 soul skills will also become 30%. In other words, she will give me a 30% gain, and a 30% gain for Flanders. Everyone nodded and agreed with the power of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. No wonder it is the strongest auxiliary martial soul, it lives up to its reputation. Bai Yu sighed. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes and smiled. Xiaowu, stop joking, your human emperor banner is not bad. Xiaowu said happily. Rongrong, did you succeed? Ning Rongrong stood up, patted the dust off her body, and smiled. My 3rd soul skill is soul power amplification, which can help you increase your soul power by 30%. She briefly introduced it, which made everyone very excited, and even Bai Yu praised it repeatedly. Although his human emperor banner can also amplify soul power, at present, the increase is about 20%, which is not as high as the 7 treasures glazed tower. But his human emperor banner is more versatile, and it can amplify attack, defense, soul speed, strength, agility, and intelligence, which is something the 7 treasures glazed tower cannot compare to. Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong praised each other, and saw the kindness in each other's eyes and smiled knowingly. Flanders waved his hand. There are still 3 soul rings, don't stand there, continue. At night, everyone found another nether tiger of the right age, and Zhao Wuji took action to get it as the 3rd soul ring for Zhu Zuqing. While Zhu Zuqing was absorbing the soul ring, Zhao Wuji walked to Flanders and said depressedly, "Brother, why do you always smile evilly and ask me to take action? I thought you were going to take action." Flanders glanced at him and laughed. "You know shit, I am the one who holds the line, how can I take action at will?" Zhao Wuji, Flanders was suspicious. "Are you scolding me?" Zhao Wuji smiled instantly, raised 4 fingers and said, "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Flanders just stared at him quietly, and when Zhao Wuji was sweating, Zhu Zuqing's happy voice came. "Success!" Everyone immediately surrounded him and asked for details. Zhu Zuqing's 3rd soul skill is Netherworld Slash. With both hands clasped above her head, the claw blades on her 10 fingers quickly merged together to form a sharp blade about 1 foot long. After injecting soul power, the black light blade condensed in a straight line and fell on her head, with great destructive power. Close-range single-target attack skill. Yu Xiaogang pondered. Your 3 soul skills are all close-range single-target attack skills. Your future development path is assassin. Zhu Zuqing almost rolled her eyes. Nonsense, who can see this? 3 single-target attack skills, are they going to assist? Ignoring Dashi, everyone quickly dispersed to prepare for the night, so as not to encounter danger and chaos. Flanders said, "Zhao Wuji and I will keep watch, you guys go to sleep." At this time, Bai Yu suggested, "Dean, I think you and teacher Zhao should go to the periphery to guard against large soul beasts approaching. The 8 of us will be divided into 4 groups, each group will keep watch for 2 hours, so that we can prevent some small soul beasts with strong lurking ability from sneaking over." Flanders raised his eyebrows and said, "Not bad, Bai Yu, your idea is very good, let's do it." Zhao Wuji patted Bai Yu's shoulder and smiled. "Boy, you are very experienced." Everyone also cast admiring eyes at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and said, "How about this, Xiao San, you will be in a group with Da Shi, Xiao Ao. You haven't become a soul master yet, so you will be in a group with Mu Bai. Rong Rong and Zhu Qing just broke through today, so let Xiao Wu and Rong Rong be in a group, after all, Xiao Wu is already familiar with the realm of soul master. As for Bai Yu, of course he will be in a group with Zhu Zuqing." The boys hesitated to speak, but the 3 girls were very satisfied with this plan. Flanders waved his hand and said, "That's it. Zhao Wuji and I will go to the periphery for alert. You guys take care of yourself." After that, Flanders and Zhao Wuji disappeared. Bai Yu thought for a while and said to everyone, "Rong Rong, Xiaowu and Zuqing are all girls. Our 2 groups will take care of the first 4 hours. Tang San and Dashi, Mu Bai and Xiao Ao will take care of the last 4 hours." Tang San opened his mouth and closed it again. "Damn, you've already finished talking. What am I talking about?" Bai Yu glanced at him and laughed in his heart. He knew that Tang San had good experience in surviving in the wild, so he deliberately spoke first to establish his core position in the team and marginalize Tang San. There were no disadvantages. From the time he entered Shrek Academy until now, he has basically achieved his goal. Now everyone in Shrek Academy basically regards him as the core of the team, especially Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who have reached the realm of more than friends but less than lovers. It's already difficult to improve the relationship with them if I stay in Shrek, so the next plan must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. While Bai Yu was thinking, midnight arrived. 83 Chapter 83 Tang San suffered from more troubles, and became a eunuch and still farted dumbly. 83. After Xiao Wu Ning Rongrong and Bai Yu and Zhu Zuqing handed over their shifts, they fell asleep. Bai Yu and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, and Bai Yu couldn't help yawning. Zhu Zuqing was originally quite cold, and was infected by Bai Yu and couldn't help yawning. The two looked at each other for a moment and laughed. While Bai Yu was poking the bonfire with a branch, he joked. When I first met you, I thought you were a face paralysis. Now I find that you are also quite interesting. Zhu Zuoqing was speechless. Is there anyone who chats like you? Maybe it's the night that makes people feel peaceful, or maybe it's the bonfire that makes people feel warm. When Zhu Zuoqing and Bai Yu were alone, they didn't feel that they were rejected by others. Bai Yu smiled and said, I mean, you look good when you smile, how about you smile more in the future? Zhu Zuoqing was stunned. It was the first time she met someone who praised her for her beautiful smile. From childhood to adulthood, she grew up in the high-pressure policy of the Douluo royal family. Fighting and scheming accounted for a large part of her growth, so she developed a serious character. Because this can protect herself to the greatest extent. But she is not without emotion. She remembered that when she was a child, before she was trained by the royal family, her mother once held her in her arms, pinched her little face, and said with a smile, My Zuoqing is so beautiful, she will definitely be a beauty like her mother when she grows up. Zuoqing, smile more, come. After so many years, Bai Yu reminded her of this time again. She felt something in her heart was touched, her nose was sour, and she rubbed her eyes. Bai Yu asked with concern. Are you okay? Is there sand in your eyes? Zhu Zuoqing couldn't explain clearly, so she nodded and thought it was sand in her eyes. How about I blow it for you? Zhu Zuoqing was stunned. Bai Yu came over and stretched out his hand to her pretty face. Zhu Zuoqing was stunned for a moment, letting Bai Yu's fingers fall on her face. Bai Yu was about to help her blow it, but suddenly, Bai Yu pushed her hard, and he also used the force to retreat and quickly stood up. The next second, a pangolin sneaked out from the place where the two had just sat. Seeing that Bai Yu and Zhu Zuoqing were staring at it, it was startled and hurriedly drilled back. Zhu Zuoqing's face turned cold. He wanted to run after being attacked. Netherworld slash. The pangolin was startled and quickly drilled out from the ground, avoiding the netherworld slash. Zhu Zuoqing snorted coldly and used the netherworld 100 claws on the pangolin. The next moment, Bai Yu sacrificed the human emperor banner, and the soul rings came out together, covering Zhu Zuoqing's body like a free bonus, covering his third soul skill, mental piercing. The pangolin's head seemed to be hit hard by a hammer, making it lose its mind instantly and stay where it was. Then it was hit by the netherworld claws and bled profusely. The next moment, Daimyo Bai and others woke up one after another, and Flanders and Zhao Wuji also rushed over. It was too late for the pangolin to escape at this time. Zhao Wuji grabbed the pangolin like a chicken and laughed. A pangolin that is 1,600 years old, a soul ring delivered to the door. As expected, Bai Yu is smart. My brother and I are on guard at the periphery, and large soul beasts cannot come in. Small soul beasts lurking here will lose their soul rings. Xiao Ao, Xiao San, who will come first? Oscar and Tang San looked at each other. They both wanted this soul ring, but they both took their faces into consideration and did not speak. At this time, the master said, This soul beast is not suitable for Xiao Ao's auxiliary system, give it to Xiao San first. Oscar was a little disappointed when he heard this, but Tang San was ecstatic. He walked over to kill the pangolin, and then sat down to absorb the soul ring. Zhu Zuoqing glanced at Bai Yu with gratitude. Bai Yu nodded slightly, found a place to sit down, and guarded Tang San. Plot: Tang San killed a soul beast of 1,600 years old and is about to get the third soul ring of 1,000 years. Bai Yu changed 1,000 to 1. After a while, Tang San opened his eyes and a purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared on his body. Before everyone could congratulate, the 1,000-year soul ring suddenly emitted a dazzling strong light, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of soul power suddenly dissipated from the soul ring. Tang San was startled and hurriedly wanted to collect these soul powers. However, these dissipated soul powers were extremely violent. When Tang San collected them, the soul power rushed to his meridians, like a broken dam. Flood. Plot: Tang San's meridians are about to be injured by the violent soul power. Bai Yu was overjoyed. This is a buy one get one free deal. He changed meridians too. The violent soul power poured into Tang San's body. Tang San was about to use Xian Gong to suppress it, but suddenly found that these soul powers suddenly rushed towards his lower body at a lightning speed, and then exploded in a certain part. Ah! Tang San screamed and fainted while holding his crotch. Everyone opened their eyes and saw Tang San's soul ring turned white, and it was as white as a piece of paper soaked in water for several days, and it felt like it would break in the next second. Of course, they also saw the fainted Tang San. Xiao San. The big wet was shocked and rushed over, but saw blood flowing all over Tang San's body. Everyone also rushed over and saw this disgusting scene, and naturally understood what happened. How could this happen? Flanders asked in a deep voice. The master looked at Bai Yu, who was pretending to treat Tang San, and shook his head. I don't know what happened, but I saw the spirit ring suddenly turned white. It's possible that the spirit power in the spirit ring escaped and injured Xiao San. Everyone looked at each other. Although they had heard since childhood that absorbing spirit rings was dangerous, everyone present was a genius and had never experienced such a situation, so they were naturally confused at this time. While Bai Yu pretended to treat Tang San, the master said in a deep voice. Just now I saw that Xiao San's 1000-year spirit ring seemed to have turned into a 1-year spirit ring. 1-year spirit ring. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Flanders' glasses fell off, but he had no intention of picking them up. He was shocked. 1-year spirit ring. Even for him, it was the first time he saw a 1-year spirit ring. Zhao Wuji asked tentatively. Does he have any spirit skills? The big man shook his head, not knowing, and could only wait for Tang San to wake up. Under Bai Yu's treatment, Tang San still woke up after several hours, and the first thing he did when he woke up was to touch his own place. He touched it, and it was gone. Tang San cried, his snot and tears flowed all over the floor. Dai Mubai walked over and patted Tang San's shoulder with sympathy. Brother, I understand you. Tang San opened Dai Mubai's hand and cried bitterly with his face covered. You understand me? You understand shit. My biggest wish is to rebuild the Tang sect in this world, but now my strength is low, and I have to pretend to be a gentleman, just to become strong one day, and then I can play with all the beauties in the world. Now I haven't become strong yet, one of my dreams has been shattered, you ladybug understand shit. Tang San cried, really cried very sadly. Sex is a man's nature. Tang San has suppressed his nature for so many years just to become stronger as soon as possible and then release his nature. As a result, he has no tools now. It's better to die. 84 Chapter 84 Oscar's Fantasy Aphrodisiac. 84. Alas, my Shrek is going to become a eunuch academy. Flanders sighed. Dai Mubai, Ma Hung Jun, and Tang San have all become eunuchs. It's so miserable. Yu Xiaogang glared at him, walked to Tang San, and began to comfort him with the poisonous chicken soup he was best at. To say that the master is the master, he relied on deception to deceive Tang San into becoming his apprentice. Now he deceived Tang San again and successfully let Tang San temporarily put down the pain of becoming a member of the East Factory. Seeing that Tang San's emotions had stabilized, Dashi asked. Xiao San, your 1000-year soul ring seems to have become a 1-year soul ring, so can you still release soul skills? Tang San swallowed his saliva and murmured. When I awakened my soul ring before, the relevant knowledge of soul skills would automatically appear in my head. But I didn't feel anything just now. After that, Tang San was silent, like a heartbroken young wife. Everyone didn't dare to speak, for fear that Tang San would be broken after speaking. Suddenly, Tang San tried to activate the third soul skill. He wanted to give it a try. Everyone held their breath and watched Tang San's third soul ring tremble, more and more intensely, more and more surging. Then Tang San's butt moved, and the soul ring stopped. Everyone was confused. Tang San, what soul skill is this? Tang San was silent. Oscar was dumbfounded. Is there no soul skill? Bai Yu said faintly. Maybe it's dumb fart. Everyone started to discuss. Dashi patted Tang San. Tang San said with a sad face. It's dumb fart, my third soul skill is dumb fart. After that, he sat under the big tree and closed himself facing the trunk. Flanders couldn't bear it, looked at Yu Xiaogang, and asked. Xiaogang, you have done a lot of research on martial soul theory, what's the situation? Dashi was silent for a moment, and said. Since there is a martial soul mutation, then Xiao San, this may be a soul ring mutation. Everyone was confused, soul rings can also mutate? Yu Xiaogang considered and talked a lot of nonsense, barely letting everyone accept the idea of soul ring mutation. Of course, Bai Yu was about to be injured. Afraid that he would not be able to hold back his laughter, Bai Yu walked to Tang San, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Xiao San, it's okay. Even without the third soul skill, you will still be a strong soul master. After all, there are no useless soul skills, only useless soul masters. Bai Yu comforted Tang San with the poisonous chicken soup that Tang San liked to hear the most. Tang San fell for it, revived with full blood, and said with a firm look. Xiaohu, you are right. I cannot give up on myself. Dean, Mr. Zhao, let's go. Xiaoao is still waiting to hunt for spirit rings. Oscar was stunned for a moment, and then he was moved. Just now, when Tang San awakened his 1-year spirit ring, he was still gloating. Fortunately, he did not absorb this spirit ring. But Tang San actually cared about him so much, which made him feel ashamed. It was Oscar who judged others by his own standards. Tang San is really my good brother. For a moment, Oscar looked at Tang San with eager eyes. Tang San didn't say anything, but he was stunned for a moment. I just said it casually. Could it be that Oscar was moved by me? It's okay if he is so naive. Let him work for me in the future. Bai Yu glanced at the two of them, thinking. As soon as the sun rose, everyone set out to help Oscar find a soul ring. With Flanders and Zhao Wuji following them, many of the dangers they encountered were solved, and they soon found a phoenix-tailed cockatoo. No, it was a rat-headed dragon-tailed snake. As the name suggests, this kind of snake has a dragon tail and a head like a mouse, hence the name. Like the phoenix-tailed cockatoo, the rat-headed dragon-tailed snake is fast and very suitable as a soul ring for Oscar. Zhao Wuji caught the snake and said with a smile. Not bad, the age is just right, Xiaoao, get started. Oscar killed the snake and began to absorb the spirit ring. Plot, Oscar is about to awaken the third spirit skill, mushroom sausage. Bai Yu thought about it and directly changed mushroom to aphrodisiac. Tang San has become a eunuch. As a good brother, Oscar should comfort him well, right? It just so happens that I will give you a spirit skill to deepen the communication between you two brothers. After a while, Oscar opened his eyes and his face turned red visibly. Flanders was about to ask, but when he saw Oscar's red face, he was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, what is Oscar's expression? Zhao Wuji didn't think so much and said directly. Oscar, what is your spirit skill? Oscar blushed and hesitated to speak. Daimyo Bai said a little unhappy. Xiaoao, are you still keeping us in suspense? Come on. Oscar glanced at the three girls and said with a bitter face. Boss Dai, how about I go back to the academy and tell you alone? Nonsense, tell me now. Seeing that Flanders and Zhao Wuji were getting impatient, Oscar gritted his teeth and said, "My third soul skill is aphrodisiac sausage. If you eat it, the effect is equivalent to a strong aphrodisiac. Even if you just smell the smell of sausage, it will have an aphrodisiac effect. The specific amount depends on the situation." When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. The three women immediately showed disgusted expressions and said in unison, "Disgusting." Oscar looked resentful, and looked at Daimyobai and Flanders as if saying, "It's all your fault. You insisted on me saying it. Now it's all right, I'm completely ruined." Flanders coughed dryly, looked at Yu Xiaogang, and said, "Xiaogang, what do you think of Oscar's soul skill?" Yu Xiaogang was silent. "Oscar, Master, can you say something?" Yu Xiaogang said in a deep voice. "Well, dragons are lustful, and mice have strong reproductive ability, so the soul skills are very suitable for soul beasts." Oscar, Zhao Wuji coughed dryly and said awkwardly, "This soul skill feels a bit useless. You can't stuff sausages into the opponent's mouth during the battle. If you rely on the spread of smell, it is easy to accidentally hurt teammates. But it is a 1,000-year soul ring after all. If used well, it can also cause a lot of trouble to the opponent." Oscar felt much better when he thought of Tang San's 1-year spirit ring. "Yes, at least I have a 1,000-year spirit ring. Besides, although my spirit skill has no combat ability, it is very useful outside the battlefield, such as when I go there at night, he. And after all, my aphrodisiac intestine is still somewhat useful, at least it has the ability to cause trouble to the opponent, but I don't know how to make the opponent eat it, and it can't hurt teammates by mistake." Oscar was worried, and Tang San suddenly had an idea and interrupted. "You can let Xiao Ao throw it to us, pretending to be a supply intestine, to lure the opponent to take it away and eat it, so that the opponent will lose the ability to fight." Everyone looked at Tang San with strange expressions. "I can't believe that you, Tang San, look like a decent person, but your heart is so dark." Tang San was stunned. "Am I wrong?" Flanders coughed dryly. "That makes sense. When fighting, you will naturally do everything you can, as long as you can win. Well, everyone pack up and we are ready to return." Everyone nodded without saying anything, and a thought emerged in their minds at the same time. Without that thing, Tang San has become much darker. It is better to have less contact with him in the future. 85 Chapter 85 Either obey or I will help you obey. 85. Under the leadership of Zhao Wuji and Flanders, everyone left the Stardow Great Forest without any danger and returned to the academy. Looking at a group of soul masters standing in front of him, Flanders was in high spirits, with the sense of pride of upgrading his guns, so he stroked his beard and said, "Little monsters, you are all soul masters now, but you still have a long way to go. Rest today and tomorrow, and starting the day after tomorrow, Dashi will arrange devil training for you." Everyone looked at Dashi, who had his hands behind his back, his head slightly raised, and looked like a pretentious person. Flanders dismissed everyone and asked them to have a good rest. Daimyobai and Mahangjun immediately approached Oscar and whispered, "Xiao Ao, will you go eat fish with us tonight?" Oscar was shocked. Eating fish was a code that only they knew. At first, Oscar thought they really meant eating fish, so he boarded their pirate ship, and then found out that they were eating abalone. Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, whom he had a crush on, and hesitated. "Is this okay?" Mahangjun laughed. "What's wrong with that? Isn't it great to have a night out in the Xingda Great Forest? Besides, your third soul skill is the most suitable for this kind of thing." Daimyobai also laughed obscenely. "Why don't you pretend to be a sausage vendor, and we go to Soto City to hunt for beauties? Sell your aphrodisiac sausage to any beautiful woman you like, and then we can have sex." Mahangjun also got excited, rubbing his fists he said with his hands. Do you remember the purple-haired ponytail girl in the last big fighting arena? I have already found out that she is single every day, gets off work very late at night, and goes home alone. This kind of girl especially needs our protection." Oscar was in a state of hesitation. Although Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun used to be ladybugs, they rarely attacked decent girls, but now. "No, you two are talking nonsense, even the tools are gone." Oscar remembered something and blurted out a complaint. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's faces froze, and they said angrily, "It's none of your business. Can't you use your hands?" Suddenly, Tang San appeared behind the three people and asked abruptly, "What are you discussing?" The three people's faces froze, and the next second, the three people's eyes turned, and they pulled Tang San to whisper. Seeing the four people plotting to rob the bank, the three girls walking with Bai Yu were confused and said, "What are they going to do?" Bai Yu, who had guessed roughly, smiled slightly. "I don't know. I plan to go to Soto City and get some money from the bank. Do you three want to go with me?" Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing shook their heads and said in unison, "No, I plan to practice and stabilize my realm." Xiao Wu smiled happily. "Then Xiao Yu and I will go together." She had already thought about how to spend the two of them. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing glanced at Xiao Wu. The former didn't think much about it, while the latter met Bai Yu's eyes. The two seemed to be testing each other through their eyes. In Zhu Zuqing's eyes, Bai Yu seemed to be a little fickle, and he was a little ambiguous with the girls around him, so she had reason to think that Bai Yu also wanted to pick her up. She had no objection to Bai Yu, and she was not opposed to having 3 wives and 4 concubines. It was just that she would have to confront her sister sooner or later. If Bai Yu could help her, that kind of thing was not impossible. Bai Yu retracted his gaze and walked towards Soto City with Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing also retracted her gaze. Ning Rongrong next to her took her hand and said with a smile, "Zhu Qing, let's practice together." Zhu Zuqing glanced at her and saw that she was smiling brightly, as if she didn't notice anything, so she couldn't help but smile. "Okay." It was dusk when Bai Yu and Xiao Wu walked into Soto City. The two stood on the busy street, looking at the sunset in the sky, and were a little absent-minded for a while. Suddenly, Xiao Wu pecked Bai Yu on the face with lightning speed. Bai Yu laughed and continued to take her to the bank. The reason why he brought up Soto City in front of the 3 women was that he saw that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing wanted to stabilize their realm, and Xiao Wu must be the only one who had time to be with him. Xiao Wu was simple-minded and hated evil, which would play a big role in his plan. On the other hand, Xiao Wu's skills were much better than Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong in her day and night studies, and she was very hard-working and knowledgeable. She was worthy of being a soft-boned charm rabbit. Every time she studied, she had a new way of solving problems. The two walked into the bank. There were many people in the bank. Bai Yu did not directly reveal his identity as the owner of the bank, but waited patiently in the hall. After waiting for a while, Bai Yu confirmed through the jade pendant that there were no powerful soul masters nearby. He released the newly acquired nightmare soul pet and pulled Xiao Wu beside him into the illusion. In the illusion, Bai Yu took Xiao Wu directly to the VIP channel, took out the black card, and said to the staff, "Call your boss Jian to see me." The staff was shocked and immediately invited Bai Yu and Xiao Wu into the VIP lounge. While the staff went to find boss Jian, Xiao Wu was shocked. "Xiao Yu, how come you have the black card of the Soto City Bank?" Suddenly, Xiao Wu found that Bai Yu's temperament had changed. From a clean and harmless boy next door, he instantly turned into a noble young man with a strong aura and a charming smile on his face. Bai Yu put his arm around her shoulders, shook the black card in front of her, and said, "I am not only a black card user, I am actually the Dean of Shrek Academy, do you believe it?" Xiao Wu was stunned and reached out to touch his forehead. "Xiao Yu, are you okay?" Bai Yu grabbed her hand and pinched her buttocks with his other hand, blocking her mouth while Xiao Wu was exclaiming. Bai Yu let her go and said with a smile. I never lie to you. If I say I want to leave Shrek Academy, will you follow me? Xiao Wu's face turned red and she completely lost the ability to think. She said shyly. Of course I will. If I want to take Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing away, will you follow me? Of course, they are Xiaohu's good friends. But I don't want you to be just friends, how about you be sisters? Xiaohu was stunned and hesitated. Xiaohu, do you like them? Bai Yu laughed without hesitation. Of course, my appreciation of beauty is very broad. Not only Rongrong and Zuqing, but also Meng Yuan and Jiangzhu who I met yesterday. Sooner or later, I will take them into my harem. Xiaohu, can you accept it? In the illusion, Bai Yu looked at Xiao Wu affectionately. But outside the illusion, Bai Yu calmly waited for her answer. He had made up his mind a long time ago to unify the Douluo continent and open a harem to collect all the beauties in the world, and the premise was that his women must obey him. Therefore, Bai Yu specially created an illusion to test Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu was unwilling to share a husband with other women, Bai Yu would never leave hidden dangers for himself. Today, he would refine her into a banner slave, so that she would naturally obey. When she breaks through the soul sect, he will create a physical body for her and a yin and use them as star fury. Either obey, or I will help you obey. This is Bai Yu's attitude. Xiao Wu was slow to speak. 86 Chapter 86 Ma Heng-jun Oscar turns into a stalker. 86. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stood up, holding the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Yu, I like you, I am willing to accept your ideas, thank you for telling me these, as long as you still have me in your heart, I will be satisfied. Bai Yu was stunned, why thank me? Did she mean that I told her these words before confirming the relationship with other women first, so that she felt respected? Sure enough, the love brain can always justify itself. Bai Yu temporarily gave up the idea of turning Xiao Wu into a banner slave and lifted the illusion. Xiao Wu, who was leaning on Bai Yu's shoulder, woke up faintly and stood up suddenly when she saw the money house with people coming and going. Bai Yu pretended to be at a loss and said, Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu looked at a loss. Bai Yu asked, did you have a nightmare? Nightmare? Well, you waited too long just now and fell asleep on my shoulder. Xiao Wu blinked, is that so? It should be, I didn't expect that I would have such a dream, I said, why would Xiao Yu say those words to me? However, what if it is true? If it is true, I might make the same choice as in the dream, right? Xiao Wu seemed to be inspired by the dream, and her thoughts were scattered for a while. Bai Yu smiled and said, Xiao Wu, if you can't wait, you can go shopping next door. I will wait for you here after I withdraw the money. Xiao Wu immediately became energetic and said with a smile. That's what you said. After that, Xiao Wu ran out. Seeing Xiao Wu leave, Bai Yu went directly to the VIP channel, took out the black card, and wanted to see Boss Jian. The staff took him to the VIP room to wait. Soon, Boss Jian hurried over and saw Bai Yu's unfamiliar face, and was a little confused for a while. Excuse me, who are you? Bai Yu smiled slightly. Boss Jian, why, you don't recognize me after taking off the mask? As he said this, Bai Yu took out the mask he wore that day and put it on. Boss Jian suddenly realized and said with a smile on his face. Boss, good evening. Bai Yu smiled. I still like your rebellious look just now, you should recover. Boss Jian was confused, hesitated for a moment, and said. Boss, was I very rebellious just now? No, I was just playing a joke. Bai Yu smiled and said. Check the accounts for this period of time for me. Boss Jian did not dare to neglect it, and soon took the account book in person. After checking, Bai Yu confirmed that the other party did not embezzle, nodded, and said with satisfaction. The work was done well. This is what I should do. Boss Jian bowed slightly, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and said. By the way, boss, there is a big thing recently, and you are here, I want to ask your opinion. Go ahead. The city lord's mansion wants to invest in our bank. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't know about Xingluo Empire. Anyway, the money houses in Tiandu Empire were considered semi-state owned. There were more private money houses. Some large money houses might have the investment of royal family members, which was also connected with the royal family, so it was called semi-state owned. The money houses in Soto City were privately owned, headed by the Qian family behind Boss Qian, and some big families in Soto City jointly funded the establishment of money houses. It was just that Bai Yu paid too much when he acquired the money house, and Boss Qian handled all the procedures by himself, so Bai Yu didn't feel any trouble. Bai Yu asked. Royal investment should be a good thing, but from what you said, is there any other situation? Boss Qian nodded. You are right. The city lord wants to invest, but he has no money, so he made us a promise to provide us with 3 free help in the future. Bai Yu asked casually. What is the strength of the city lord? 68 level Soul Emperor. Bai Yu was somewhat puzzled. Soto City was located on the most fertile plain of the Barak Kingdom. It was known as the granary of the Barak Kingdom and had an important strategic position. However, the city lord was only a Soul Emperor. Besides, Flanders and Zhaowuji were both soul saints. Can a Soul Emperor city lord really sleep well when people are near Soto City? Boss Qian probably guessed something and said with a smile. The city lord of Soto City is the son-in-law of a prince of the Tiandu Empire. Bai Yu suddenly realized. It turns out that the royal family is behind him, which is not surprising. Bai Yu said casually. Since he has a royal background, then promise him 15% of the shares and deduct it from my share. Boss Qian was grateful when he heard this. After all, although the city lord is a Soul Emperor and has promised to help for free 3 times, a promise is a promise after all. If the money is not in his pocket, the major families in Soto City will not feel at ease. But Bai Yu directly said that it would be deducted from his share, which was equivalent to using his own money to exchange 3 free opportunities for help for the bank. What a good boss! As soon as Boss Qian thought of this, Bai Yu smiled and said. What are you thinking? These 3 opportunities are all mine. If you have troubles that you can't solve, use at most 1. Let's draw up a contract. If you use it once, you will give me 20% of the shares. If you use it twice, there will be no 2 opportunities. I took up 80% of the shares last time. If you use it once, the bank will be mine. Boss Qian smiled bitterly. Sure enough. All businessmen are cunning. Bai Yu smiled and said. You don't have to agree. Then you can give up 15% of the shares, but I want 1 of the 3 opportunities. Who makes me a major shareholder? Boss Qian was speechless. Several major families only have 20% of the shares. You ask them to give 15%. Will they be happy? When Boss Qian went to negotiate, Bai Yu was thinking, is the city lord's mansion so poor that it can't even make ends meet? Does it need to invest in the bank like this? Soon, Boss Qian came back and said. Boss, I have made an appointment with the leaders of several major families to sign the contract at the largest restaurant in the city tonight. Bai Yu thought for a while and said. You can come on my behalf. Boss Qian nodded. As long as the money is enough, everything is fine. In the evening, Bai Yu and Xiao Wu also went to the restaurant to eat and drink. Bai Yu made an excuse to Xiao Wu that the bank was holding an event to give back to users and invited them to dinner. And the simple Xiao Wu would not verify it. She was busy eating and eating. She ate her fill quickly and pulled Bai Yu to find a hotel to study. Bai Yu was speechless. Xiao Wu, it's too early now. Why don't we go to the fighting spirit field to visit the night market? Xiao Wu thought about it and thought that it was fun to visit the night market. So the two of them walked towards the fighting arena. After strolling around the night market for a long time, the vendors gradually closed their stalls, and the fighting arena also closed for business. A young woman with purple hair and a high ponytail walked out. At this time, another staff member of the fighting arena caught up and said, "Yan Ran, can I take you home?" Yan Ran glanced at him and said in a tone of keeping strangers away, "Thank you, no need." As she said that, she took long steps and walked towards home, twisting her waist. However, what she didn't know was that there were 3 pairs of eyes greedily looking at her in the dark. Ma Hongjun patted Oscar on the shoulder and said, "Xiaoao, I'm not wrong, very hot." Oscar was so fascinated that he didn't say anything. Ma Hongjun patted him again, and he came back to his senses. He subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth and asked, "What are we going to do?" "Follow them and act according to circumstances. Is this okay? Are you so timid?" While Dai Lauda is having fun with Xiao San, wouldn't it be good for the two of us to enjoy this girl alone? Oscar thought about it and agreed. Anyway, no one knows except the two of them, and it's done without anyone noticing. The two of them followed quietly, and in the dark, there was also a wretched figure following. 87 Chapter 87 Tang San and the other 4 were raped. 87. In the night, a purple ponytail swayed, and under the black and white work uniform, the 2 mountains suddenly stopped. After following for so long, it's time to come out, right? Yan Ran raised her chin and looked at Ma Hongjun, who was walking out slowly. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" She is also a soul master. Although she is not strong, she is confident that she can make a noise to attract the patrolling guards. Ma Hongjun scratched his head. Although he was bold in front of Oscar, he was a little timid when facing a beautiful woman. As the saying goes, there is a desire but no courage. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun took out a rose from behind and approached Yan Ran. Laughing. "Beauty, it's not safe to go home alone, can I take you home?" "Boring." Yan Ran turned and left. Ma Hongjun stayed where he was. Oscar came out, looked at Yan Ran's back as she left, and asked Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, weren't you so heroic in front of me just now? Why are you so cowardly?" Ma Hongjun was angry. "Isn't it your fault? If you had given me the aphrodisiac earlier, wouldn't I have done it?" Oscar was speechless. "If I had given it to you earlier, you would have been aroused a long time ago, so how could you have had the chance to chat with me?" Ma Hongjun was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, keep following. This place is not hidden enough. I'll find another opportunity. Xiaohu, let's go back to the hotel." "Xiaohu, I think I saw Ma Hongjun and Oscar just now. Let's follow them and see." "Ah? What's so good about them? What if something happens? Let's go." Yan Ran was worried that Ma Hongjun would find her address, so she didn't go straight to her. Instead of taking her home, she took a detour. When she walked to a remote and deserted bridge, she suddenly realized that someone was following her, so she stopped again and said unhappily, "Don't send me flowers, I won't agree to you." She thought it was Ma Hongjun again, and as soon as she finished speaking, Buletin Li, who had 2 big front teeth, came out and stared at her with greedy and obscene eyes. Yan Ran was startled, and Buletin Li licked his lips and said, "Little beauty, are you alone? It seems that I am not lonely tonight." Yan Ran's intuition told her that this person was not easy to mess with, at least better than the fat man just now, so she turned around and ran. However, the next second, a pair of women's fierce shields appeared in front of her, blocking her way. "Little beauty, you'd better obey me obediently." "Oh my god!" Before Buletin Li finished speaking, a hot line of fire suddenly attacked from a distance, burning Buletin Li and retreating again and again, looking embarrassed. Ma Hongjun and Oscar walked out, stood in front of Yan Ran, and sneered. Where did you come from, little hooligan, dare to tease a beautiful woman in the street? Buletin Le put out the flames, narrowed his eyes and asked. Who are you? I won't tell you. I just help when I see injustice. Beauty, you hide behind us. Ma Hongjun thought he was heroic, but in Yan Ran's eyes, the three of them were not good people. Okay, then I'll help you. Buletin Le stomped his right foot, and 4 soul rings emerged. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were stunned. Soul sect. Go to hell. Buletin Le released his soul skills to hit the 2 people. Oscar quickly summoned sausages to feed Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun ate the sausages and sprayed Phoenix Fire Line, which barely competed with Buletin Le. At the same time, Yan Ran turned and ran. Where are you running, little beauty? A cloud of pink and black smoke floated around Buletin Le, covering Buletin Le and rushing towards Yan Ran. Ma Hongjun sprayed fire again to block Buletin Le. Buletin Le said angrily. You really want to die, right? As he said that, he directly used the 4th soul skill. Ma Hongjun was knocked away, hit the guardrail heavily, and fell down holding his stomach. Oscar trembled, and the next second, Buletin Le appeared in front of him, kicked him away, and then chased Yan Ran. Don't come over here! Yan Ran screamed in fear. Buletin Le laughed. You scream, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Before he finished speaking, a white light wave suddenly fell from the sky, forcing Buletin Le to stop. Who? Your grandfather. Daimyo Bai rushed out and punched Buletin Le. Buletin Le received a punch, and the 2 retreated at the same time. At this time, Haoshan Dog suddenly ran out from the dark and made a move to bite Buletin Le. Dead dog, get out of the way! Buletin Le cursed and was about to hit Haoshan Dog away. Suddenly, Haoshan Dog turned around and farted. Buletin Le was caught off guard and inhaled a lot. Ahem! What kind of fart is this? So disgusting! Buletin Le felt sore in his limbs and was shocked. Hehe, this is my soft bone fart. Do you feel sore all over now? Hey! Tang San walked out slowly, his chin slightly raised, one hand on his waist, and the other hand lifted his bangs, quite proud. Buletin Le's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt a little sick in his heart, and cursed. Are you a man or a woman? This touched Tang San's sore spot. Tang San clenched his fists and commanded. Boss Dai, fatty, fight! Daimyo Bai sprayed out the white tiger fierce light wave. Ma Hongjun climbed up and sprayed out the Phoenix Fire Line. Buletin Le was affected by the soft muscle and numb bone fart and could not dodge. He could only activate the 3rd soul skill on the spot to resist, but he was still injured. At this time, Tang San quickly rushed behind Buletin Le, took out a few silver needles in an instant, and pierced Buletin Le's acupuncture points, making him unable to move. Little hooligan, are you worthy of fighting with me? Tang San clapped his hands and raised the corners of his mouth. Buletin Le saw Oscar and the other 4 surrounded him, and he couldn't move. He was sweating and begged for mercy. 4 heroes, 4 big brothers, I don't know Taishan, please let me go. Can't let him go. At this time, Yan Ran came over and said angrily. Hand him over to the guards, otherwise I don't know how many good girls will be harmed. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly found that Ma Hongjun and Daimyo Bai were looking at her with greedy eyes. She trembled all over and took 2 steps back in fear. Tang San glared at Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongjun, and said to Yan Ran. Don't worry, we will deal with him. Don't let these 3 idiots ruin the brave character that you have finally established. What's more, the sound of the battle just now was not small. If the guards were attracted and saw them touching the beautiful women, it would be the end. Yan Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Although the guy in front of her was a little sissy, he was more upright than the other 3. However, she didn't know that Tang San just wanted to set up a memorial archway, so he let her go. At the same time, at the other end of the bridge, Bai Yu and Xiao Wu hid behind the bridge pier. Xiao Yu, what are they going to do? Send that gangster to the guards? Bai Yu said. I don't know, maybe we'll beat him up first. Bai Yu was modifying the plot while talking. Plot: Tang San and his 4 friends captured Bulletin Le and prepared to beat him up first. Bai Yu changed the words beat first to rape. Xiao Wu clenched her fists and said with a sense of justice. It's okay to beat him up, let him tease girls. However, just as Xiao Wu finished her words, she suddenly saw Tang San and the other 4 surrounded Bulletin Le, and then all reached for their pants. Bulletin Le was horrified. What are you doing? No, don't. Ah. 88 Chapter 88 Flanders paid for the redemption, and lost all his pants. 88. Ugh. Xiao Wu vomited violently at the river under the bridge. It was so disgusting. How could Tang San and the other 4 do such a thing? Bulletin Le is a man, and a wretched uncle. Bai Yu patted Xiao Wu on the back, and Xiao Wu said with a sad face. Xiao Yu, I can't stand it anymore. I want to leave Shrek Academy and leave these 4 perverts. Yan Ran sat down on the ground, looking at the 4 beasts in horror. Bulletin Le's screams and requests for help reached her ears, and she didn't care about her image at all, and fled from here. After running for a long time, she finally saw a team of guards, rushed over and reported the case incoherently. The guards listened for a long time but didn't understand, so they had to follow her to the bridge, just in time to see the horrifying scene of 4 against 1. The captain of the guards turned pale and cursed. I have been a police officer in Soto City for 20 years, and I have never seen such disgusting people. Lock them all up and take them back to the city lord for disposal. Yes. At this time, Oscar straightened his waist, Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun stretched their legs, and Bulletin Le fainted completely. And the 4 of them turned their heads together, facing the guards rushing over, each showing their magical powers. Haoshan Dog's fart made the guards retreat one after another. Ma Heng-jun used Phoenix Fire Line to create a wall of fire on the ground, Dai Mubai used White Tiger Fierce Light Wave to create a dazzling light, and Oscar directly summoned the aphrodisiac sausage and threw it into the crowd. The guards suddenly breathed heavily and their eyes changed when they looked at their companions. Don't be chaotic, form a formation. The captain of the guards resisted the strong impulse of desire. With a command, the other soldiers formed a circle with difficulty. The aura of 10 great soul masters instantly broke through the soul master. However, Dai Mubai and Tang San were both soul masters. Even if this team formed a formation, they were not the opponent of the 2 and were quickly beaten back. Tang San and the other 4 looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. It was not appropriate to confront the guards head-on after just having fun. Just run. However, at this time, another team of guards came and blocked the bridge on the other side. Moreover, this team of guards was obviously of a higher level. The captain was a soul master and the other team members were soul masters. Tang San and the other 4 froze. Who the hell tipped off? The next day, Yu Xiaogang was lying in Flanders' arms reading a book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The 2 of them quickly got up and put on their clothes, pretending that nothing had happened. Then Flanders opened the door. Outside the door, Zhao Wuji said anxiously. Brother, something happened. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun, and Oscar were arrested by the Lord of Soto City. What? Flanders and Yu Xiaogang screamed at the same time. Flanders frowned and said. Why does he dare to detain our people? Zhao Wuji was embarrassed. Yu Xiaogang came over and said seriously. Zhao Wuji, if he is unreasonable, we will go to Tiandu City to sue him. Zhao Wuji said with a stiff face. The 4 of them met a pervert who followed a woman at night, and then caught him and privately beat him up. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this gangster is a relative of the city lord? Yu Xiaogang was furious. Flanders also said. What's the point of beating up a gangster? If he didn't kill the gangster, what right would the city lord have to arrest him? Looking at the two people who were filled with righteous indignation, Zhao Wuji smoothed his tongue with a stiff face and said with gritted teeth. The four of them took turns beating up the gangster. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Flanders and Yu Xiaogang showing expressions that he couldn't understand. In the city lord's mansion, a refined and easygoing man who looked more like a scholar than a general sat in the first seat. He was the city lord of Soto City, Li Chongkong. Below, an old man asked. City lord, those four perverts have been found to be students of Shrek Academy. I have sent someone to invite the dean of the academy, Flanders, to come. After all, he is a soul saint. Do you think you can meet him in person? Li Chongkong stood up and said lightly. Prepare a reception room for me. Soon, in the reception room, Flanders saw Li Chongkong and bowed slightly. Instead of getting straight to the point, he greeted him. City Lord Li, how are you? Dean Flanders, how are you? I heard that your students have done something incredible, catching hooligans and maintaining public order. Good things, good things. Li Chongkong had an admiring expression, which made Flanders' face turn pale. At this time, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Li Chongkong let him in. It was the old man from before. The old man said. City Lord Tang San and the other four. He told Li Chongkong what Tang San and the other four had done. Li Chongkong was shocked and looked at Flanders. Flanders was extremely angry. He knew that Li Chongkong was pretending to be like this and wanted to control him. However, what Tang San and the others did was too abnormal. He had to give in. City Lord Li, this matter is due to my poor supervision as the dean. Please punish me. Flanders did not dare to provoke Li Chongkong. Li Chongkong had the prince behind him, and there was more than one sole emperor in Soto City. If he really took action, he would not get any advantage. Li Chongkong sighed. Flanders looked very angry, as if he had become more haggard all of a sudden, and said in a deep voice. Dean Flanders, you and I are old acquaintances. I also contributed a lot when Shrek Academy was first organized. Now that something like this has happened, I am ashamed. Flanders couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You contributed nothing. I have only met you a few times in all these years. Li Chongkong pulled open the curtains of the reception room and motioned Flanders to look outside. In the reception room specially selected by Li Chongkong, Flanders could see the entrance of the city lord's mansion at a glance. A group of people gathered there. Although he couldn't hear what they were yelling, Flanders could still see the signs they were holding clearly. Drive the pervert out of Soto City. Give our children a safe environment. Men should protect themselves when they go out. Flanders clenched his fists and turned to look at Li Chongkong. He understood that if this bastard hadn't instructed what happened last night, how could it have spread so quickly? Flanders suppressed his anger and said again in a deep voice. City Lord Li, I am derelict in my duty. Please punish me. Li Chongkong sighed, said some polite words, and finally announced his decision. This matter is very bad. Whether it is the nature or the publicity, our city lord's mansion wants to suppress this matter, which requires a lot of manpower and material resources. But who told you and I are old friends? Let's do this, spend money to eliminate the disaster, 15,000 gold soul coins per person, a total of 60,000 gold soul coins, you just pay 50,000, mainly to calm the people's grievances. Flanders' face froze. Damn it, I even mortgaged the academy, where can I get the money? But if they don't pay, Tang San and his friends will go to jail. Flanders can only bite the bullet and say. Okay. Thank you, City Lord Li. But I don't have that much cash. I have to find a way to raise money. Please give me some time. City Lord Li smiled and said. It's okay. Is 3 months enough? You can sign a document, take your students back first, and pay the fine within 3 months. Flanders readily agreed. City Lord Li breathed a sigh of relief. With the shares of the bank and Flanders fine, the financial crisis of the City Lord's mansion can finally be alleviated. Flanders Academy is still here. He can't run away, right? Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. I'm penniless now. I'll take everyone away within 3 months, and I'll still be fined? Fine your sister. 89 Chapter 89 Getting something for nothing, but the one getting the City Lord. 89. After Flanders left, the old man came in and saluted. City Lord, someone wants to see you, claiming to be here for money house matters. Li Changkong's eyes lit up, but he was not in a hurry, and ordered. Let him wait in the reception room first, and tell him that I am dealing with important matters. The old man nodded, and soon he took Bai Yu to the reception room, gave him a few instructions, and was about to leave, when Bai Yu suddenly smiled and said, Please tell the City Lord that Flanders has transferred Shrek Academy for me. The old man was shocked, turned his head and looked at Bai Yu deeply, and hurriedly left the reception room. Soon, Li Changkong hurried over, but when he saw the young Bai Yu, he was suddenly stunned. Without waiting for Li Changkong to speak, Bai Yu stood up and bowed, Lord City Lord, seeing is worse than hearing. Although Li Changkong was confused, he did not show it. He bowed and smiled, My friend, you are joking. I don't know what you meant by that just now. Bai Yu raised his mouth, it means literally. I came to negotiate the shareholding matters with the Lord City Lord on behalf of the bank. As a partner, I just want to remind the Lord City Lord that Flanders has mortgaged Shrek Academy to the bank. If you think he will pay the money obediently, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. Sorry, he no longer has a temple. It turned out that he came on behalf of the bank. I was still wondering how there could be such a young bank owner. I thought too much. Li Changkong asked, How do you know I find him? It's very simple. If the City Lord's mansion still has money, it will not use 3 favors to invest in the bank. And Flanders is a soul saint. You knock it is reasonable for him to give a sum of money. Li Changkong's mouth twitched. My friend, you are really straightforward. Bai Yu laughed. Your time is precious, so I won't laugh. Aren't you going to buy 15% of the shares of the bank? My boss means to exchange Shrek Academy for the 15% shares in your hands. Li Changkong was shocked. Isn't this a free-for-all? In the round, your boss didn't lose anything, but I have to make 3 promises. Not only that, I also gained the favor of several major families in Soto City because I helped them keep 20% of the shares. Bai Yu laughed. What do you mean? My boss also got Shrek Academy with great difficulty. It was the hard work of Flanders, a soul saint for many years, and he just gave it to you, the City Lord. My boss is really reluctant to part with it. Li Changkong didn't speak, and thought silently. If Flanders really mortgaged the academy, he just agreed to pay the fine so readily, could he be planning to run away? I have to keep an eye on him, and if I get Shrek Academy, can I get more money from Flanders? If it doesn't work, I will resell Shrek Academy, and the reputation of this old cat owl will still be there in the name of Flanders. Deal. Li Changkong smiled, I see that you have achieved so much at such a young age, why not make friends? My name is Li Changkong, 39 years old, Soul Emperor, how about you, my friend? Bai Yu smiled. Bai Yu, 13 years old, Soul Lord, currently a student of Shrek Academy. A student of Shrek Academy. Li Changkong looked strange, but Bai Yu waved his hand and said with a smile. It's just a superficial identity, I hope the City Lord understands. Li Changkong suddenly realized. Maybe it was the boss behind Bai Yu who planted him in Shrek Academy. Bai Yu said again. The city lord does not have to worry about my attitude. I am not here for those 4 guys this time. I am just responsible for passing on the message. If my boss needs anything in the future, he will contact you through me. Can the city lord give me a contact method? Li Chongkong pondered for a moment and gave Bai Yu a token. This is the token of the city lord's mansion. Seeing this token is like seeing me. I am also well known in the empire. No matter which city you go to, show this token, and the local city lord will naturally find a way to contact me. Bai Yu nodded, accepted the token, and said goodbye with satisfaction. After Bai Yu left, Li Chongkong called the old man in. You arrange some people to complete the transfer agreement of equity in Shrek Academy. But don't rush to make it public. After a month, send people to spread public opinion outside Shrek Academy, saying that Flanders mortgaged the academy. The old man was confused. What do you mean? I was only away for an incense stick of time. How did Shrek Academy become the property of our city lord's mansion? What's the situation? Ugh! Xiao Wu, are you telling the truth? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but turn green and vomited when they thought of Tang San and 4 other people taking turns to have sex with a wretched old man. Xiao Wu nodded, and described the events of that day again while holding back her nausea. Ning Rongrong said angrily. It's so disgusting, I'm going to find Flanders and ask him to expel Tang San and the others. Zhu Zuqing held Ning Rongrong and said calmly. Wait, have you forgotten what happened between the Dean and Dashi? Dashi is Tang San's master, and the Dean must be on their side. What should I do then? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but shuddered when she thought of herself in a nest of perverts. Zhu Zuqing pondered for a moment and said. Ask Bai Yu. Just then, Bai Yu came over and said with a smile. I've already found out that the Dean spent 50,000 gold soul coins to bail Tang San and the others out. Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. Does the Dean have any money left? The food in the cafeteria has been getting worse and worse recently. I asked the chef in the cafeteria, and they said there was no funding. I thought the college had no money. Zhu Zuqing was thoughtful. Bai Yu smiled and said. I guess the Dean will soon let us go to the big fighting arena to participate in team fighting, so that he can make some money to return the investment. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were shocked, like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. What? Let us team up with those 4 perverts to fight? I don't want it. Bai Yu smiled and said. Just treat it as exercise. Zhu Zuqing suddenly said to Bai Yu. Are you going to? Bai Yu nodded, and the 3 girls breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if Bai Yu was there, it was barely acceptable. Ning Rongrong complained. I swear this is the last time I will endure it. If they do something disgusting again, I will drop out immediately. Bai Yu smiled slightly and said nothing. Don't worry, within 3 months, Flanders will take everyone away. With Li Chengkong's means, after taking over Shrek Academy, he estimated that he would have to find a way to deal with Flanders in less than 3 months, so at most, everyone would leave Soto City in 2 months. After waiting for Qin Ming to appear in the Great Fighting Soul Arena, he would naturally take everyone to Tiandu City. There are Gu Duan and Ye Lingling in Tiandu Royal Academy, Huo Wu and the beautiful girls from Tian Shui Academy are also in Tiandu City. Ahem, the point is not this. The point is that Tiandu City is the capital of the Tiandu Empire, it is very prosperous, and I, Bai Yu, like shopping the most, ahem. That night, after Flanders came back, he asked everyone to gather as soon as possible, and said that in order to train everyone would go to the Great Fighting Soul Arena to participate in the Team Fighting Soul tomorrow. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Bai Yu was actually right. 90 Chapter 90 The Disunited Shrek 7 Devils 90. At the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, Flanders signed up for the Shrek 7 Devils, counted the 8 people behind him, and said to Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, come to the box with us." The implication was that Bai Yu would not be allowed to play. Before Bai Yu spoke, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong could not help asking, "Why?" With his hands behind his back, Dashi said calmly, "Oscar and Ning Rongrong are both support types. If Bai Yu plays, how can we fight with 3 support types?" Ning Rongrong retorted, "Doesn't Bai Yu have a spider poison armor and a pistol?" Yu Xiaogang scolded, "We are here to fight souls, not to kill people." Ning Rongrong was speechless. Bai Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. I wish you a successful start." Watching Bai Yu, Flanders, and Yu Xiaogang walk to the box together, the 3 women looked at each other. Suddenly, Xiao Wu covered her stomach and said, "Oh, my stomach hurts so much." Ning Rongrong understood instantly and also covered her stomach and wailed, "Me too, maybe I ate something unclean with Xiao Wu." Zhu Zuqing hurriedly supported the 2 and looked at Flanders and Yu Xiaogang. Gang. "I'll help them both to rest." With that, the 3 girls went straight to the lounge without waiting for Flanders and Yu Xiaogang to speak. Flanders and Yu Xiaogang were both stunned and didn't react for a while. At this time, the Mad War team on the stage was already shouting, "Where are the Shrek 7 Devils? Are they scared? Waste, hurry up and get on stage. My fists are thirsty." Dai Mubai and others heard the provocation of their opponents and gnashed their teeth in anger, but they could do nothing because they were suddenly 3 people short and couldn't get enough people to get on stage. In the end, the Shrek 7 Devils didn't show up and automatically gave up. Yu Xiaogang was very angry and scolded Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in his hometown dialect. Flanders pushed his glasses, feeling helpless. At the same time, as soon as the 3 girls walked into the lounge, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stopped pretending and took Zhu Zuqing's hand and said, "Zhu Qing, I feel sick when I think about being teammates with Tang San and other perverts, and Bai Yu is not there. What should I do?" Zhu Zuqing said helplessly, "What else can we do? We can't always pretend to be sick, right?" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at each other with frustrated expressions. The 3 girls chattered and discussed again. Although they couldn't discuss any solutions, they could delay it for a while. When the 3 of them returned, Yu Xiaogang glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "If you have signed up but have something to do and can't participate in the soul fighting, you can ask for leave from the soul fighting field. But if you don't ask for leave and don't play in 2 consecutive games, you will be automatically disqualified from the soul fighting field. Are you 3 still busy? Are you all right? Do you need me to ask for leave?" The 3 girls didn't hear the weird tone of the big wet, shook their heads, indicating that they didn't need to ask for leave. Soon, the number 1 fighting soul arena called the names of the Shrek 7 Devils. The 7 wore masks and walked onto the stage. They heard the host introduce them. Now the Shrek 7 Devils are on stage. This is their first fight, and their opponents are the 7 Dragons team, which has won 3 games in a row. After listening to this, Dai Mubai sneered and mocked. 7 Dragons team? So arrogant, 7 pigs, right? Ma Hongjun next to him touched the fat on his face and said nothing. The fighting soul arena was very noisy, and Dai Mubai's words did not reach the ears of the opponents, but the 3 women heard it and silently moved away from him. If Dai Mubai underestimated his opponents, he might betray his teammates, so it was better to stay away from him. The game begins. At the host's command, the opponent quickly formed a formation, with 2 strong attacking soul masters at the front, a control soul master in the middle, 2 sensitive attack soul masters on both sides, and an auxiliary soul master standing at the back, with a defensive bodyguard beside him. It's just so-so, nothing new. Dai Mubai shook his head and commented, then stood at the front with Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing consciously stood on both sides, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong lagged behind. However, Ning Rongrong cast a look of help to Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. She felt sick even just standing next to Oscar. And Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing returned a helpless look. The two of them stood on the flanks not only because they were fast, but also because they wanted to stay away from these perverts. And the perverts were not aware of it yet. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun summoned their martial spirits together, and in the blink of an eye they were fighting with the opponent's front row. Wrong, you help them. Oscar came over and said. Ning Rongrong subconsciously took 2 steps back, which made her waste a second. Ma Hongjun, who had not yet reached the Soul Master, was beaten back by the opponent's front row Soul Master, and Dai Mubai was instantly attacked by the two. Ning Rongrong, what are you doing? Tang San yelled, commanding the Haoshan dog to rush over, and with a fart, Dai Mubai and the other side's 2 Soul Masters were wrapped in it. He planned to exchange, using Dai Mubai alone to replace the other side's 2 Soul Masters. Ning Rongrong was very angry. Can this be blamed on me? If Oscar, the pervert, hadn't suddenly approached me and scared me, would I have forgotten to assist? And you, Tang San, the pervert, why do you command me? It's just a team battle, who do you think you are? Ning Rongrong was angry and didn't give Tang San any assistance. Tang San turned around and glared at Ning Rongrong. Facing the opponent's quick attack Soul Master, he could only use Ghost Shadow to play with the opponent. At this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing rushed to the opponent's back row from the left and right. The opponent's Control Soul Master wanted to stop them, but Ning Rongrong took action at this time. 7 treasures turns out glazed, second is speed. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu increased their speed instantly, avoiding the opponent's control and rushing towards the opponent's back row. At this time, what shocked everyone was not this, but Ning Rongrong's martial soul. A spectator couldn't help but stand up and said in shock. Then, that martial soul is... The companion beside him stood up and said in surprise. It's the 7 treasure glazed tower. That female soul master is from the 7 treasure glazed sect. Damn, the 7 treasure glazed sect. Not only the spectators were shocked, but also the opponents. The opponent's control-type Soul Master, who was also the captain of the opposite side, was shocked at this moment. His opponent actually had someone from the 7 treasure glazed sect. If he won or hurt her companions, would the 7 treasure glazed sect take revenge? He hesitated, and it was this hesitation that made Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing rush to their auxiliary-type Soul Master. Although the defensive Spirit Master who was protecting and assisting tried his best, he was defeated almost instantly under the attack of Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Seeing that his 2 companions were knocked off the stage, the other party was desperate and chose to surrender. The host announced. The Shrek 7 Devils won. The audience cheered loudly, and Flanders in the box was also very satisfied. He did not lose a lot of money. But Yu Xiaogang next to him was dissatisfied and said in a deep voice. If Ning Rongrong assisted Dai Mubai or Tang San, this battle would have ended long ago. The opponent's Control Spirit Master obviously hesitated just now, which gave Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu a chance. If it wasn't the opponent's mistake, it would be the opponent's turn to seize Ning Rongrong's mistake now. When the 7 people came back, Yu Xiaogang scolded them, then looked at Ning Rongrong and asked. What were you thinking at the time? Why didn't you assist in time? Ning Rongrong looked at the ground, didn't speak, and looked unconvinced. In her eyes, Oscar is a pervert, Yu Xiaogang is an old pervert, neither of them is a good person, she doesn't want to talk to them, afraid of disgusting. Seeing Yu Xiaogang getting more and more serious, Flanders quickly tried to smooth things over. Xiaogang, didn't you win? Everyone makes mistakes, take a break, and play the next game. Yu Xiaogang didn't pursue it. The next day, everyone ushered in the second soul fighting game. 91 Chapter 91 Team Core by Yu. 91. After both sides stood on the stage, the host introduced. On my left is the Shrek 7 Devils who just won a victory, and on my right is the Tianxing team with 3 wins and 2 losses, so now, the game begins. Under Tang San's arrangement, the Shrek 7 Devils still used the arrangement of the last game. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun took the lead. Tang San waited for an opportunity. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were on the flank. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were at the end. However, what Tang San didn't expect was that the opponent actually had 2 control-type soul masters. One of them released the 3rd soul skill, forming a cage, trapping Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun inside. The other took this opportunity to attack Oscar and Ning Rongrong directly. At the same time, the other soul masters of the opponent also entangled the Shrek people, causing Ning Rongrong and Oscar to have to face the control of the opponent. Damn it! Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun cursed loudly. Although they only needed a few seconds to break the cage. These few seconds were enough for the opponent to throw Oscar and Ning Rongrong off the ring. Once the auxiliary soul master was defeated, they would definitely lose. At this critical moment, Ning Rongrong remembered Bai Yu's calm attitude in the face of danger, forced herself to calm down, gave herself and Oscar an acceleration, and avoided the opponent's control. Beautiful! Tang San was overjoyed. He used Xian Gong and Ghost Shadow Mitsu to go around the opponent who entangled him, slapped him away with a palm, and then went straight to the opponent's control-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, speed up! Tang San yelled. Ning Rongrong frowned, endured the psychological discomfort, and was about to speed him up. Suddenly, Oscar shouted, "I have a big sausage," and then threw the sausage over with a wretched action. Rongrong, eat it to replenish your soul power. Ning Rongrong almost vomited, and therefore did not speed up Tang San in time. Tang San rushed to the opponent's control system soul master, and the 2 control system soul masters attacked him at the same time. Originally, in Tang San's idea, even if the 2 attacked at the same time, he could use the Ghost Shadow and Ning Rongrong's acceleration to find the blind spot of their control, and then knock the 2 away with one blow to lock the victory. But Ning Rongrong's acceleration did not come as expected, causing Tang San to be controlled in place. The next second, the other opponents who saw the opportunity rushed over without saying a word. One kicked Tang San in the face, and the other kicked Tang San in the stomach, and directly knocked Tang San off the ring. Little San! Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were furious and rushed towards the opponent's control-type soul master. However, the person in charge was confused, but the bystander was clear. Oscar, who had been watching, was anxious and shouted, "Be careful!" The next second, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were controlled by the opponent, and then the other 5 opponents attacked them at the same time. Although Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu stopped 2 enemies, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were controlled, had to face 3 soul masters and would be defeated in an instant. Oscar gritted his teeth and yelled, "Fantasy aphrodisiac intestines!" Then, a sausage with a brighter color than a poisonous mushroom appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the crowd without saying a word. When he shouted the formula, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing retreated a long way in tacit understanding, and the opponents did not know what it was. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun could not run away, so when the aphrodisiac intestines fell into the crowd and exuded a special smell, the 7 opponents and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were forced to inhale a lot. The next second, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were lustful by nature, were instantly bewitched, and the 7 opponents were also affected to varying degrees. Good opportunity, Dai boss, fatty, hurry up! Oscar shouted anxiously. However, he underestimated the power of his strange soul skills. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were now thinking only of mating, and completely lost their ability to fight. Seeing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing took a big breath of fresh air, then rushed into the crowd holding their breath, and knocked the 2 opponents off the ring in one breath. Just as they were about to continue, a control-type soul master of the opponent suddenly slowed down. Controlled Zhu Zuqing's ankle, and threw her off the stage. Xiao Wu saw this and quickly left the crowd. The control-type soul master did not continue to chase, but held his breath and pulled the other team members out of the range of the aphrodisiac intestine, and then said in a deep voice, "There is something wrong with the sausage of the guy on the opposite side, deal with him first." At this time, there were 5 of them left, and only Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were left of the Shrek 7 devils. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were deeply trapped in desire, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Oh no, Dai Boss and Fatty have strong desires in that aspect. After my aphrodisiac intestine took effect, they were affected more. Oscar was shocked. At this time, the 5 opponents rushed from 3 directions, one rushed to Ning Rongrong, one stopped Xiao Wu, one entangled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and the remaining 2 rushed to Oscar. Oscar's face turned pale. He summoned several sausages in succession, but they were all ordinary recovery sausages. He was so angry that he smashed the sausages on the ground and cursed. "Zhao! Give me a stinky sausage!" After cursing, he jumped off the ring directly, leaving his opponent stunned. Ning Rongrong sighed, and without waiting for the opponent to rush over, she walked off the ring reluctantly. Although Xiao Wu knocked her opponent off the ring after a fierce battle, she, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, who were in heat, had to face the 4 opponents, and they were no match after all. Team Tianxing wins. Amid the host's announcement and the audience's roar, the 7 walked back to the box, and were greeted by Yu Xiaogong's rebuke. "What kind of fight are you guys in? There's no coordination at all, like 7 strangers who were temporarily pulled from the roadside to form a team. Is this your strength?" Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing muttered in their hearts, if they were strangers, it would be great. Tang San and the other 4 were worse than strangers. They felt sick when they saw them. Tang San lowered his head, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, this is all my responsibility. I underestimated my opponent." That's what he said, but he cursed Ning Rongrong's whole family in his heart. Yu Xiaogang sighed, looked at Ma Hongjun, and said, "Ma Hongjun, you are still a great soul master. You should rest tomorrow and let Bai Yu take your place. If you lose again in the next game, you don't need to come the day after tomorrow. Stay in the academy for devilish special training." Tang San and the other 4 looked heavy-hearted, but Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls were a little happy because Bai Yu was going to play. The next night, before going on stage, Tang San walked to Bai Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you 3 auxiliary systems, be alert and don't lose face." Bai Yu glanced at him and said, "Xiao San, don't worry." 7 people went on stage. The host's voice came from the radio. "On my right are the Shrek 7 devils. On my left is the 7 stars team that won 5 consecutive games before. The game begins." As soon as the host finished speaking, the 7 people on the opposite side suddenly stood in a strange posture, like a winding long snake, without any rules at all. What does this mean? Tang San was a little afraid to act rashly, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun did not dare to act easily, and chose to wait and see. However, Bai Yu saw that the 7 people on the opposite side formed the Big Dipper's position. Although the formation was a bit clumsy, it would be somewhat troublesome once they formed it. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, come to my side. Dai Boss and Fatty, attack the guy standing in the front of the opponent." The Big Dipper from right to left are Tianchu, Tianqian, Tianji, Tianchuan, Yuheng, Qiang and Yao Guang. Among them, Tianji's position is the most forward, so Bai Yu asked Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to target the opponent standing in Tianji's position. But the core of the Big Dipper is Tianju on the far right, so when they saw Shrek targeting Tianji, the 7 stars team almost laughed out loud. In their 5 consecutive victories, 4 opponents targeted Tianji and were defeated by the formed Big Dipper formation. In their eyes, the Shrek 7 devils were doomed to fail. As Bai Yu gave an order, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing did not hesitate at all, shrank their formation and came to Bai Yu's side, while Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun put pressure on Tianji together, forcing Tianji to retreat step by step. However, at this critical moment, the other opponents did not intend to support. Bai Yu whispered. The core of their formation lies in the guy on the far right. Let's attack together and pretend to help Douluo and Fatty. When they can't sit still, we will attack the opponent's core together. Everyone nodded, and as Bai Yu gave an order, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Tang San rushed towards Tianji together. The other 6 opponents frowned. Their formation was about to be completed. Tianji could still resist 1 against 2, but facing 5 opponents, it would be defeated instantly, and the formation would collapse at that time. Must help. The 6 people had a tacit understanding, each summoning their martial spirits. There was a faint white line connecting them. Their soul power was poured into Tianji's body through the white line, allowing Tianji's strength to break through from Soul Master to Soul Sect. Just then, Bai Yu shouted. Do it! 92 Chapter 92 The Master is a Ventriloquist. 92. In an instant, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Tang San rushed towards Tianju on the far right without saying a word. Ning Rongrong sacrificed the 7 treasures glazed tower, madly giving Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing buffs. Oscar wanted to summon sausages, but was kicked by Bai Yu and became honest. Although Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun didn't know what was going on, they were not stupid. They desperately entangled the already Tianji, who already has the strength of a soul sect. The other 6 members of the 7 Stars team were shocked, especially Tianju. You know, they used this formation in the previous 9 games, and no opponent had ever discovered their core. How come today's opponent locked onto them right from the start, and also used the tactic of feinting to the east and attacking in the west? Too insidious. The other 5 were also shocked, and they all poured a lot of soul power into Tianju, except Tianji, who was busy suppressing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Tianji's soul power soared to the level of a half-step soul sect, and he actually withstood the attacks of Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing in the fart smoke of Tang San. Bai Yu frowned slightly. Even if he changed the target at this time, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing's speed would definitely not be able to keep up with the speed of the opponent's soul power transmission. The only way was to break Tianju. Bai Yu sacrificed the human emperor banner, and the 3rd soul ring emerged. On the surface, it was to heal his teammates, but in fact, he used the 3rd soul skill, mental piercing. Ayin's treatment swept the other 6 people, making them feel like spring breeze. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing took the opportunity to launch a second attack on Tianju. Tianju smiled coldly. Although I don't know how you know I am the core of the team, but with just the 2 of you, even if there is a fart king, you can't break my defense. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a hammer hit his brain. The severe pain on the mental level made him lose consciousness in an instant. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing teamed up and directly knocked him out of the ring. What? What is Tianju doing? The other 6 people were shocked, and the white line connecting them was instantly broken, and they were also backlashed. Tianji was directly knocked off the ring by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The other 5 people's breath slipped, and their strength was greatly weakened than at the beginning. Bai Yu said loudly. You lost, surrender. However, as soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun attacked instantly, 1 kick each, and kicked the 2 opponents away. Ning Rongrong frowned and asked. You two, they have already lost, why do you still want to hurt them? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and laughed. On the battlefield, you can't be happy too early. They still had 5 people just now. What if they still have any trump cards? Now they only have 3 people. Even if they have trump cards, it's useless. The 2 said it in a high-sounding manner, but both Ning Rongrong and the 3 opponents left on the ring could see that the 2 of them just wanted to avenge the beating they had just received. The 3 opponents said. We admit defeat. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun pouted and didn't want to continue. Bai Yu walked over, helped up 3 opponents, then walked down the ring and helped up the 4 injured teammates. On the surface, he let the third soul ring emerge, and secretly asked Yin to treat them. Feeling that their injuries were getting better, the 7 opponents were overjoyed and thanked Bai Yu repeatedly. "You're welcome. Leave a way for others so that we can meet again in the future." Bai Yu smiled slightly. The opponent also smiled and said, "Brother, you are right. Thanks. See you again if we are lucky." Looking at this friendly scene, the audience didn't react for a while and even forgot to applaud. It was the host who reacted first and announced loudly, "Shrek 7 Devils win." At this time, the audience who won or lost money remembered to react. Some cheered and some cursed. The Shrek 7 walked back to the box in such a wave of voices. Flanders encouraged everyone a few words. Although he lost more money in the second game than he won in the first and third games, he still kept smiling. After all, he was counting on the Shrek 7 Devils to continue winning so that he could earn more. However, Yu Xiaogang was a little fed up with it, and he started to criticize them. "Do you think you fought well? Ah! If Bai Yu hadn't known the opponent's formation and waited for the opponent's formation to take shape, would you have won so easily? Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hung Jun, why didn't you harass the opponent when they were setting up their formation? Zhu Zuking, Xiaohu, you two are fast, why did you get close to Bai Yu?" Ning Rong Rong. Yu Xiaogang criticized everyone except Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu interrupted. "Master, I gave all the orders on the field. I know the opponent's formation, so I am sure." Yu Xiaogang glared at him and scolded. "Are you sure? What if the opponent's formation is different from what you know? What if there is a mistake? Have you considered it? Bai Yu, This old thing, you think you have a good relationship with me, so you deliberately use me to establish your authority, right? Why don't you use Tang San to establish your authority? It seems that I haven't done enough to you, wait." Plot, Yu Xiaogang is very dissatisfied and scolds everyone. Bai Yu changed reprimand to kneel down. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang knelt in front of everyone with a plop. His posture was very cowardly, but he scolded in an angry tone. "And the rest of you, do you think you are so powerful? You have also made a lot of mistakes, such as..." However, when he knelt down, it didn't matter what he said. Everyone was stunned, and even Flanders' glasses almost fell off. He hurried to help Yu Xiaogang, saying as he helped him, "Xiaogang, you are also a teacher, a role model, how can you be so rude?" However, Yu Xiaogang pushed him away and continued to kneel. "I am happy, what's wrong with you?" He continued to kneel and talk, and everyone fell into a strange silence. Flanders quickly tried to smooth things over. "Okay. Xiaogang, let's review it tomorrow. Everyone is tired. Let's go back and have a good rest." Everyone felt relieved and quickly left the box. At this time, Yu Xiaogang suddenly woke up and looked at Flanders. Just as he was about to speak, Flanders spoke first. "Xiaogang, why did you suddenly kneel down?" Yu Xiaogang was confused, "I don't know." At this time, Bai Yu turned around and observed the two people with his fiery eyes, and a plot appeared in front of him. Plot, Yu Xiaogang is ready to explain in front of Flanders. He directly changed the word explain to. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang, who was kneeling on the ground, crawled to Flanders on his knees and started to untie his belt without saying a word. Flanders was shocked. "Xiaogang, what are you doing? It's not good to be here, right?" "Oh, forget it, since you insist, it's not impossible." The next morning, everyone came to the open space and prepared to receive training. They received training in the morning and went to the fighting spirit in the evening. The schedule was very full. However, after waiting for a long time, they didn't see Dashi and Flanders. Just when everyone was confused, Zhao Wuji hurried over and said, "Dashi and the dean have something to do today, I will take you to train. Everyone was confused, only Bai Yu smiled secretly. There is a good ventriloquist in the academy, and the dean will not be late from now on. After a simple training during the day, Dashi and Flanders finally appeared in the evening and came to the fighting spirit field again with everyone. With yesterday's record, the Shrek 7 Devils are no longer a rookie team that is not loved by their uncles and grandmothers. In order to show their importance to the Shrek 7 Devils, the staff of the fighting spirit field sent detailed information about their opponents. Yu Xiaogang took the information and asked, "What does this mean?" The staff laughed and said, "It doesn't mean anything, that's what it means." "What does it mean?" "It's just a little bit." Yu Xiaogang frowned. "Can't you explain it clearly? Are you bullying me for not having enough IQ? 93 Chapter 93 The Arrogant Mad Battle Team 93. At this time, Bai Yu next to him interrupted and said, "Okay, we got it, you can go." The staff left with a smile. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bai Yu instantly, and the latter said, "Master, the staff means that they don't want us to lose, which means that there are many gamblers betting on us. If we win, the fighting spirit field can make more money, so they sent the opponent's information over." Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized that he had spent half his life studying theories, and he could only talk about it on paper, and he didn't understand these unspoken rules. Facing the contemptuous or calm eyes of the crowd, he coughed and said, "Everyone has his own specialty. It's normal that I don't understand these." Yu Xiaogang said again. The data shows that the opponent has no control system Soul Master, but has 5 strong attack system Soul Masters, so their tactics must be strong attack. In order to deal with them, Oscar will leave the court and replace Ma Hongjun to protect Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong. As long as the two of them are still on the court, we will be able to drag the opponent to death sooner or later. Everyone nodded, and when they walked into the passage, the 3 women surrounded Bai Yu and asked, "Bai Yu, what is the tactic for this game?" Bai Yu smiled, "So you guys also take the words of the master as fart? The opponent has 5 strong attack system combat soul masters, 1 agility attack system soul master, and 1 auxiliary system soul master. Anyone can see that their core is the auxiliary system soul master, so they must know this. If they want to win, they will never give up their auxiliary system soul master. So I concluded that their strong attack must be a feint to attract us to attack the opponent's auxiliary, and then kill back." After Bai Yu finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing suddenly understood. "You mean, the other side is going to set a trap for us?" Bai Yu nodded, "This is obvious. As long as he and Ning Rongrong stand on the far left and the other stands on the far right, the other side will have to set a trap even if they don't want to. Because they can't attack him and Ning Rongrong at the same time, the only way to win is to pretend to attack and then suddenly retreat to surround Dai Mubai and the others. So, under Bai Yu's arrangement, he and Zhu Zuqing stood on the far left of the ring, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu stood on the far right of the ring, Dai Mubai, Tang San and Ma Hongjun stood in the middle, and the distance between the 3 groups was very far, which confused the host, the audience, and the opponents. The host said blankly, "The Shrek 7 Devils have set up a very novel lineup. They are divided into a 232 formation, and the distance between the 3 groups is very far. If the opponent surrounds them separately, how should they deal with it?" At the same time, the opponent was also confused. A team member approached the captain and asked, "Captain, what is the formation of the opponent? Should we still implement the original plan?" The original plan was that they gave up their own support and attacked the opponent's support with all their strength at the beginning. 1 for 2 or even 1 for 3, they would win. The captain frowned and said in a deep voice, "I don't know, but the opponent has 2 supports, and I am on the left and the right. The distance is too far. The 6 of us can't cross the front row of the opponent and knock them off the stage at the same time." The team member asked, "Then let's focus on attacking 1 point. Stupid, we only have one support, and the opponent loses one and there is another one, so we are bound to lose, right? The captain suddenly had an idea and ordered. Wait a minute, 3 people in a group, pretend to raid the opponent's auxiliary, when other opponents are trying to sneak attack our auxiliary, kill them back and kill their front row, understand? Understood. The 2 teams were ready to go. As the host announced the start of the game, 3 opponents rushed towards Bai Yu, and 3 opponents rushed towards Ning Rongrong, very decisively. Dai Mubai frowned and was about to go back to help, but Tang San said, Fatty, you go and solve the opponent's auxiliary, Mubai, and I will go back to support. Ma Hongjun nodded, looked at the other side's trembling auxiliary who was alone, smiled, and rushed over. Tang San ran towards Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai ran towards Bai Yu. Just then, the captain of the opponent suddenly shouted, Do it! As soon as the voice fell, the 6 soul masters suddenly turned around and rushed towards Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai and Tang San's faces changed. They quickly tried to stop the opponent, but they only stopped 2 people. The remaining 4 people quickly rushed to Ma Hongjun's side, and one person punched Ma Hongjun and directly knocked him out. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked back at Bai Yu. Is this your tactic? You lost one person right at the beginning? However, Bai Yu stared back without hesitation and shouted. What are you waiting for? Fart. After speaking, he sacrificed the human emperor banner and activated the second soul skill. Tang San, Dai Mubai and others only felt energetic and full of energy, and couldn't wait to fight with the opponent. And the opponents were like falling into an ice cave, and some fear appeared in their hearts, as if it was not them who were outnumbered on the field, but the opponents. The captain of the other side held back his fear and shouted. Scatter quickly! We are in a group. The words were like thunder, exploding directly in the hearts of other team members. Yes, the 4 of us are together now. If the opponent seizes this opportunity. The next moment, Tang San, who suddenly realized, commanded the Haoshan dog to jump on the heads of the 4 people. With a puff, a yellow mist that made people's limbs limp enveloped them. Xiao Wu, free Dai Mubai. Zhu Qing, go deal with the lone auxiliary. Xiao Wu came to Dai Mubai in an instant and took his opponent away. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity and sprayed out the white tiger fierce light wave. With the double blessing of Ning Rongrong and Bai Yu, he directly blasted the 4 opponents out of the ring. As Zhu Zuking threw the opponent's lone auxiliary spirit master off the ring, there was no doubt that Shrek Academy won this game. The winning gamblers and the spectators cheered, and Dai Mubai couldn't help raising his hand, enjoying the cheers in a very pretentious way. Ma Hongjun hugged Tang San around the field and shouted to the audience. Cheer louder! Ning Rongrong and the other 2 girls surrounded Bai Yu. The 4 of them smiled knowingly and didn't say anything, but they all knew that this victory was due to Bai Yu's good command. Soon, the arrogant Dai Mubai and the other 2 also came over and said excitedly. Xiao Yu, you are awesome! You actually saw through the opponent's arrangement and used the fat man as bait, 1 for 7. Ma Hongjun was not unhappy at all. In his eyes, he replaced 7 people on the opposite side by himself, which was equivalent to 1 man against 7. It was great. The only silent one was Tang San. He found that everyone was more and more indifferent to him. Instead, Bai Yu became the core of the team unconsciously. This seemed to be wrong. The 7 people left the ring and walked back to the box from the passage. They met another team in the passage. The leader was a strong man with a mohawk and a circle of sharp brass knuckles on his hands. Bai Yu glanced at them and saw that they walked arrogantly. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. Anyway, the passage was wide and they could walk on their own. However, the other party obviously did not have this awareness. The strong man leaned towards Zhu Zuking while walking, and then stretched out his salty pig hand towards her buttocks. Snap! Bai Yu grabbed his wrist firmly and said coldly. Don't make trouble. The strong man was not angry, but grinned and asked. Boy, your girlfriend? You have a nice body, how about lending it to me for a few days? Seeing Zhu Zuqing being humiliated, Dai Mubai, who had always had feelings for her, was furious and rushed up to push the other party away. What, you want to fight? Just you? Haha, your team actually has a great soul master. If you weren't lucky, you would have stood us up on the first day and I would have beaten you to death. The strong man said, releasing his soul power, which was stronger than Dai Mubai's. Dai Mubai's face flushed. The strong man laughed and said. But the girl in your team is not bad. Stay with me for one night, and then I can consider letting her go. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly took out a pistol and pointed it at his head. Bang! 94 Chapter 94 Berserker Team? How many souls are enough for me to refine? 94. The bullet flew past the sturdy man's cheek and drilled a hole in the wall behind him. The harsh gunshot made the sturdy man's companion instantly take a fighting stance. The sturdy man swallowed his saliva and looked at Bai Yu with horror. Bai Yu had put away his gun at this time. The sturdy man just saw Bai Yu seem to take out something. Before he could react, he felt the threat of death passing by his head. The deafening sound and the strong wind brought by the bullet made his pupils dilate for a while, and his brain crashed. At this time, the staff of the fighting soul field hurried over and shouted. What are you doing? No private fighting in the passage. The other 6 people of Shrek didn't expect Bai Yu to suddenly shoot. At this time, they were a little confused and looked at Bai Yu subconsciously. Bai Yu he smiled at the staff. There is no private fight, how can there be a private fight? You see, we haven't revealed our martial spirits, and we don't have any weapons in our hands. The staff questioned. What was the noise just now? Bai Yu pointed at the brass knuckles on the sturdy man's hand, and then pointed at the bullet hole on the wall, and smiled. I don't know what he was angry about just now. He punched a hole in the wall with one punch, which scared us. The staff looked at the sturdy man suspiciously, then looked at the hole in the wall, hesitated for a moment, and said. Don't do it again next time, hurry up and get on the stage. The members of the Crazy War team glared at Bai Yu fiercely and hurried onto the stage. At this time, Ning Rongrong looked at the staff and said dissatisfiedly. You just let them go. The staff smiled bitterly. Do you know who they are? They are the Crazy War team that has won 7 consecutive games just 7 days after registration. If they make trouble, it will be bad for you. Dai Mubai said unhappily. After all, it's still the law of the jungle, right? The staff didn't say anything and acquiesced. Just then, another staff member came over, and it seemed that he had higher authority. He comforted the Shrek people with the art of language, which made everyone calm down. However, the idea of the law of the jungle has already taken root in everyone's heart. In the next 7 days, under the command of Bai Yu, the Shrek people worked hard and won 8 consecutive victories, becoming the hottest hot chicken in the Dohun arena. Whenever the Shrek people came to the Dohun arena, there would be special people to receive them, and even a special VIP lounge, which can be said to be full of treatment. For a while, Dai Mubai, Ma Heng-jun, and others were a little flattered. On this day, Dai Mubai and Ma Heng-jun, who had finished fighting souls, wandered around the fighting soul arena, under the pretext of observing their opponents, but in fact they were just playing the game. Suddenly, Ma Heng-jun's eyes lit up, and he pulled Dai Mubai and said. Boss Dai, look at the young couple in front, the girl is pretty good looking. Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, and he walked over with Ma Heng-jun and deliberately bumped into the man. The man was very angry. Don't you have eyes? Dai Mubai looked down and sneered. I was walking well, why did you bump into me? The man laughed in anger. You are blaming me. The two quarreled more and more fiercely, and soon, the staff of the fighting soul arena came to persuade them to stop fighting. Okay, okay, private fights are not allowed in the fighting arena. You have to fight on the ring, otherwise you will be fined. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, Daimyo suddenly threw out a token. The staff member took it and looked at it, and immediately put on a smile. Oh, are you from the Shrek 7 Devils? Sorry, I'll handle this here. Daimyo snorted coldly. You don't have to handle it, I'll handle it. At this time, the man who quarreled with Daimyo also heard the name of the Shrek 7 Devils, apologized repeatedly, and hurriedly left with his female companion. Before leaving, his female companion looked at Daimyo and Ma Hongjun with envy and fear, and the two enjoyed this feeling. However, at this moment, the crazy rhino of the crazy war team, the strong man that day, came over, accompanied by the tall spider woman. The two walked directly in front of Daimyo and laughed. Little bastard, what's the point of bullying others? If you have the guts, fight us. If I don't break one of your arms and legs, I'm not called Crazy Rhino. Daimyo was furious. What did you say? What, are you still deaf? Do I need to say it again? You bastard, you are the hardest talker in your body, right? Hee, anyway, it's harder than the thing in your crotch. Daimyo and Ma Hongjun's faces froze, because neither of them had that thing. The staff quickly tried to smooth things over. Two big brothers, the fighting spirit arena really doesn't allow private fights, both of you calm down. Daimyo and Crazy Rhino didn't even look at him. A small staff member, not a supervisor, is he qualified to speak? Watching the four people continue to scold each other, the staff member quickly signaled his colleague to find the supervisor, and he cursed his bad luck while trying to persuade them. Soon, the supervisor of the fighting soul field came over. Daimyo and Kuang Xi saw him and subconsciously weakened their voices by 3 points. It's not just because he is the supervisor, but more importantly, he is the soul master. The supervisor didn't say much, and said lightly. Since you can't wait, then you should be ready for the battle, starting tomorrow night. Daimyo and Kuang Xi's expressions were lifted. Is it finally coming? It is recognized by everyone that the Shrek 7 Devils and the Crazy War Team will have a battle sooner or later, but they didn't expect it to come so soon. Crazy Rhino looked at Daimyo and grinned. Hey, Huang Mao, how about we make a bet in private? If you lose, you let the Catwoman in black leather jacket from your team accompany me for one night. Ma Hongjun was shocked. This stupid rhino actually dared to have evil thoughts about Zhu Zuqing and was not afraid. What if you lose? Ma Hongjun suddenly looked at Daimyo. He didn't expect him to ask. He thought Daimyo would not bet with Zhu Zuqing. Crazy Rhino laughed even more happily. Then I will kowtow to you, no, 3 times. But you have to let the 3 women from your team accompany us brothers for one night. Okay. Ma Hongjun was stunned and just looked at Daimyo. After Crazy Rhino and the others left, Daimyo turned his head to look at him and whispered. You know shit. If we really lose, Zhu Zuqing and the others will definitely not surrender. Once they use force, we will come to save the beauty. If possible, we can also have some fun and then put the blame on them. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that Dai Boss was smart. But we don't have that thing, how can we have some fun? Looking at Daimyo face, Ma Hongjun didn't dare to ask. That night, Yu Xiaogang and Flanders learned the news and convened everyone to hold a meeting overnight to discuss tactics. Of course, Bai Yu didn't listen to a word. He has already thought about whose soul to refine tomorrow. The most useful one in the Berserker team is undoubtedly the Ruyi Pan martial soul. Spider Girl's martial soul is average, and she can barely stay. Then use the souls of the other 5 people to nourish the Ruyi Pan. The next night, everyone came to the big Fighting Soul Arena, and there were crowds of people outside the Fighting Soul Arena. Ning Rong exclaimed. So many people, what's going on? At this time, a vendor with a cart came over and said with a chuckle, "Sir, you don't know that tonight is the battle between the two strongest teams in the fighting arena, the Shrek 7 Devils and the Wild Fighting Team. Of course, there are many people coming." Bai Yu asked calmly. "Who is stronger, the Shrek 7 Devils or the Wild Fighting Team?" The vendor laughed. "Why do you need to ask? The Wild Fighting Team is above level 35, and the Shrek 7 Devils even has a great spirit master. How can they compare? I heard that the odds of the Shrek 7 Devils have reached 1 to 2. If you bet 1 gold soul coin, you can earn 2. Flanders' eyes lit up. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation and was determined to win. Only Bai Yu had a calm face and threw some money to the vendor. The vendor took the money and said with a smile, "Sir, I have a bag for vomiting. Every time the Mad Battle team fights, the opponent is either dead or injured. The scene is very bloody. Do you want to prepare a few bags?" Bai Yu smiled. "So cruel? But we have good psychological quality, so we don't need bags. Okay, take care." Bai Yu nodded slightly, his expression relaxed, like a gangster boss who heard that a few gangsters were making trouble. "Mad Battle Team? How many souls are enough for me to refine?" 95 Chapter 95 Fierce Battle 95. Dear audience friends, welcome to the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. As the host came on stage, the audience cheered. In the past, the attendance rate of the big fighting spirit field was only about 50% 70%, but today's attendance rate reached more than 90%, which is enough to show how much people are looking forward to the battle between the Crazy War Team and Shrek. And in the spotlight, the two sides came on stage. The 7 people from Shrek and the 7 people from the Crazy War Team walked to the center of the ring to confront each other. When the host introduced the two sides, the Crazy Rhino grinned at Dai Mubai in front of him, grinning obscenely and lasciviously. Dai Mubai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, wishing he could knock out all his teeth with one punch. The person opposite Bai Yu was the Spider Woman with a good figure, but she stared at Bai Yu closely, with only murderous eyes. The desire to kill. And from the soul power pressure she deliberately released, Bai Yu could feel a hint of evil. This reminded him of something. In the world view of Do 1, possessing an evil martial soul does not mean being an evil soul master. As long as one has a kind heart, even if one possesses an evil martial soul, one cannot be considered an evil soul master. Thinking of this, Bai Yu raised his lips slightly. It was a bit too easy for them to shoot with a machine gun. There were still many places in the 10,000 souls banner. The Spider Woman was originally using soul power to put pressure on Bai Yu, but found that Bai Yu seemed to be fine and showed a creepy smile. She was suddenly a little scared. Just then, he heard the host's voice. Both sides retreat 7 steps, and the game is about to begin. She and her teammates retreated 7 steps together, took a deep breath, and then looked at the Crazy Rhino and communicated with her eyes. "Do you want to execute the original plan?" The original plan was for Spider Woman to control the game, with Crazy Rhino as the vanguard and Ru Pan as the assistant, in an effort to quickly defeat the Shrek 7 Devils. Crazy Rhino gave her an affirmative look. Spider Woman adjusted her breathing and suppressed the uneasiness in her heart. The game begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Spider Woman and his teammates showed their soul rings. Although everyone in the Berserker team had a white soul ring except her, their soul power level was higher than that of the Shrek 7 Devils, so they were not afraid and quickly killed Bai Yu and Ning Rong Rong. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in the front row showed their martial spirits. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and fought with the Berserker Rhino. And Ma Hongjun was entangled by another member of the Berserker team. However, the Shrek 7 Devils had 2 auxiliary systems. No matter what, the number of fighting spirit masters was 6:5. Even if it was 1-on-1, their Berserker team had no reason to lose. Spider and the other 3 teammates had bypassed the front row of Shrek and went straight for the opponent's 2 auxiliary. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing stood in front of Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong, but Bai Yu said, "Xiao San, you go deal with their auxiliary." Tang San looked back at Bai Yu and saw that he had a firm expression, so he quickly rushed towards the opponent's Ruyipan spirit master. Spider-Woman paused while charging, commanded a teammate to rescue, and waved her hand, letting the other two teammates entangle Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, while she rushed towards Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong alone. Ning Rongrong was a little scared and hid behind Bai Yu. Bai Yu comforted her in a gentle tone. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." As he said, Bai Yu reached for his belt, as if he was going to take out a weapon. However, at this moment, the running Spider-Woman suddenly braked, and then a huge spider web fell from the sky. With lightning speed. The Spider-Woman raised her lips and threw them out of the ring as soon as they were caught in the spider web. If the girl was not from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, she would never have been so gentle. As soon as the Spider-Woman finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly threw a strange thing into the sky. As soon as it touched the spider web suddenly caught fire, and the flames quickly spread along the spider silk to the Spider-Woman. Incendiary bomb! Spider-Woman was horrified and took the initiative to cut the spider silk to prevent herself from being burned by the flames. But she did not intend to let Bai Yu go. At the moment of cutting the spider silk, a fierce light flashed in her eyes, and the martial spirit spider emerged. The soul skill was activated and sprayed a ball of venom at Bai Yu. She originally just wanted to throw Bai Yu out, but who knew that Bai Yu still wanted to struggle? In this case, don't blame her for being rude. Her venom is extremely poisonous, exuding a dark and corrupt aura. Once contaminated, the soul power will be corroded and the pain is incomparable. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, moved for the first time, then stopped, pushed Ning Rongrong behind him away, and then hit again. As a result, he was contaminated with some venom, and his clothes were corroded in a large area. "No!" Ning Rongrong screamed. She was closest to Bai Yu, so she saw that Bai Yu was trying to push her away, so she didn't have time to dodge. For a while, she was full of self-blame. "It's all my fault for hiding behind Bai Yu, so he was corroded. If I weren't so timid, it would be better." Ning Rongrong just thought so. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze blew across the ring, Ning Rongrong turned her head and saw that Bai Yu's third soul ring was floating, and the venom was quickly evaporated. It was Bai Yu's third soul skill, range treatment. Ning Rongrong was very surprised. She sacrificed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower and gave Daimyo Bai a power boost, hoping that he could quickly repel the Mad Rhino and then come to support Bai Yu. However, just after she gave the boost, she suddenly saw the Spider-Woman rushing towards Bai Yu at a very fast speed. A huge black spider loomed and bit the Human Emperor banner behind Bai Yu. Snap! Ning Rongrong saw with her own eyes that the spider bit the golden Human Emperor banner. Where the Human Emperor banner was bitten, a black gas was generated and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Spider-Woman smiled and said, "This is my soul skill, the bite of the poisonous spider, which directly targets the martial soul. If you continue to use the martial soul, the more corroded you will be. Now you and the soul master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect jump off the ring together, and I will let you go." She was still afraid of Ning Rongrong's background and did not dare to kill her. However, Bai Yu glanced at her, and the soul ring continued to emerge, which made all the Shrek people full of fighting spirit and made all the berserkers frustrated. For a while, the Shrek people with lower soul power levels actually had the upper hand. However, the price was that the Human Emperor banner was corroded by the black air more. Spider-Woman gritted her teeth and said, "In that case, don't blame me." After that, she rushed towards Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was shocked and took out the pistol Bai Yu gave her and aimed at Spider-Woman. Bang! The bullet was fired, but the moment Ning Rongrong took out the gun, Spider-Woman had already made a dodging action. But at the critical moment, Spider-Woman suddenly felt as if her head was hit by a hammer, and she immediately lost consciousness. She was shot in the shoulder by Ning Rongrong and fell on the ring, bleeding profusely. Bai Yu's mental piercing. Just now, he neither summoned the poisonous spider armor nor used system modification, and took the venom abruptly, just to make the third soul ring emerge naturally. No. When the members of the Mad War team saw Spider-Woman injured, their eyes were bloodshot and they were extremely anxious. However, their opponents were greatly strengthened by Bai Yu and Ning Rongrong, and they seized their anxious mood and firmly gained the upper hand. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed and was about to use the Seven Treasures glazed tower to consolidate the battle situation. Suddenly, Spider-Woman climbed up, waved her hand, and the spider silk entangled the other 6 teammates, instantly pulling them over. The auxiliary soul master of the Mad War team held the Ruyi plate and laughed. "Do you think we don't know that you have such a weapon? My third soul skill, Frenzy, can not only increase the strength of teammates, but also make them immune to pain. Everyone, now is a good opportunity, and we will defeat them in one go." The Shrek people also gathered together, and the two sides launched an extremely fierce team battle. Plot: the 7 members of the Mad Battle team received the bonus of the third soul skill Fanatical of the Ruyi plate. During the duration, their attributes are improved and they are immune to pain, but after the duration ends, their bodies will be backlashed. 96 Chapter 96 All members of the Mad Battle team are in vegetative state, blaming Tang San. 96. Bai Yu changed body to soul. At the same time, he sacrificed the human emperor banner stained with Spider-Woman's venom and continued to give everyone bonuses. Looking at the human emperor banner emitting black air, everyone wanted to persuade Bai Yu not to fight so hard, but now is the critical moment, they had to grit their teeth and fight desperately. Farting is like imprisonment, farting to seal the sky and lock the earth. Tang San farted directly, covering the Mad Battle team. There is something wrong with his fart, disperse. The Mad Battle team was forced to disperse and attack the Shrek people from different directions. 7 treasures turn out to have Liulai, 3 days, soul. With the bonus of Ning Rongrong, Dai Mu Bai barely blocked the violent attack of the Mad Rhino. Bai Yu used the Emperor's banner again, weakening the will of the Berserker team, and causing the black air on the Emperor's banner to spread even more. Of course, everyone thought it was Spider-Woman's venom, but they didn't know it was actually the air of the 10,000 Souls banner. Breath. The first soul skill of the 10,000 Souls banner is Devour. The 2 monkeys fighting with Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, that is, the 2 brothers whose martial souls are both monkeys, suddenly felt that they were sucked by something, and their steps suddenly stagnated. Then they were beaten away by Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. The soul pets of the 10,000 Souls banner, Bamboo Leaf Green, Broken Mountain Bull, Ghost Poison Scorpion all appeared. The horns of the Broken Mountain Bull were aimed at the buttocks of the Crazy Rhino who was wrestling with Dai Mu Bai, and suddenly pushed up. The Ghost Poison Scorpion went behind Ma Hongjun's opponent and clamped down with its scorpion pincers. Ning Rongrong took out a pistol and aimed at Spider-Woman. With a bang, the bullet was fired. Although Spider-Woman made a dodging action at the moment Ning Rongrong raised the gun, Bamboo Leaf Green was beside her, and she sent herself to its mouth. Ah! 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 In an instant, everyone in the Crazy War team screamed at the same time, and Crazy Rhino, Spider-Woman and the 2 monkeys were all beaten away in an instant. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun were stunned, thinking that it was their own merit. They were full of confidence and took the initiative to charge. Everyone in the Crazy War team got up, and Spider-Woman said in a deep voice. "The crazy time is about to end, everyone, go all out." Okay. For a moment, various soul skills intertwined on the field, like a gorgeous fireworks show, very dazzling, until Tang San took action. Farting is like surrendering, a fart that makes your muscles and bones numb. A spectator in the front row pinched his nose and said, "Damn, this fart is too stinky, how can someone's martial soul be a fart?" Someone next to him echoed, "Damn, and this yellow fog just blocked our view. While the two were talking, a black light suddenly flashed in the yellow fog, and the evil aura made everyone look horrified. Immediately afterwards, several figures flew out of the yellow fog, and everyone looked closely and saw that it was Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San. The three fell off the stage and half knelt on the ground, looking seriously injured. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the stage, trying to see through the yellow fog, but they couldn't see through it at all, and were even uncomfortable with the smoke. After a while, the yellow fog completely dissipated, and everyone was surprised to find that the 7 people on the side of the Mad War team were all lying on the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. The audience burst into cheers, and the Shrek 7 Devils actually defeated the Mad War team. Ning Rongrong panted, looked back at Bai Yu, smiled, and then hugged Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Bai Yu also smiled. Amid the cheers of the audience, the host announced that the Shrek 7 Devils had won, and then came down to check the situation of the Mad War team. You don't know until you check, and you're shocked when you check. The situation of the 7 people in the Mad War team is not optimistic. The host called the staff, and the staff called the supervisor. The supervisor checked and frowned. The souls of the 7 of them have been severely damaged, and only a little bit remains. Even if they recover, they will become vegetative. The staff next to him was shocked. It was the first time he saw such a tragic fighting soul since he started working in the fighting soul field. The supervisor checked again and wondered. It looks like it has been backfired. Is it the side effect of the soul skill of the auxiliary soul master? But how can there be such a serious side effect? Suddenly, the supervisor's eyes condensed and took a silver needle from the body of the crazy rhino. The silver needle was poisoned, and the crazy rhino also showed signs of poisoning. The supervisor immediately looked in the direction of the Shrek 7 Devils, with a look of doubt on his face, and ordered. It's not that we haven't seen dead people in the fighting soul field. But a whole team has become vegetative. This situation is indeed a bit scary. You go and tell the leader of Shrek that I will visit them after an incense stick. The staff nodded and trotted away to report the news. After an incense stick of time, the supervisor who had dealt with the corpses of the 7 members of the Berserker team came to the Shrek lounge, bowed slightly to Flanders, and said straight to the point. Dear team leader, I have something to ask you. He told Flanders that all 7 members of the Berserker team had turned into vegetatives, and asked Flanders if the Shrek 7 Devils knew the reason. Flanders fell into deep thought. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Tang San saw the silver needle in the supervisor's hand, and his heart trembled. He took the initiative to speak. At that time, the arena was filled with yellow fog, and we and the Berserker team were fighting in the yellow fog. At this time, the Spider Woman suddenly released a very strong soul skill, and a black light knocked me, Dai Lauda and Fatty off the stage. I don't know what happened later. Bai Yu continued. At that time, I thought I was sure to lose, but I didn't expect that 7 opponents suddenly fell to the ground. I guess maybe they were backlashed by the auxiliary soul skills. The supervisor took out the silver needle and asked. This is what I picked up on the arena. Did you drop it? Everyone instantly cast their eyes on Tang San. Tang San decisively said. Mr. Supervisor, this is not ours. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, Dai Mubai and these idiots, why are they looking at me? The supervisor nodded and said. I see. Sorry for bothering you. The supervisor was certain that the 7 members of the Berserker team had become vegetative because of the backlash of the Ruyi Disc Spirit skill and the poisonous silver needles. The owner of the silver needles was undoubtedly Tang San. Although the Great Soul Arena was used to seeing the death of people, and although the Berserker team also liked to seriously injure or even kill their opponents, and had extremely poor martial ethics, the supervisor was still prepared to write Tang San's name in the report.in, and submitted it to his superior. This is so that when some second generations who can't afford to offend the Do Soul Arena come to fight in the future, they can avoid people like Tang San who are full of murderous intentions, so as not to get hurt or even die suddenly, and the Do Seoul arena will be in trouble. Looking at the face of the supervisor, Bai Yu probably guessed his thoughts and laughed in his heart. The reason why the Berserker team became vegetative was all thanks to him. The system modification made the Berserker team suffer from soul backlash, and then the 10,000 souls banner was sacrificed, and the souls of the 7 of them were sucked into the banner at once. Of course, Bai Yu's human emperor banner has been stained with Spider-Woman's venom, and he deliberately used it to cover up the black air of the 10,000 souls banner. And Bai Yu deliberately left a little incomplete soul for the 7 people of the Berserker team, otherwise the 7 people would die directly, and the Do Seoul arena would definitely conduct an in-depth investigation. The most important thing is that when Tang San was knocked off the ring, Bai Yu saw him throw a hidden weapon with his fiery eyes, so he came up with a plan, guided him slightly, and pushed Tang San in front of him, into the supervisor's sight. Successfully put the blame on Tang San. 97 Chapter 97 Oscar and Tang San take a bath together. 97. To celebrate the victory, Flanders allowed everyone to have fun in Soto City for a night, but also stipulated a gathering point. If you don't want to stay in the city, you can gather back to the academy at 11 o'clock. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong went shopping. Bai Yu was too lazy to go, and stayed in the big Fighting Soul field to watch the Fighting Soul. As for Oscar and Tang San, I don't know where they went. And Bai Yu found a hotel and opened a room, preparing to completely refine the souls of the 7 members of the Berserker team. On the 10,000 souls banner, the 7 souls were wailing that only Bai Yu could hear. The painful wailing came into Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu had a blank face. He first refined the soul of the Ruyi Pan Soul Master, and then used all the souls except the Spider-Woman to practice the Ruyi Pan, and soon made the Ruyi Pan break through to level 19. Tisk, you're almost at level 20, how about I refine you? Bai Yu waved his hand, and the Spider-Woman's soul suddenly felt the pain disappear. She looked at Bai Yu in despair. You are an evil soul master, you are a devil. You talk too much nonsense. Bai Yu lost his patience and was ready to refine her, but the Spider-Woman's soul felt the sign of complete demise and screamed. No. Please. Leave me alive, I can do anything, I will be your Star Fury. You deserve it. No. After refining the souls of the Berserker team, Bai Yu came to the gathering point and waited. Bai Yu, where are the others? Soon, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing came back from shopping and saw that only Bai Yu was at the gathering point, and couldn't help asking. Bai Yu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. The 3 girls looked at each other, and Xiao Wu said unhappily. Those guys must have gone to do something bad. Xiao Yu is the best. He never does anything bad. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong both agreed. Bai Yu smiled and asked. It's so late. Do you want to go back? The 3 girls looked at each other and said. We plan to stay in Soto City for one night. Do you want to go back? I'll take your leave. Xiao Wu was a little happy, but at this time Oscar and Tang San came back from shopping and suggested. That's perfect. You 3 girls share a room, and we 3 boys share a room. So the 6 of them went to a hotel near the Douluo arena to book a room. They asked for 2 luxury suites, which were more than enough for 3 people. Walking into the room, Bai Yu looked at Tang San and asked. Xiao San, where did you and Xiao Ao go? Did you see Dai Lauda and the others? Xiao Ao and I just walked around. As for Dai Lauda and the others. Tang San looked strange, and Bai Yu understood immediately. Bai Yu smiled and said nothing. Soon, Oscar was going to take a shower first. Plot, Oscar was going to take a shower, Tang San was waiting outside the door. Bai Yu changed outside the door to inside the door, then stood up and said to Tang San. I'm going downstairs to buy something. Tang San nodded, watched Bai Yu go out, then suddenly stood up, opened the bathroom door and walked in very naturally. Oscar was washing his hair, and when he heard the door open, he screamed in fright. Who? Me? Tang San's tone was calm, not feeling embarrassed at all. As if it was natural for him to walk into the bathroom when others were taking a shower. Oscar couldn't open his eyes, so he had to cover his private parts and screamed. Xiao San, what are you doing? I'm taking a shower, get out. Plot, Oscar was frightened and asked Tang San to go out. Bai Yu, who was hiding outside the door and peeking, added a don't before go out. Oscar then said. Forget it, since you're here, Xiao San, you stay, it's fine. Tang San listened to his wishes and stood aside, watching Oscar take a shower. Plot, in the bathroom, Tang San is watching Oscar take a shower. Bai Yu changed watch to end. Then, he bought some midnight snacks downstairs, and then pretended to know nothing and walked back to the room, but met Ning Rongrong in the corridor. Hey? How did you know I was hungry? So considerate. Ning Rongrong giggled and came up to grab Bai Yu's midnight snack. Bai Yu smiled. I only bought mine, how about you go and call Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, and we go out for supper together. Okay, wait for me. Ning Rongrong ran back to the room, and soon, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing left with her. When they came out, they saw Bai Yu leaning against the door of the room, deliberately making a strange expression. The three women asked curiously. What happened? Bai Yu shook his head. Nothing happened, they don't want to go, let's go. But his strange expression made the three women feel something was wrong, so they forcibly pulled Bai Yu away and walked into the room, and then they heard passionate sounds coming from the bathroom. The three women fell into silence, quietly left the room, gently closed the door, looked at Bai Yu, and said. Let's go. Bai Yu nodded, and went to the midnight snack stall with the three women, found a table and sat down, and started ordering dishes. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were not used to eating skewers on the roadside, so they suggested weakly. Why don't we find a private room? Bai Yu smiled and said. There are no private rooms at roadside stalls. One of you is a princess of the Kai Bao Liulai sect, and the other is a member of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. You must have never tried eating skewers. It's a good time to give it a try. After Bai Yu said this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also became interested. When the barbecue was served, they ate happily. However, at this moment, 5 gangsters with hair colors that looked like the 5 Olympic rings came over. One of them, a red-haired guy, sat down next to Bai Yu, which was opposite Ning Rongrong. Not only did he sit down, he also used his body to bump into Bai Yu, trying to knock Bai Yu off the seat. The stool was not wide. Bai Yu raised his butt and simply gave way, and the red-haired guy fell directly from the other side of the stool. Then Bai Yu sat down again, very elegantly. Ouch! The red-haired man fell flat on his face. The yellow-haired and green-haired man quickly helped him up. The blue-haired man walked to Bai Yu, knocked on the table, and said with a malicious smile. 3 beauties, how about making friends? The 3 women saw that Bai Yu looked calm, and couldn't help laughing. They were laughing at the red-haired man. The red-haired man stood up and said angrily. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, he realized that he had lost his composure, wiped the dust off his body, and showed a wretched smile that he thought was handsome. 3 beauties. Do you want to have a midnight snack? It's just right, brother will treat you. Xiao Wu laughed. You treat us? Really? The red-haired man looked at the dishes on the table and estimated the value. It was not expensive, so he thought Bai Yu was a poor guy, and immediately patted his chest and said. Of course, I'll treat you. Xiao Wu immediately called the waiter and ordered. Bring all the most expensive food in your store and put it on his account. Xiao Wu pointed at Hung Mao, whose face suddenly changed and said. Can you finish this? Why don't you order less? Ning Rong Rong asked with a smile. You five should eat too. We are almost done. Let's pack some and take it back. You can eat the rest. Zhu Zuqing also smiled and said. The residents of Soto City are very enthusiastic and are eager to pay the bill. Hung Mao was furious when he heard this. He came to chat up, not to be a sucker. Seeing the three girls pretending to be stupid, he stopped acting and surrounded Bai Yu and the others with the other four hairy men, sneering. You three girls, do you know who I am? Eating at a roadside stall in a place like this, you don't look like you are from a rich family, but you are pretty. It's your honor that I like you. After the red-haired man finished speaking, the yellow-haired man next to him laughed. Brother Zhang eats meat, and we drink soup with him. You girls are not at a disadvantage. You know, our brother Li is. Before he finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly picked up the cup of water in front of him and splashed the water on the yellow-haired man's face. 98 Chapter 98 Two Soul Kings are in cahoots. 98. Ah! The yellow-haired man was splashed with water in his eyes, screamed, and quickly stepped back, rubbing his eyes frantically. After Bai Yu finished pouring the water, he did not sit idle. He smashed the cup of water in his hand against the red-haired man's chest, and then kicked the blue-haired man on the calf, causing the blue-haired man to scream and half-kneel on the ground. Then Bai Yu bent down suddenly, dodged the green-haired man's swinging punch, and hit him in the abdomen with an elbow, knocking him so hard that he could not even scream and curled up on the ground. Then facing the only black-haired man, Bai Yu rushed up and threw him over his shoulder, knocking him down completely, then patted the dust off his body, sat back on the stool, and asked. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. The only red-haired man who was not beaten but was hit by the glass swallowed his saliva, looked terrified, and took 2 steps back in a row before he remembered to get angry. Asshole, you actually sneak attacked. After saying that, he stomped his right foot, and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged. Bai Yu glanced at him and said. It's actually a soul master. The tone was calm, without any waves. The 3 girls nodded, and said in a pretentious manner. So awesome! Hey, are you dumbfounded? Red Hair laughed, thinking that the 4 of them were scared, and said proudly. I am not just a soul master, my father is also the boss of the great soul fighting arena. You, kowtow to me now, and I will let you go. But these 3 girls must stay with me. Bai Yu was pointed at by him, and his heart was calm, and he even wanted to laugh. Holding back his smile, Bai Yu asked back. Can the son of the boss of the great soul fighting arena ignore the law and rob women? Red Hair laughed evilly. What do you mean by robbing women? You deliberately made trouble and hurt my friends. I will arrest you and bring you to justice. Bai Yu turned his head and looked at the waiter who was already scared and asked. They started the fight first, did you see it? Red Hair glared at the waiter, who trembled and said with a sad face. I didn't see it, I didn't see anything. He ran away as he spoke, and soon disappeared. Bai Yu sighed. The world is going downhill, anyone can bully people. Red Hair laughed. Boy, you are still stubborn? Get out of here and give me the 3 girls, otherwise you will be finished when the guards come. As soon as Red Hair finished speaking, 3 soul rings suddenly appeared on Bai Yu's body. Then, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing followed suit. Looking at the 4 soul masters sitting in front of him, Hung Mao's face changed. And his voice trembled. You are all soul masters. Not only is there something wrong with your brain, but your eyesight is also not good. Bai Yu smiled, and Hung Mao didn't even dare to get angry, until a team of guards hurried over. Hung Mao suppressed the fear in his heart, pointed at Bai Yu and the other 4, and said fiercely. It's these 4 soul masters who are looking for trouble and hurt my friends. Take them down. The captain of the guards is a soul master, and the team members are all soul masters. They obviously know Hung Mao, and after hearing this, they are going to attack Bai Yu and the other four. Bai Yu asked back. Are you guards of Soto City or private soldiers of the soul fighting arena? Are you arresting people without knowing the truth? The captain of the guard paused and sneered. Boy, go ask this in the dungeon. As he said that, his team members immediately formed a formation, and their soul power broke through the soul sect. Together with him, it was equivalent to 2 soul sects dealing with 4 soul lords on Bai Yu's side. Well, whatever, I will help the people of Soto City get rid of the harm. Wrong, you 3 deal with him, and leave the others to me. After saying that, Bai Yu rushed into the enemy formation alone and was surrounded by 9 soul lords. The 9 guards laughed when they saw this. Where did this fool come from? He actually took the initiative to enter the formation. Isn't this a fish jumping onto the chopping board automatically? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a bamboo leaf pit viper climbed onto his shoulder and bit him hard on the shoulder. He felt a needle prick his head, and his laughter stopped abruptly. While they were not seeing, a mountain-breaking bull and a ghostly poisonous scorpion appeared behind the 2 guards and launched an attack, instantly breaking the formation formed by the guards. Damn it! He attacked us! A guard shouted and was about to attack, but Bai Yu suddenly took out a flash bomb from his belt and smashed it hard on the ground, instantly producing a white light that was enough to blind the eyes and a shock wave that was enough to explode the ears. Bai Yu modified the system to protect himself from the impact, then took out 2 pistols, firing alternately from left to right, and in just 5 seconds, all 9 guards were knocked to the ground by him. At this time, the captain of the guards had just fought with Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Bai Yu put the pistol back into the soul guide and slowly walked towards the red-haired man. The captain of the guards was so angry that his eyes were about to burst, but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, with the help of Ning Rongrong, tightly entangled him. He could only watch Bai Yu walk up to the red-haired man, pinch his neck, and lift him up. Looking at the trembling and almost pissing red-haired man in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh. I am ashamed for the boss of the big fighting soul field to have a son like you. You are both soul masters, and you have the top soul ring configuration, but you don't even dare to fight back. The red-haired man was almost pissed. He just closed his eyes, and then saw 9 guards lying on the ground, and Bai Yu walked towards him step by step. He didn't even dare to resist. As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, suddenly a middle-aged man fell from the sky, and his 5 soul rings shone brightly in the dark night. Making the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Hui, the boss of the fighting soul field, is here. Bai Yu looked up and saw Zhang Hui slowly landing in front of Bai Yu. He said in a gentle tone, My friend, this must be a misunderstanding. Please let my son go. Although he said so, his Soul King's soul power was fully activated, and he was madly oppressing Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu seemed unaffected and sneered. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Your son molested my female companion. After I taught him a lesson, he called the guards. The guards wanted to arrest me without knowing the truth, but I beat them down. Are you going to stand up for your son now? Is there any law in Soto City? Even the city lord wouldn't dare to do this, right? Bai Yu put a big hat on Zhang Hui's head, which made his face stiffen. He withdrew his soul power amid the whispers of the onlookers and said in a deep voice. If this is true, I will definitely give you justice. Bai Yu looked down on him. Give me justice? Real justice is strength. You didn't show up when your son was making trouble. If it weren't for my strong strength, he would have been thrown into the dungeon by now. Where were you at that time? Where is your so-called justice? After Bai Yu finished speaking, the onlookers burst into applause. Someone cursed. Well said. This red-haired bastard bullies people all day long. There is no justice. Zhang Hui glared at the man fiercely, and the man immediately shrank his head and pretended to be stupid. Just when Zhang Hui was at a loss, a man in armor walked out of the crowd and said, "I am Zhao Nan, the deputy commander of the Soto City Defense Army. Leave this matter to me." Ning Rongrong and the other two girls breathed a sigh of relief. This is the commander of the Soto City Defense Army, a Soul King, and a military figure. It is impossible for him to be in cahoots with the soul fighting arena, right? However, Bai Yu sneered and asked, "Zhao Nan? There are 4 big forces behind the Soto City fighting spirit arena, Zhang, Zhao, Li, Meng, Zhang Hui is the big boss. I heard that the second boss is also surnamed Zhao, is that your father or your brother?" 99 Chapter 99 Bai Yu kills Soul King alone. 99. Zhao Nan heard this and his face darkened. He said, "Where did you hear this gossip? Stop spreading rumors." Bai Yu raised his lips. "Are you anxious? I didn't say it right, did I? Your Soto City Defense Army really have a pie deal with the Soul Fighting Arena." Zhao Nan heard the crowd's discussion gradually getting louder, and the public opinion was developing in a direction that was unfavorable to him. He immediately shouted at Bai Yu, "What crime should you be charged with for framing the head of the City Defense Army?" Bai Yu shrugged, not afraid at all, and smiled. "You have a mouth on your body, you can say whatever you want." Bold. Zhao Nan opened all 5 soul rings and wanted to suppress Bai Yu with soul power, but Bai Yu seemed to have no pressure. Instead, the crowd was shocked by him and retreated one after another. "I'll give you 2 choices. First, follow me back to the dungeon to be interrogated. Who sent you to disrupt the public order in Soto City? Second, if you can survive under my hands for an incense stick of time, I will not kill you, but you can escape the death penalty, and I will expel you from Soto City." Bai Yu laughed even more happily, "So, no matter which one you choose, my end will not be too good? If I go to the dungeon, won't you be able to cover the sky with one hand? What if I suddenly die because my left foot stepped into the dungeon, then I have nowhere to complain." Zhao Nan did not answer, but said, "Then you choose the second one." After speaking, his first soul ring lit up, creating a special field similar to a light shield, wrapping him and Bai Yu in it, blocking the sight of the onlookers. Just when the field was formed, Ning Rongrong wanted to use her identity to stand up for Bai Yu, but she saw Bai Yu gestured to her, indicating that she should not intervene, so Ning Rongrong fell into hesitation. It was just this hesitation that Zhao Nan's domain was completely formed. Ning Rongrong could no longer see Bai Yu, which suddenly made her extremely worried. Damn it, does Bai Yu want to fight the Soul King alone? This is too dangerous. I should have been more decisive just now and directly used the background of the sect to suppress Zhao Nan. What if Bai Yu got into trouble? Ning Rongrong was very anxious, gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, walked towards Zhang Hui, and said in a deep voice, "I am from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, you quickly stop Zhao Nan." Zhang Hui glanced at her and laughed. "I am not Zhao Nan's opponent, I can't stop him." "You?" Ning Rongrong was furious, she saw that Zhang Hui did it on purpose. Even if she was really from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, the Soul Master was only the Soul Master, and Zhang Hui was a Soul King. Even if Ning Fengzi was perfunctory, there was no reason for him to cause trouble. Ning Rongrong did not have the strength to force Zhang Hui to do anything, so she could only look at the domain with anxious eyes and pray that Bai Yu was safe. "Bai Yu, you must be okay. Boy, you are just a Soul Master, but you still have some courage." In the field, Zhao Nan put his hands behind his back and smiled as if he was sure of victory. Bai Yu also smiled. "Stop talking nonsense, and do it quickly." Zhao Nan's mouth twitched. "You are a Soul Master, and you are persuading me, a Soul King, to act quickly. Are you tired of living?" Zhao Nan was a little angry, and he used all his soul power to press Bai Yu. In his eyes, an ordinary Soul Master would be pressed to his knees by him. However, Bai Yu was still standing well, with a faint mocking smile on his face. Zhao Nan frowned and showed a puzzled expression. Does this kid have any special means to dissolve my soul power? Or can he dissolve my soul power with his strength? No, that's impossible. But if it's true, it means he has a deep background. If the people behind him know that I'm making things difficult for him. No, there's only one way now, kill him, and then put all the blame on him. Zhao Nan's murderous intent gradually rose, and the second soul ring lit up. Countless light spots on the cover condensed and turned into white hands, grabbing towards Bai Yu. Interesting, control-type martial soul? Is it a mosquito net or a cover? Zhao Nan laughed. You'll know soon. Bai Yu offered the human emperor banner and thrust it into the ground, and 3 soul rings emerged. Zhao Nan was about to laugh, but suddenly, he felt a needle prick his head, and his body leaned back unconsciously. Bai Yu immediately took out a pistol and aimed at him. The bullet was fired, but Zhao Nan's body suddenly turned into a bubble. The bullet passed through his body without causing any harm. The next moment, Zhao Nan's figure reorganized, and his face was solemn. Good boy, some tricks. I almost didn't have time to release the 4th soul skill. If the Soul King was killed by the Soul Lord in one move, he would have no face to see ghosts in the underworld. 5th soul skill, strangulation. Zhao Nan didn't dare to be careless anymore, and used all his strength to directly use the strongest 5th soul skill. In an instant, the light shield shone brightly, and countless swords, spears, swords and sticks composed of light and shadow came towards Bai Yu, as if to strangle Bai Yu. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the emperor banner in his hand suddenly changed, and black air filled the air, no longer holy. Immediately afterwards, the suction power of the 10,000 soul banner was strong, and it forcibly sucked in a part of the swords transformed by the soul power. The white light and shadow instantly turned black and hovered on the 10,000 soul banner. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yu held the banner pole with both hands, and used the soul power just absorbed to release the 3rd soul skill, the Death Scythe. The huge black sickle swept across, and after that, all the remaining attacks were destroyed. Zhao Nan was shocked. What an evil spirit! When Zhao Nan saw the 10,000 souls banner for the first time, he did not think that Bai Yu was an evil spirit master. After all, in the original work, Tang San's 8 spider spirit bone could absorb other people's vitality, and no one said that Tang San was an evil spirit master. Bai Yu just transformed Zhao Nan's spirit power into his own attack. Zhao Nan had seen similar spirits before. This was also something Bai Yu had overlooked before. After all, in other normal worldviews, the 10,000 souls banner was an evil thing at first glance, so Bai Yu rarely took it out openly. Bai Yu laughed and said, "What evil? My human emperor banner has too many merits, and the purple air is just black." As he said that, a black chain appeared on the 10,000 souls banner, and Zhao Nan mobilized the spirit power on the light shield to compete with it. And taking this opportunity, Bai Yu used mental piercing again. Zhao Nan felt the pain of the needles piercing his head again, but he was a Soul King after all, and he was already prepared. This time, he just looked ferocious, but he did not lose his ability to move. 3rd soul skill, limit. As Zhao Nan activated the 3rd soul skill, countless white illusory chains were thrown out from the light shield, locking Bai Yu's hands, feet and torso tightly. However, at this time, Bamboo Leaf Green, Ghost Poison Scorpion and Broken Mountain Bull had appeared beside Zhao Nan and launched an attack. Ah! This time, Zhao Nan felt the pain of 3 needles piercing his head. Even with his Soul King's strength, he lost consciousness for a second. The chains on Bai Yu disappeared, and he seized this opportunity, holding the 10,000 souls banner and swinging the Death Scythe. The sickle chopped down, and Zhao Nan was instantly severely injured. Bai Yu did not give up, and the 3 soul pets continued to attack, and he continued to bind Zhao Nan with the 10,000 souls banner, absorbing his soul power. At the same time, he took out the small hammer that Tang Hao had given him and smashed it on Zhao Nan. Zhao Nan instantly became extremely weak, and his vitality dissipated like a flood that broke through a dam. You are an evil soul master. It must be, otherwise. You can't be so strong. Zhao Nan, who was already unconscious, lay on the ground, looking at Bai Yu in pain, muttering to himself. He didn't have any solid evidence, he just couldn't accept that he, a soul king, would die at the hands of a soul master, so he insisted that Bai Yu was an evil martial soul to give himself some psychological comfort before his death. Bai Yu walked in front of him and raised the corner of his mouth. I'm not saying I'm not. 100 Chapter 100 He is from my 7 treasures glazed sect. 100. The moment Zhao Nan died, the light shield shattered instantly. Bai Yu. Ning Rongrong wanted to rush over, but Zhang Hui stopped her and said with a smile. You are from the 7 treasures glazed sect. If you get hurt, we in Soto City will have a hard time explaining it. Ning Rongrong glared at him, but Zhang Hui was not afraid at all. He looked happily in the direction of the light shield, waiting for the light and shadow to disappear. He wanted to see Bai Yu's body. The next second, he saw Bai Yu lying on the ground. Just as he was about to grin, he suddenly saw Zhao Nan lying on the other side. Zhang Hui's face sank and he trotted over. At this time, the onlookers made a horrified voice. Zhao Nan is dead? Deputy Commander Zhao is dead. Ning Rongrong and the other 2 women were also stunned. Zhao Nan is dead? Could it be that Bai Yu killed him? How is it possible? Zhang Hui ran to Zhao Nan's side and sniffed his breath. He was really dead. He looked gloomy and looked at Bai Yu who was unconscious next to him. He thought a lot for a while. This kid actually killed Zhao Nan? Zhao Nan is not much weaker than me. If he can kill Zhao Nan, can he kill me too? This kid must not be left alive. Just when Zhang Hui thought so, Zhao Nan's body suddenly swelled up rapidly and exploded like a dead whale. The huge soul power directly swallowed Zhang Hui who was close at hand. The onlookers screamed in surprise, and then they saw Zhang Hui being blown several meters away, half kneeling on the ground, and seriously injured. Asshole! Zhang Hui cursed and pointed at Bai Yu. He is an evil soul master. That's why he killed Zhao Nan and set a trap on Zhao Nan. He was more direct. Zhao Nan had seen Bai Yu's 10,000 souls banner after all. He didn't even know what Bai Yu's martial soul was, so he directly threw dirty water on Bai Yu. As for what Bai Yu's martial soul was, does it matter? Even if it was not an evil martial soul, he would first be charged with the crime of an evil soul master, and then arrested and tortured. He must be an evil soul master if he was not one. As expected, Zhang Hui shouted like this, and the onlookers who were cheering for Bai Yu just now suddenly widened their eyes and fell into horror. Evil soul masters, that is a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats. Hearing the change in public opinion of the onlookers, Bai Yu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious, sighed in his heart. As expected, strength is still the most important. If he is also a soul king, would Zhao Nan dare to trouble him? Would Zhang Hui dare to slander him? Impossible. Seeing this, Bai Yu pretended to wake up from a coma. In fact, it is okay not to pretend to be unconscious. The main thing is that a soul master kills a soul king, so there must be some consumption, right? Seeing this, the 3 girls of Ning Rongrong hurried over to help him up. Zhang Hui raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Are you, the 7 treasures glazed sect, also in collusion with the evil soul master? He is not an evil soul master, he is from our 7 treasures glazed sect. As soon as these words came out, the onlookers took a breath of cold air. No wonder a soul master could kill a soul king so quickly. It turns out that he is a genius of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. That makes sense. However, Zhang Hui was not scared away and sneered. You are a little girl. It is normal for an evil soul master to deceive. Today, I will help the 7 treasures glazed tile sect get rid of the evil. As for whether he is an evil soul master, we will know after taking him back for trial. Even if he is not an evil soul master, he killed the commander of the Soto City Defense Army, which is a capital crime. Xiao Wu retorted, "It is obvious that you are bullying others by taking advantage of your power, and we are just fighting back. Come on, take him away." Zhang Hui lost his patience and called the guards to forcibly take Bai Yu and the other 4 away. Suddenly, Bai Yu gently patted the back of Ning Rongrong's hand, motioning her to let him go, and then slowly walked towards Zhang Hui. Zhang Hui was a little tempted. How about taking this opportunity to kill Bai Yu? But when he saw Ning Rongrong's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, he was afraid of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and still did not choose to act rashly, and coldly watched Bai Yu walk in front of him. Bai Yu smiled slightly. "Boss Zhang, you are the boss of the fighting spirit field, you should run the fighting spirit field well and take care of your son. By the way, why bother to wade into this muddy water?" Zhang Hui was about to speak, when suddenly, Bai Yu took out a token and quietly showed it to him. Zhang Hui's eyes widened instantly, because he recognized this token. It was the token of the city lord, and seeing this token was like seeing the city lord. Looking at Zhang Hui's incredible eyes, Bai Yu smiled. "I didn't want to make a big deal, it was you who were aggressive. Now I give you 2 options. First, keep the peace. Second, I'll find Li Chongkong and you 2 can have a good chat." Zhang Hui's face was completely frozen, and Bai Yu walked back to the 3 women step by step. Ning Rongrong asked anxiously, "What did you say to him?" Bai Yu smiled. "It's okay." Sure enough, as soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, Zhang Hui suddenly ordered the guards to collect Zhao Nan's body, and then left the scene in disgrace amid the boos of the onlookers. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. She didn't scare Zhang Hui away with the name of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Bai Yu just whispered a few words to him, and Zhang Hui retreated. Zhu Zuqing also stared at Bai Yu with wide eyes, but Bai Yu didn't mean to explain. It's better to manage it now than to be a county magistrate. No matter how powerful the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is, it's far away for Zhang Hui. Although Li Chongkong is only a sole emperor, he is the city lord after all. It's normal that Zhang Hui doesn't dare to provoke him. Let's go to have supper. I'm a little hungry again." Bai Yu smiled, and while the crowd was making noise, he quietly left the scene with the 3 women, and told them not to tell anyone about it. At the same time, he did not forget to put the bill on the table, including the money for the cup he broke. The 4 of them found a new place to eat. This time, Ning Rongrong learned her lesson and insisted on going to a better restaurant to get a private room, so the 4 of them had supper in the private room. Bai Yu ordered a few bottles of wine and asked with a smile, "Have you ever drunk wine?" The 3 women shook their heads. "Try it." The 3 women looked at each other and drank it. Bai Yu poured half a cup for each of the 3 women. Zhu Zuqing smelled it and frowned. Ning Rongrong took a sip, frowned, and then raised her eyebrows again. Xiao Wu simply drank it in one gulp, then raised the cup in front of Bai Yu and said excitedly, "Fill it up." Bai Yu was embarrassed and quickly filled her glass. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also finished half a cup. Slowly, the aroma of wine lingered in their mouths, making the 2 of them widen their eyes in surprise. "This wine is good." Bai Yu thought to himself, "Of course, I ordered the most expensive one. I couldn't afford good wine in my last life, so how could I not afford it in this life?" After 3 rounds of wine, Zhu Zuqing's face turned red and she fell down. And Xiao Wu had already started snoring. Ning Rongrong was the best drinker among the 3 women, but although she didn't fall down, she was obviously unconscious. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong sat down next to Bai Yu, her white and tender arms wrapped around Bai Yu's neck, and her other hand patted Bai Yu's chest, saying in a heroic manner that didn't match her temperament. By you. I'm going to be honest with you. I seem to have feelings for you. I've never had such feelings for a boy. This should be love, right? Just now I saw you being locked in the light shield by Zhao, you know? I was scared that you would be beaten to death by him, scared that I would never see you again. By you, I like you, do you like me? Looking at the drunk Ning Rongrong, Bai Yu didn't speak for a while, but silently pulled her hand away, patted her back, and whispered. You've drunk too much. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. I just want to ask you, do you like me? You've drunk too much. I don't. Ning Rongrong suddenly held Bai Yu's face with both hands, and said drunkenly. I want to prove myself with my actions. After saying that, she leaned her cheek towards Bai Yu. 101.